Chapter 11. The queen had left her bath. Iris had arranged the still abundant waves of her hair, now dark brown in hue, and robed her magnificently to receive the dignitaries whom, spite of the late hour of the night, she expected. How wonderfully she had retained her beauty! It seemed as if time had not ventured to touch this masterpiece of feminine loveliness. Yet the Greek's keen eye detected here and there some token of the vanishing spell of youth. She loved her mistress, yet her inmost soul rejoiced whenever she detected in her the same changes which began to appear in herself, the woman of 27, so many years her sovereign's junior. She would gladly have given Cleopatra everything at her command, yet she felt as if she must praise nature for an act of justice when she perceived that even her royal favourite was not wholly relieved from the law which applied to all. "Cease your flattery," said Cleopatra, smiling mournfully. "They say that the works of the Pharaohs here on the Nile flout time. The inexorable destroyer is less willing to permit this from the Queen of Egypt. These are grey hairs, and they came from this head, however eagerly you may deny it. Whose, save my own, are these lines around the corners of the eyes and on the brow? What say you to the tooth, which my lips do not hide so kindly as you assert? It was injured the night before the luckless battle. My dear, faithful, skilful Olympus, the prince of leeches, is the only one who can conceal such things. But it would not do to take the old man to the war, and Glaucus is far less adroit. How I missed Olympus during those fatal hours! I seemed a monster even to myself, and he, Antony's eye, is only too keen for such matters. What is the love of men? A blackened tooth may prove its destruction. An aspect obnoxious to the gaze will pour water on the fiercest fire. What hours I experienced, Iris! Many a glance from him seemed an insult, and besides, my heart was filled with torturing anxiety. Something had evidently come between us. I felt it. The trouble began soon after he left Alexandria. It gnawed my soul like a worm, and now that I am here again, I must see clearly. He will follow me in a few days, I know. Pinarius Scarpus, with his untouched legions, is in Parætonium, whither he went. At Tænarum he resolved to retire from the world, which he, on whom it had bestowed so much that is great, hates because he has given it cause for many a shake of the head. But the old spirit woke again, and if fortune, usually so faithful, still aids him, a large force will soon join the new African army. The Asiatic princes— But the ruler of the state must be silent. I entered this room to give the woman her just rights, and the woman shall have them. He will soon be here. He cannot live without me. It is not alone the beaker of Nectanebus which draws him after me. When the greatest of the great, Julius Caesar, sued for your love in Alexandria, and Antony on the Cydnus, you did not possess the goblet, observed Iris. It is 2 years since Anubis permitted you to borrow the masterpiece from the temple treasures, and within a few days you will be obliged to restore it. That a mysterious spell emanates from the cup is certain, but one still more powerful dwells in the magic of your own nature. "Would that it might assert itself today," cried the Queen. "At any rate, the power of the beaker impelled Antony to do many things. I am not vain enough to believe that it was love, that it was solely the spell of my own personality which drew him to me in that disastrous hour. That battle, that incomprehensible, disgraceful battle! You were ill and could not see our fleet when it set sail. But even experienced spectators said that handsomer, larger vessels were never beheld. I was right in insisting that the decision of the conflict should be left to them. I was entitled to call them mine. Had we conquered, what a proud delight it would have been to say, the weapons which you gave to the man you loved gained him the sovereignty of the world. Besides, the stars had assured me that good fortune would attend us on the sea. They had given the same message to Anubis here and to Alexis upon Antony's galley. I also trusted the spell of the goblet, which had already compelled Antony to do many things he opposed. So I succeeded in having the decision of the conflict left to the fleet. But the prediction was false, false, false. How utterly was to be proved only too soon. If I had only been told in time what I learned later, after the defeat, people were more loquacious. That one remark of a veteran commander of the foot soldiers would probably have sufficed to open my eyes. He had asked Mark Antony why he fixed his hopes on miserable wood, exclaiming, "Let the Phoenicians and Egyptians war on the water, but leave us the land where we are accustomed, with our feet firmly set upon the earth, to fight, conquer, or die." This alone, I am sure, would have changed my resolve in a happy hour, but it was kept from me. The conflict began. Our troops had lost patience. The left wing of the fleet advanced. At first I watched the battle eagerly, with a throbbing heart. How proudly the huge galleys moved forward. Everything was going admirably. Antony had made an address assuring the warriors that even without soldiers our ships would destroy the foe by their mere height and size. What orator can so carry his hearers with him? I, too, was still fearless. Who cherishes anxiety when confidently expecting victory? When he went on board his own ship, after bidding me farewell far less cordially than usual, I became more troubled. I thought it was evident that his love was waning. What had I become since we left Alexandria, and Olympus no longer attended me? Matters could not continue in this way. I would leave the direction of the war to him, and vanish from his eyes. After he had looked into the beaker of Nectanebus, he yielded to my will, but often with indignation. The unconcealed, ineffaceable lines, and the years, the cruel years. "What thoughts are these?" cried Iras. "Let me take oath, my sovereign mistress, that as you stand before me, thanks to this toilet table and the new compounds of Olympus and these boxes." At that time, I tell you, I was fairly startled at the sight of my own face. Trouble does not enhance beauty, and what condemnation the Romans had heaped on the woman who meddled with war, the craft of man. I had answers for them, but I would not endure it longer. I had previously determined to hold aloof from the battle on land, but even at the commencement of the conflict, spite of its favourable promise, I longed to leave Antony and return to the children. They do not heed the colour of their mother's hair, nor her wrinkles, and he, when he had looked for and called me in vain, would feel for the first time what he possessed in me, would miss me, and with the longing the old love would awaken with fresh ardour. As soon as the fleet had gained the victory, I would have the prow of my galley turned southward, and without a farewell, exclaiming only, "We will meet in Alexandria," set sail for Egypt. I summoned Alexis, who had remained with me, and ordered him to give me a signal as soon as the battle was decided in our favour. I remained on deck. Then I saw the ships of the foe describing a wide circle. The new ark told me that Agrippa was trying to surround us. This roused a feeling of discomfort. I began to repent having meddled with men's work. Antony looked across at me from his galley. I waved my hand to point out the peril, but instead of eagerly and lovingly answering the greeting as of yore, he turned his back, and in a short time after the wildest uproar arose around me. Our ship became entangled with another. Planks and poles shattered with a loud crash. Shouts, the cries and moans of the combatants and the wounded mingled with the thunder of the stones hurled by the catapults and the sharp notes of the signals which sounded like calls for help. 2 soldiers stricken by arrows fell beside me. It was horrible. Yet my courage remained steadfast, even when a squadron, it was commanded by Aruntius, pressed upon the fleet. I saw another line of galleys steering directly towards us, and a Roman vessel assailed by one of mine, I had named her the Selene, turned on her side and sink. This pleased me and seemed like the first presage of victory. I again ordered Alexis to have the ship's prow turned as soon as the result of the battle was decided. Ere I had ceased speaking, Jason, the steward, you know him, appeared with refreshments. I took the beaker, but ere I could raise it to my lips, he fell to the deck with a cloven skull, mingling his blood with the spilled juice of the grape. My blood seemed fairly to freeze in my veins, and Alexis, trembling and deadly pale, asked, "Do you command us to quit the battle?" Every fibre of my being urged me to give the order, but I controlled myself and asked the Newarch, who was standing on the bridge before me, "Are we gaining the advantage?" The reply was a positive yes. I thought the fitting time had come, and called to him to steer the galley southward, but the man did not seem to understand. Meanwhile, the noise of the conflict had grown louder and louder, so in spite of Charmian, who besought me not to interfere in the battle, I sent Alexis to the commander on the bridge, and while he talked with the grey-bearded seaman, who wrathfully answered I know not what, I glanced at the nearest ship. I no longer knew whether it was friend or foe, and as I saw the rows of restless oars moving in countless numbers to and fro, it seemed as if every ship had become a huge spider, and the long wooden handles of the oars were its legs and feet. Each of these monsters appeared to be seeking to snare me in a horrible net, and when the Newarch came to beseech me to wait, I imperiously commanded him to obey my orders. The luckless man bowed and performed his queen's behest. The giant was turned and forced a passage through the maze. I breathed more freely. What had threatened me like the legs of huge spiders became oars once more. Alexis led me under a roof where no missiles could reach me. My desire was fulfilled. I had escaped Antony's eyes, and we were going towards Alexandria and my children. When I at last looked around, I saw that my other ships were following. I had not given this order, and was terribly startled. When I sought Alexis, he had vanished. The centurion whom I sent to order the Newarch to give the signal to the other ships to return to the battle reported that the captain's dead body has just been borne away, but that the command should be given. How this was done I do not know, but it produced no effect, and no one noticed the anxious waving of my handkerchief. We had left Antony's galley. He was standing on the bridge, far behind. I had waved my hand as we passed close by, and he hurried down to bend far over the bulwark and shout to me. I can still see his hands raised to his bearded lips. I did not understand what he said, and only pointed southward, and in spirit wished him victory, and that this separation might tend to the welfare of our love. But he shook his head, pressed his hand despairingly to his brow, and waved his arms as though to give me a sign. But the Antonius swept far ahead of his ship and steered straight towards the south. I breathed more freely in the pleasant consciousness of escaping a twofold danger. Had I remained long before Antony's eyes, looking as I did then, it might— Wretched blunder of a wretched woman, I say now. But at that time I could not suspect what a terrible doom I had brought down in that hour upon ourselves, my children, perhaps the whole world. So I remained under the thrall of these petty fears and thoughts until wounded men were carried past me. The sight distressed me. You know how sensitive I am, and with what difficulty I endure and witness suffering. Charmian led me to the cabin. There I first realized what I had done. I had hoped to aid in crushing the hated foe, and now perhaps it was I who had built for him the bridge to victory, to sovereignty, to our destruction. Pursued by such thoughts, as if by the Furies, I paced restlessly to and fro. Suddenly I heard a loud noise on deck. A crashing blow seemed to shake the huge ship. We were pursued. A Roman galley had boarded mine. This was my thought as I grasped the dagger Antony had given me. But Charmian came back with tidings which seemed scarcely less terrible than the baseless fear. I had angrily commanded her to leave me because she had urged me to revoke the command to turn back. Now, deadly pale, she announced that Mark Antony had left his galley, followed me in a little 5-oared boat, and come on board our ship. My blood froze in my veins. He had come, I imagined, to force me to return to the battle, and drawing a long breath, my defiant pride urged me to show him that I was the queen and would obey only my own will, while my heart impelled me to sink at his feet and beseech him, without heeding me, to issue any order which promised to secure a victory. But he did not come. Antony had been unable to continue the conflict and parted from me. Now he sat in front of the cabin with his head resting on his hands, staring at the planks of the deck like one distraught. He, Antony, the bravest horseman, the terror of the foe, let his arms fall like a shepherd boy whose sheep are stolen by the wolves. Mark Antony, the hero who had braved 1,000 dangers, had flung down his sword. Why? because a woman had yielded to idle fears, obeyed the yearning of a mother's heart, and fled. Of all human weaknesses, not one had been more alien than cowardice to the man whose recklessness had led him to many an unprecedented venture. And now? No, 1,000 times no. Fire and water would unite sooner than Mark Antony and cowardice. He had been under the coercive power of a demon. A mysterious spell had forced him. The mightiest power, love, interrupted Iras with enthusiastic warmth, a love as great and overmastering as ever subjugated the soul of man. "Ay, love," repeated Cleopatra in a hollow tone. Then her lips curled with a faint tinge of derision, and her voice expressed the very bitterness of doubt as she continued. "Had it been merely the love which makes two mortals one, transfers the heart of one to the other, it might perchance have borne my timorous soul into the hero's breast. But no, violent tempests had raged before the battle. It had not been possible always to appear before him in the guise in which we would fain be seen by those whom we love. Even now, when your skilful hands have served me, there is the mirror. The image it reflects seems to me like a carefully preserved wreck." "O my royal mistress," cried Iras, raising her hands beseechingly, "must I again declare that neither the grey hairs which are again brown, nor the few lines which Olympus will soon render invisible, nor whatever else perhaps disturbs you in the image you behold reflected, impairs your beauty, unclouded and secure of victory, the spell of your godlike nature—" "Cease, cease!" interrupted Cleopatra. "I know what I know. No mortal can escape the great eternal laws of nature. As surely as birth commences life, everything that exists moves onward to destruction and decay." "Yet the gods," Iras persisted, "give to their works different degrees of existence. The water lily blooms but a single day. Yet how full of vigour is the sycamore in the garden of the Paneum, which has flourished 1,000 years! Not a petal in the blossoms of your youth has faded, and is it conceivable that there is even the slightest diminution in the love of him who cast away all that man holds dearest, because he could not endure to part, even for days or weeks, from the woman whom he worshipped?" "Would that he had done so!" cried Cleopatra mournfully. "But are you so sure that it was love which made him follow me? I am of a different opinion. True love does not paralyze, but doubles the high qualities of man. I learned this when Cæsar was prisoned by a greatly superior force within this very palace. His ships burned, his supply of water cut off. In him also, in Antony, I was permitted to witness this magnificent spectacle 100 times, so long as he loved me with all the ardour of his fiery soul. But what happened at Actium? That shameful flight of the cooing dove after his mate, at which generations yet unborn will point in mockery, he who does not see more deeply will attribute to the foolish madness of love this wretched forgetfulness of duty, honour, fame, the present and the future. But I, Iras, and this is the thought which whitens one hair after another, which will speedily destroy the remnant of your mistress's former beauty by the exhaustion of sleepless nights, I know better. It was not love which drew Antony after me, not love that trampled in the dust the radiant image of reckless courage, not love that constrained the demigod to follow the pitiful track of a fugitive woman. Here her voice fell, and seizing the girl's wrist with a painful pressure, she drew her closer to her side and whispered, "The goblet of Nectanebus is connected with it. I tremble. The powers that emanate from the glittering wonder are as terrible as they are unnatural. The magic spell exerted by the beaker has transformed the heroic son of Heracles, the more than mortal, into the whimpering coward, the crushed, broken nonentity I found upon the galley's deck." "You are silent? Your nimble tongue finds no reply? How could you have forgotten that you aided me to win the wager which forced Antony to gaze into the beaker before I filled it for him? How grateful I was to Anubis when he finally consented to trust to my care this marvel of the temple treasures, when the first trial succeeded, and Antony, at my bidding, placed the magnificent wreath which he wore upon the bald brow of that crabbed old follower of Aristoteles, Diomedes, whom he detested in his inmost soul. It was scarcely a year ago, and you know how rarely at first I used the power of the terrible vessel. The man whom I loved obeyed my slightest glance without its aid, but later, before the battle, I felt how gladly he would have sent me, who might ruin all, back to Egypt. Besides, I felt, I've already said so, that something had come between us. Yet often, as he was on the point of sacrificing me to the importunate Romans, I need only bid him gaze into the beaker and exclaim, "You will not send me hence. We belong together. Whither one goes, the other will follow," and he besought me not to leave him. The very morning before the battle, I gave him the drinking cup, urging him, whatever might happen, never, never to leave me, and he obeyed this time also, though the person to whom a magic spell bound him was a fleeing woman. It is terrible, and yet have I a right to execrate the thrall of the beaker? Scarcely, for without the Magian's glittering vessel, a secret voice in my soul has whispered the warning 1,000 times during the sleepless nights. He would have taken another on the galley. And I believe I know this other. I mean the woman whose singing enthralled my heart, too, at the Adonis festival just before our departure. I noticed the look with which his eyes sought hers. Now I know that it was not merely my old deceitful foe, jealousy, which warned me against her. Alexis, the most faithful of his friends, also confirmed what I merely feared. Ah! And he told me other things which the stars had revealed to him. Besides, he knows the siren, for she was the wife of his own brother. To protect his honor, he cast off the coquettish Circe. Barine, fell in resolute tones from the lips of Iras. "So you know her?" asked Cleopatra eagerly. The girl raised her clasped hands beseechingly to the Queen, exclaiming, "I know this woman only too well, and how my heart rages against her. O my mistress, that I, too, should aid in darkening this hour! Yet it must be said that Antony visited the singer and even took his son there more than once is known throughout the city. Yet that is not the worst. A Barine entering into rivalry with you? It would be too ridiculous. But what bounds can be set to the insatiate greed of these women? No rank, no age is sacred. It was dull in the absence of the court and the army. There were no men who seemed worth the trouble of catching, so she cast her net for boys, and the one most closely snared was the king Caesarion. "Caesarion!" exclaimed Cleopatra, her pale cheeks flushing, "and his tutor Rhodon, my strict commands?" "Antyllus secretly presented him to her," replied Iras, "but I kept my eyes open. The boy clung to the singer with insensate passion. The only expedient was to remove her from the city. Archibius aided me." "Then I shall be spared sending her away." "Nay, that must still be done, for on the journey to the country Caesarion, with several comrades, attacked her." "And the reckless deed was successful?" "No, my royal mistress. I wish it had been. A lovesick fool who accompanied her drew his sword in her defence, raised his hand against the son of Cæsar, and wounded him. Calm yourself, I beseech you, I conjure you. The wound is slight. The boy's mad passion makes me far more anxious." The Queen's pouting scarlet lips closed so firmly that her mouth lost the winning charm which was peculiar to it, and she answered in a firm, resolute tone, "It is the mother's place to protect the son against the temptress. Alexis is right. Her star stands in the path of mine. A woman like this casts a deep shadow on her queen's course. I will defend myself. It is she who has placed herself between us. She has won Antony. But no, why should I blind myself? Time and the charms he steals from women are far more powerful than 20 such little temptresses. Then there are the circumstances which prevented my concealing the defects that wounded the eyes of this most spoiled of all spoiled mortals. All these things aided the singer. I feel it. In her pursuit of men she had at her command all the means which aid us women to conceal what is unlovely and enhance what is beautiful in a lover's eyes, while I was at a disadvantage, lacking your aid and the long-tested skill of Olympus. The divinity on the ship, amid the raging of the storm, was forced more than once to appear before the worshipper ungarlanded, without ornament for the head or incense. But though she used all the combined arts of Aphrodite and Isis, she could not vie with you, my royal mistress, cried Iris. How little is required to delude the senses of one scarcely more than a child. Poor boy, sighed the Queen gently. Had he not been wounded, and were it not so hard to resign what we love, I should rejoice that he, too, understands how to plan and act. Perhaps, O Iris, would that it might be so. Now that the gate is burst open, the brain and energy of the great Caesar will enter his living image, as the Egyptians call Horus the avenger of his father. Perhaps he may become his mother's defender and avenger. If Caesar's spirit wakes within him, he will wrest from the dissembler Octavianus the heritage of which the nephew robbed the son. You swear that the wound is but a slight one? The physicians have said so. Well, then, we will hope so. Let him enter the conflict of life. We will afford him ample opportunity to test his powers. No foolish passion shall prevent the convalescent youth from following his father upward along the pathway of fame. But send for the woman who ensnared him, the audacious charmer whose aspirations mount to those I hold dearest. We will see how she appears beside me." "These are grievous times," said Iras, who saw in amazement the Queen's eyes sparkle with the confident light of victory. "Grant your foot its right. Let it crush her. Monsters enough on whom you cannot set your foot throng your path. Hence to Hades in these days of conflict with all who can be quickly removed." "Murder?" asked Cleopatra, her noble brow contracting in a frown. "If it must be, ay," replied Iras sharply. "If possible, banishment to an island, an oasis. If necessity requires, to the mines with the siren." "If necessity requires?" repeated the Queen. "I think that means if it proves that she has deserved the harshest punishment. She has brought it upon herself by every hour of my sovereign's life clouded through her wiles. In the mines, the desire to set snares for husbands and sons soon vanishes, and people languish in the most terrible torture till death ends their suffering," added Cleopatra in a tone of grave reproof. "No, girl, this victory is too easy. I will not send even my foe to death without a hearing, especially at this time, which teaches me what it is to await the verdict of one who is more powerful. This woman who, as it were, summons me to battle shall have her wish. I am curious to see the singer again and to learn the means by which she has succeeded in chaining to her triumphal car so many captives, from boys up to the most exacting men." "What do you intend, my royal mistress?" cried Iras in horror. "I intend," said Cleopatra imperiously, "to see the daughter of Leonax, the granddaughter of Didymus, two men whom I hold in high esteem, ere I decide her destiny. I wish to behold, test, and judge my rival, heart and mind, ere I condemn her. I will engage in the conflict to which she challenged the loving wife and mother. But this is my right. I will compel her to show herself to me, as Antony so often saw me during the past few weeks, unaided and unimproved by the arts which we both have at command." Then, without paying any further heed to her attendant, she went to a window, and after a swift glance at the sky, added quietly, "The first hour after midnight is drawing to a close. The council will begin immediately. The matter to be under discussion is a venture which might save much from the wreck. The council will last 2 hours, perchance only 1. The singer can wait. Where does she live?" "In the house which belonged to her father, the artist Leonax, in the garden of the Paneum," replied Iras hoarsely. "But, oh, my Queen, if ever my opinion had the slightest weight with you—" "I desire no counsel now, but demand the fulfilment of my orders," cried Cleopatra resolutely. "As soon as those whom I expect are here—" The Queen was interrupted by a chamberlain who announced the arrival of the men whom she had summoned, and Cleopatra bade him tell them that she was on her way to the council chamber. Then she turned again to Iras and in rapid words commanded her to go at once in a closed carriage, accompanied by a reliable person, to Barine's house. She must be brought to the palace without the least delay. Iras would understand, even if it should be necessary to rouse her from her sleep. "I wish to see her as if a storm had forced her suddenly upon the deck of a ship," she said in conclusion. Then, snatching a small tablet from the dressing-table, she scrawled upon the wax with a rapid hand: "Cleopatra, the Queen desires to see Barine, the daughter of Leonax, without delay. She must obey any command of Iras, Cleopatra's messenger and her companion." Then, closing the diptychon, she handed it to her attendant, asking, "Whom will you take?" She answered without hesitation, "Alexis." "Very well," answered Cleopatra. "Do not allow her a moment for preparations, whatever they may be, but do not forget, I command you, that she is a woman." With these words she turned to follow the chamberlain, but Iras hurried after her to adjust the diadem upon her head and arrange some of the folds of her robe. Cleopatra submitted, saying kindly, "Something else, I see, is weighing on your heart." "O my mistress," cried the girl, "after these tempests of the soul, these harassing months you are turning night into day and assuming fresh labours and anxieties. If the leech Olympus—" "It must be," interrupted Cleopatra kindly. "The last 2 weeks seemed like a single long and gloomy night, during which I sometimes left my couch for a few hours. One who seeks to drag what is dearest from the river does not consider whether the cold bath is agreeable. If we succumb, it does not matter whether we are well or ill. If, on the contrary, we succeed in gathering another army and saving Egypt, let it cost health and life. The minutes I intend to grant to the woman will be thrown into the bargain. Whatever may come, I shall be ready to meet my fate. I am at one of life's great turning points, and such a time we fulfill our obligations and demands, both great and small." A few minutes later Cleopatra entered the throne-room and saluted the men whom she had roused from their slumber in order to lay before them a bold plan which, in the lowest depths of misfortune, her yearning to offer fresh resistance to the victorious foe had caused her vigorous, restless mind to evoke. When, many years before, the boy with whom, according to her father's will, she shared the throne, and his guardian Pothinus had compelled her to fly from Alexandria, she had found in the eastern frontier of the Delta, on the isthmus which united Egypt to Asia, the remains of the canal which the energetic Pharaohs of former times had constructed to connect the Mediterranean with the Red Sea. Even at that period she had deemed this ruinous work worthy of notice, had questioned the Enites who dwelt there about the remains, and even visited some of them herself during the leisure hours of waiting. From this survey it had seemed possible, by a great expenditure of labour, to again render navigable the canal which the Pharaohs had used to reach both seas in the same galleys, and by which, less than 500 years before, Darius, the founder of the Persian Empire, had brought his fleet to his support. With the tireless desire for knowledge characteristic of her, Cleopatra had sought information concerning all these matters, and in quiet hours had more than once pondered over plans for again uniting the Grecian and Arabian seas. Clearly, plainly, fully, with more thorough knowledge of many details than even the superintendent of the waterworks, she explained her design to the assembled professionals. If it proved practicable, the rescued ships of the fleet, with others lying in the roadstead of Alexandria, could be conveyed across the isthmus into the Red Sea, and thus saved to Egypt and withdrawn from the foe. Supported by this force, many things might be attempted, resistance might be considerably prolonged, and the time thus gained used in gathering fresh aid and allies. If the opportunity to make an attack arrived, a powerful fleet would be at her disposal, for which smaller ships also should now be built at Clysma on the basis of the experience gained at Actium. The men who had been robbed of their night's rest listened in amazement to the melodious words of this woman who, in the deepest disaster, had devised a plan of escape so daring in its grandeur, and understood how to explain it better than any one of their number could have done. They followed every sentence with the keenest attention, and Cleopatra's language grew more impassioned, gained greater power and depth, the more plainly she perceived the unfeigned, enthusiastic admiration paid her by her listeners. Even the oldest and most experienced men did not consider the surprising proposal utterly impossible and impracticable. Some, among them Gorgias, who during the restoration of the Serapeum had helped his father on the eastern frontier of the Delta, and thus became familiar with the neighbourhood of Hieronopolis, feared the difficulties which an elevation of the earth in the centre of the isthmus would place in the way of the enterprise. Yet why should an undertaking which was successful in the days of Sesostris appear unattainable? The shortness of the time at their disposal was a still greater source of anxiety, and to this was added the information that 120,000 workmen had perished during the restoration of the canal, which Pharaoh Necho nearly completed. The waterway was not finished at that period because an oracle had asserted that it would benefit only the foreigners, the Phoenicians. All these points were duly considered, but could not shake the opinion that, under specially favourable conditions, the Queen's plan would be practicable. Though to execute it, obstacles mountain high were to be conquered. All the labourers in the fields who had not been pressed into the army must be summoned to the work. Not an hour's delay was permitted. Where there was no water to bear the ships, an attempt must be made to convey them across the land. There was no lack of means. The mechanics who had understood how to move the obelisks and colossi from the cataract to Alexandria could here again find opportunity to test their brains and former skill. Never had Cleopatra's kindling spirit roused more eager, nay, more passionate sympathy in any councillors gathered around her than during this nocturnal meeting, and when at last she paused, the loud acclamations of excited men greeted her. The Queen's return and the tidings of the lost battle which she had communicated were to be kept secret. Gorgias had been appointed one of the directors of the enterprise, and the intellect, voice, and winning charm of Cleopatra had so enraptured him that he already fancied he saw the commencement of a new love which would be fatal to his regard for Helena. It was foolish to raise his wishes so high, but he told himself that he had never beheld a woman more to be desired. Yet he cherished a very warm memory of the philosopher's granddaughter, and lamented that he would scarcely find it possible to bid her farewell. Zeno, the keeper of the seal, Dion's uncle, had questioned him about his nephew in a very mysterious manner as soon as he entered the council chamber, and received the reply that the wound in the shoulder, which Caesarion had dealt with a short Roman sword, though severe, was, so the physicians assured them, not fatal. This seemed to satisfy Zeno, and ere Gorgias could urge him to extend a protecting hand over his nephew, he excused himself, and with a message to the wounded man, turned his back upon him. The courtier had not yet learned what view the Queen would take of this unfortunate affair, and besides he was overloaded with business. The new enterprise required the issue of a large number of documents conferring authority, which all passed through his hands. Cleopatra addressed a few kind, encouraging words to each one of the experts who had been entrusted with the execution of her plan. Gorgias, too, was permitted to kiss her robe, which stirred his blood afresh. He would fain have flung himself at the feet of this marvellous woman, and, with his services, place his life at her disposal. And Cleopatra noticed the enthusiastic ardour of his glance. He, too, had been mentioned in the list of Barine's admirers. There must be something unusual about this woman, but could she have fired a body of grave men in behalf of a great, almost impossible deed, roused them to such enthusiastic admiration as she, the vanquished, menaced queen? Certainly not. She felt in the right mood to confront Barine as judge and rival. In the midst of the deepest misery she had spent one happy hour. She had again felt with joyous pride that her intellect, fresh and unclouded, would be capable of outstripping the best powers, and in truth she needed no magic goblet to win hearts. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. Barine had been an hour in the palace. The magnificently furnished room to which she was conducted was directly above the council chamber, and sometimes, in the silence of the night, the voice of the Queen or the loud cheers of men were distinctly heard. Barine listened without making the slightest effort to catch the meaning of the words which reached her ears. She longed only for something to divert her thoughts from the deep and bitter emotion which filled her soul. Ay, she was roused to fury, and yet she felt how completely this passionate resentment contradicted her whole nature. True, the shameless conduct of Philostratus during their married life had often stirred the inmost depths of her placid, kindly spirit, and afterwards his brother Alexis had come to drive her by his disgraceful proposals to the verge of despair. Rage was added to the passionate agitation of her soul, and for this she had cause to rejoice. But for this mighty resentment during the time of struggle she might have, perhaps, succumbed from sheer weariness and the yearning desire to rest. At last, she and her friends, by means of great sacrifices, had succeeded in releasing her from these tortures. Philostratus's consent to liberate her was purchased. Alexis's persecution had ceased long before. He had first been sent away as envoy by his patron Antony, and afterwards been compelled to accompany him to the war. How she had enjoyed the peaceful days in her mother's house! How quickly the bright cheerfulness which she had supposed lost had returned to her soul! And to-day fate had blessed her with the greatest happiness life had ever offered. True, she had had only a few brief hours in which to enjoy it, for the attack of the unbridled boys and the wound inflicted upon her lover had cast a heavy shadow on her bliss. Her mother had again proved to be in the right when she so confidently predicted a second misfortune which would follow the first only too soon. Barine had been torn at midnight from her peaceful home and her wounded lover's bedside. This was done by the Queen's command, and, full of angry excitement, she said to herself that the men were right who cursed tyranny because it transformed free human beings into characterless chattels. There could be nothing good awaiting her. That was proved by the messengers whom Cleopatra had sent to summon her at this unprecedented hour. They were her worst enemies, Iras, who desired to wed her lover. Dion had told her so after the assault, and Alexis, whose suit she had rejected in a way which a man never forgives. She had already learned Iras's feelings. The slender figure with the narrow head, long, delicate nose, small chin, and pointed fingers seemed to her like a long, sharp thorn. This strange comparison had entered her head as Iras stood rigidly erect, reading aloud in a shrill, high voice the Queen's command. Everything about this hard, cold face appeared as sharp as a sting and ready to destroy her. Her removal from her mother's house to the royal palace had been swift and simple. After the attack, of which she saw little because, overpowered by fear and horror, she closed her eyes, she had driven home with her lover, where the leech had bandaged his injuries, and Berenike had quickly and carefully transformed her own sleeping chamber into a sick room. Barine, after changing her dress, did not leave Dion's side. She had attired herself carefully, for she knew his delight in outward adornment. When she returned from her grandparents before sunset, she was alone with him, and he, kissing her arm, had murmured that wherever the Greek tongue was spoken there was not one more beautiful. The gem was worthy of its loveliness, so she had opened her baggage to take out the circlet which Antony had given, and it again enclasped her arm when she entered the sick room. Because Dion had told her that he deemed her fairest in the simple white robe she had worn a few days before, when there were no guests save himself and Gorgias, and she had sung until after midnight his favourite songs, as though all were intended for him alone, her choice had fallen upon this garment, and she rejoiced that she had worn it. The wounded man's eyes rested upon her so joyously when she sat down opposite to him. The physician had forbidden him to talk and urged him to sleep, if possible. So Barine only held his hand in silence, whispering, whenever he opened his eyes, a tender word of love and encouragement. She had remained with him for hours, leaving her place at his side merely to give him his medicine or, with her mother's aid, place poultices on his wounds. When his manly face was distorted by suffering, she shared his pain, but during most of the time a calm, pleasant sense of happiness pervaded her mind. She felt safe and sheltered in the possession of the man whom she loved, though fully aware of the perils which threatened him, and perhaps her also. But the assurance of his love completely filled her heart and cast every care entirely into the shade. Many men had seemed estimable and agreeable, a few even desirable husbands, but Dion was the first to awaken love in her ardent but by no means passionate soul. She regarded the experiences of the past few days as a beautiful miracle. How she had yearned and pined until the most fervent desire of her heart was fulfilled. Now Dion had offered her his love, and nothing could rob her of it. Gorgias and the sons of her uncle Arius had disturbed her a short time. After they had gone with a good report, Berenike had entreated her daughter to lie down and let her take her place. But Barine would not leave her lover's couch, and had just loosed her hair to brush it again and fasten the thick, fair braids around her head, when 2 hours after midnight some one knocked loudly on the window shutters. Berenike was in the act of removing the poultice, so Barine herself went into the atrium to wake the doorkeeper. But the old man was not asleep, and had anticipated her. She recognized with a low cry of terror the first person who entered the lighted vestibule, Alexas. Iras followed, her head closely muffled, for the storm was still howling through the streets. Last of all, a lantern-bearer crossed the threshold. The Syrian saluted the startled young beauty with a formal bow, but Iras, without a greeting or even a single word of preparation, delivered the Queen's command, and then read aloud, by the light of the lantern, what Cleopatra had scrawled upon the wax tablet. When Barine, pallid and scarcely able to control her emotion, requested the messengers who had arrived at so late an hour to enter, in order to give her time to prepare for the night drive and take leave of her mother, Iras vouchsafed no reply, but, as if she had the right to rule the house, merely ordered the doorkeeper to bring his mistress's cloak without delay. While the old man with trembling knees moved away, Iras asked if the wounded Dion was in the dwelling, and Barine, her self-control restored by the question, answered with repellent pride that the Queen's orders did not command her to submit to an examination in her own house. Iras shrugged her shoulders and said sneeringly to Alexas, "In truth, I asked too much. One who attracts so many men of all ages can scarcely be expected to know the abode of each individual." "The heart has a faithful memory," replied the Syrian in a tone of correction, but Iras echoed contemptuously, "The heart?" Then all were silent until, instead of the doorkeeper, Berenike herself came hurrying in, bringing the cloak. With pallid face and bloodless lips she wrapped it around her daughter's shoulders, whispering amid floods of tears almost inaudible words of love and encouragement, which Iras interrupted by requesting Barine to follow her to the carriage. The mother and daughter embraced and kissed each other. Then the closed equipage bore the persecuted woman through the storm and darkness to Lochias. Not a word was exchanged between Barine and the Queen's messengers until they reached the room where the former was to await Cleopatra. But here Iras again endeavoured to induce her to speak. At the first question, however, Barine answered that she had no information to give. The room was as bright as if it were noonday, though the lights flickered constantly, for the wind found its way through the thin shutters, closing the windows on both sides of the corner room, and a strong, cold draught swept in. Barine wrapped her cloak more closely around her. The storm which howled about the sea, washed palace, harmonized with the vehement agitation of her soul. Whether she had looked within or without, there was nothing which could have soothed her save the assurance of being loved, an assurance that held fear at bay. Now indignation prevented dread from overpowering her, yet calm consideration could not fail to show her that danger threatened on every hand. The very manner in which Iras and Alexas whispered together, without heeding her presence, boded peril, for courtiers show such contempt only to those whom they know are threatened with the indifference or resentment of the sovereign. Barine, during her married life with a man devoid of all delicacy of feeling and with a disposition as evil as his tongue was ready, had learned to endure many things which were hard to bear. Yet when, after a remark from Iras evidently concerning her, she heard Alexas laugh, she was compelled to exert the utmost self-restraint to avoid telling her enemy how utterly she despised the cowardly cruelty of her conduct. But she succeeded in keeping silent. Still, the painful constraint she imposed on herself must find vent in some way, and as the tortured anguish of her soul reached its height, large tears rolled down her cheeks. These, too, were noticed by her enemy and made the target of her wit. But this time the sarcasm failed to produce its effect upon the Syrian, for instead of laughing he grew grave and whispered something which seemed to Barine a reproof or a warning. Iras's reply was merely a contemptuous shrug of the shoulders. Barine had noticed long before that her mother, in her fear and bewilderment, had brought her own cloak instead of her daughter's, and this circumstance also did not seem to her foe too trivial for a sneer. But the childish insolence that seemed to have taken possession of one who usually by no means lacked dignity was merely the mask beneath which she concealed her own suffering. A grave motive was the source of the mirth by which she affected to be moved at the sight of her enemy's cloak. The grey, ill-fitting garment disfigured Barine, and she desired that the Queen should feel confident of surpassing her rival even in outward charms. No one, not even Cleopatra, could dispense with a protecting wrap in this cold draught, and nothing suited her better than the purple mantle, in whose delicate woolen fabric black and gold dragons and griffins were embroidered. Iras had taken care that it lay ready. Barine could not fail to appear like a beggar in comparison, though Alexis said that her blue kerchief was marvellously becoming. He was a base-minded voluptuary who, aided by rich gifts of mind and wide knowledge, had shunned no means of ingratiating himself with Antony, the most lavish of patrons. The repulse which this man, accustomed to success, had received from Barine had been hard to forget, yet he did not resign the hope of winning her. Never had she seemed more desirable than in her touching weakness. Even base natures are averse to witnessing the torture of the defenceless, and when Iras had aimed another poisoned shaft at her, he ventured, at the risk of vexing his ally, to say under his breath, "Condemned criminals are usually granted before their end a favourite dish. I have no cause to wish Barine anything good, but I would not grudge that. You, on the contrary, seem to delight in pouring wormwood on her last mouthful." "Certainly," she answered, her eyes sparkling brightly. "Malice is the purest of pleasures, at least to me, when exercised on this woman." The Syrian, with a strange smile, held out his hand, saying, "Keep your goodwill towards me, Iras." "Because," she retorted with a sneer, "evil may follow my enmity." "I think so, too. I am not especially sensitive concerning myself, but whoever dares" here she raised her voice "to harm one whom I just listen to the cheers! How she carries all hearts with her! Though fate had made her a beggar, she would still be peerless among women. She is like the sun. The clouds which intrude upon her pathway of radiance are consumed and disappear." While uttering the last sentence, she had turned towards Barine, whose ear the sharp voice again pierced like a thorn, as she commanded her to prepare for the examination. Almost at the same moment the door, caught by the wind, closed with a loud bang. The introducer had opened it, and after a hasty glance exclaimed, "The audience will not be given in this meeting place for all the winds of heaven. Her Majesty desires to receive her late visitor in the Hall of Shells." With these words he bowed courteously to Barine and ushered her and her two companions through several corridors and apartments into a well-heated anteroom. Here even the windows were thoroughly protected from the storm. Several bodyguards and pages belonging to the corps of the royal boys stood waiting to receive them. "This is comfortable," said Alexis, turning to Iras. "Was the winter we have just experienced intended to fill us with twofold gratitude for the delights of the mild spring in this blessed room?" "Perhaps so," she answered sullenly, and then added in a low tone, "Here at Lochias the seasons do not follow their usual course. They change according to the pleasure of the supreme will. Instead of 4, the Egyptians, as you know, have but 3. In the palaces on the Nile they are countless. What is the meaning of this sudden entry of summer? Winter would have pleased me better." The Queen, Iras knew not why, had changed her arrangements for Barine's reception. This vexed her, and her features assumed a gloomy, threatening expression as the young beauty, casting aside her cloak and kerchief, stood awaiting Cleopatra in a white robe of fine material and perfect fit. The thick, fair braids, wound simply around her shapely head, gave her an appearance of almost childish youth, and the sight made Iras feel as if she, and Cleopatra also, were outwitted. In the dimly lighted atrium of the house near the Paneum garden she had noticed only that Barine wore something white. Had it been merely a night robe, so much the better, but she might have appeared in her present garb at the festival of Isis. The most careful deliberation could have selected nothing more suitable or becoming. And did this vain woman go to rest with costly gold ornaments? Else how did the circlet chance to be on her arm? Each of Cleopatra's charms seemed to Iras, who knew them all, like a valuable possession of her own. To see even the least of them surpassed by another vexed her. And to behold in yonder woman a form which she could not deny was no less beautiful, enraged, nay, pierced her to the heart. Since she had known that because of Barine she could hope for nothing more from the man to whose love she believed she possessed a claim dating from their childhood, she had hated the young beauty, and now to the many things which contributed to increase her hostile mood was added the disagreeable consciousness that during the last few hours she had treated her contemptibly. Had she only seen earlier what her foe's cloak concealed, she would have found means to give her a different appearance. But she must remain as she was, for Charmian had already entered. Other hours, however, would follow, and if the next did not decide the fate of the woman whom she hated, future ones should. For this purpose she did not need the aid of Charmian, her uncle Archibius's sister, who had hitherto been a beloved associate and maternal friend. But what had happened? Iras fancied that her pleasant features wore a repellent expression which she had never seen before. Was this also the singer's fault? And what was the cause? The older woman's manner decided the question whether she should still bestow upon her returned relative the love of a grateful niece. No, she would no longer put any restraint upon herself. Charmian should feel that she, Iras, considered any favour shown to her foe an insult. To work against her secretly was not in her nature. She had courage to show an enemy her aversion, and she did not fear Charmian enough to pursue a different course. She knew that the artist Leonax, Barine's father, had been Charmian's lover, but this did not justify her favouring the woman who had robbed her niece of the heart of the man whom she, as Charmian knew, had loved from childhood. Charmian had just had a long conversation with her brother, and had also learned in the palace that Barine had been summoned to the Queen's presence in the middle of the night. So, firmly persuaded that evil was intended to the young woman, who had already passed through so many agitating scenes of joy and sorrow, she entered the waiting room, and her pleasant, though no longer youthful face, framed in smooth grey hair, was greeted by Barine as the shipwrecked mariner hails the sight of land. All the emotions which had darkened and embittered her soul were soothed. She hastened towards her friend's sister as a frightened child seeks its mother, and Charmian perceived what was stirring in her heart. It would not do, under existing circumstances, to kiss her in the palace, but she drew Leonax's daughter towards her to show Iras that she was ready to extend a protecting hand over the persecuted woman. But Barine gazed at her with pleading glances, beseeching aid, whispering amid her tears, "Help me, Charmian! She has tortured, insulted, humiliated me with looks and words so cruelly, so spitefully. Help me! I can bear no more." Charmian shook her kind head and urged her in a whisper to calm herself. She had robbed Iras of her lover. She should remember that. Cost what it might, she must not shed another tear. The Queen was gracious. She, Charmian, would aid her. Everything would depend on showing herself to Cleopatra as she was, not as slander represented her. She must answer her as she would Archibius or herself. The kindly woman, as she spoke, stroked her brow and eyes with maternal tenderness, and Barine felt as if goodness itself had quelled the tempest in her soul. She gazed around her as though roused from a troubled dream, and now for the first time perceived the richly adorned room in which she stood, the admiring glances of the boys in the Macedonian corps of pages, and the bright fire blazing cheerily on the hearth. The howling of the storm increased the pleasant sense of being under a firm roof, and Iras, who had whispered to the introducer at the door, no longer seemed like a sharp thorn or a spiteful demon, but a woman by no means destitute of charm, who repulsed her, but on whom she had inflicted the keenest pang a woman's heart can suffer. Then she again thought of her wounded lover at home, and remembered that, whatever might happen, his heart did not belong to Iras, but to her alone. Lastly, she recalled Archibius's description of Cleopatra's childhood, and this remembrance was followed by the conviction that the omnipotent sovereign would be neither cruel nor unjust, and that it would depend upon herself to win her favour. Charmian, too, was the Queen's confidante, and if the manner of Iras and Alexas had alarmed her, Charmian's might well inspire confidence. All these thoughts darted through her brain with the speed of lightning. Only a brief time for consideration remained, for even as she bowed her head on the bosom of her friend, the introducer entered the room, crying, "Her illustrious Majesty will expect those whom she summoned in a few minutes." Soon after, a chamberlain appeared, waving a fan of ostrich feathers, and, preceded by the court official, they passed through several brilliantly lighted, richly furnished rooms. Barine again breathed freely and moved with head erect, and when the wide, lofty, folding doors of ebony, against whose deep black surface the inlaid figures of Tritons, mermaids, shells, fish, and sea monsters were sharply relieved, she beheld a glittering, magnificent scene. For the hall which Cleopatra had chosen for her reception was completely covered with various marine forms, from the shells to coral and starfish. A wide, lofty structure, composed of masses of stalactites and unhewn blocks of stone, formed a deep grotto at the end of the hall, whence peered the gigantic head of a monster whose open jaws formed the fireplace of the chimney. Logs of fragrant Arabian wood were blazing brightly on the hearth, and the dragon's ruby glass eyes diffused a red light through the apartment, which blended with the rays of the white and pink lamps in the shape of lotus flowers fastened among gold and silver tendrils and groups of sedges on the walls and ceiling, filling the spacious apartment with a soft light whose roseate hue was specially becoming to Cleopatra's waxen complexion. Several stewards and cupbearers, the master of the hunt, chamberlains, female attendants, eunuchs, and other court officials were awaiting the Queen, and pages who belonged to the Macedonian cadet corps of royal boys stood sleepily, with drooping heads, around the small throne of gold, coral, and amber, which, placed opposite to the chimney, awaited the sovereign. Barine had already seen this magnificent hall and others still more beautiful in the Sebasteum, and the splendour therefore neither excited nor abashed her. Only she would fain have avoided the numerous train of courtiers. Could it be Cleopatra's intention to question her before the eyes of all these men, women, and boys? She no longer felt afraid, but her heart still throbbed quickly. It had beat in the same way in her girlhood, when she was asked to sing in the presence of strangers. At last she heard doors open, and an invisible hand parted the heavy curtains at her right. She expected to see the Regent, the Keeper of the Seal, and the whole brilliantly adorned train of attendants who always surrounded the Queen on formal occasions enter the magnificent hall. Else why had it been selected as the scene of this nocturnal trial? But what was this? While she was still recalling the display at the Adonis festival, The curtains began to close again. The courtiers around the throne straightened their bowed figures. The pages forgot their fatigue, and all joined in the Greek salutation of welcome and the life, happiness, health with which the Egyptians greeted their sovereign. The woman of middle height, who now appeared before the curtain, and who, as she crossed the wide hall alone and unattended, seemed to Barine even smaller than when surrounded by the gay throng at the Adonis festival, must be the Queen. Ay, it was she. Iras was already standing by her side, and Charmian was approaching with the introducer. The women rendered her various little services. Thus Iras took from her shoulders the purple mantle with its embroidery of black and gold dragons. What an exquisite masterpiece of the loom it must be! All the dangers against which she must defend herself flashed swiftly through Barine's mind, yet for an instant she felt the foolish feminine desire to see and handle the costly mantle. But Iras had already laid it on the arm of one of the waiting maids, and Cleopatra now glanced around her and with a youthful, elastic step approached the throne. Once more the feeling of timidity which she had had in her girlhood overpowered Barine, but with it came the memory of the garden of Epicurus and Archibius's assurance that she, too, would have left the Queen with her heart overflowing with warm enthusiasm had not a disturbing influence interposed between them. Yet had this disturbing influence really existed? No, it was created solely by Cleopatra's jealous imagination. If she would only permit her to speak freely now, she should hear that Antony cared as little for her as she, Barine, for the boy Cæsarion. What prevented her from confessing that her heart was another's? Iras had no one to blame save herself if she spoke the truth pitilessly in her presence. Cleopatra now turned to the introducer, waving her hand towards the throne and those who surrounded it. Ay, she was indeed beautiful. How bright and clear was the light of her large eyes, in spite of the harassing days through which she had passed and the present night of watching. Cleopatra's heart was still elated by the reception of her bold idea of escape, and she approached Barine with gentler feelings and intentions. She had chosen a pleasanter room for the interview than the one Iras had selected. She desired a special environment to suit each mood, and as soon as she saw the group of courtiers who surrounded the throne, she ordered their dismissal. The introducer, to carry out the usual ceremonial, had commanded their presence in the audience chamber, but their attendance had given the meeting a form which was now distasteful to the Queen. She wished to question, not to condemn. At so happy an hour, it was a necessity of her nature to be gracious. Perhaps she had been unduly anxious concerning this singer. It even seemed probable. For a man who loved her like Antony could scarcely yearn for the favour of another woman. This view had been freshly confirmed by a brief conversation with the chief inspector of sacrifices, an estimable old man who, after hearing how Antony had hurried in pursuit of her at Actium, raised his eyes and hands as if transported with rapture, exclaiming, "Unhappy Queen, yet happiest of women!" No one was ever so ardently beloved, and when the tale is told of the noble Trojan who endured such sore sufferings for a woman's sake, future generations will laud the woman whose resistless spell constrained the greatest man of his day, the hero of heroes, to cast aside victory, fame, and the hope of the world's sovereignty as mere worthless rubbish. Posterity, whose verdict she dreaded, this wise old reader of the future was right, must extol her as the most fervently beloved, the most desirable of women. And Mark Antony, even had the magic power of Nectanebus's goblet forced him to follow her and to leave the battle, there still remained his will, a copy of which, received from Rome, Zeno, the keeper of the seal, had showed to her at the close of the council. Wherever he might die, so ran the words, he desired to be buried by the side of Cleopatra. Octavianus had wrested it from the Vestal virgins, to whose care it had been entrusted, in order to fill the hearts of Roman citizens and matrons with indignation against his foe. The plot had succeeded, but the document had reminded Cleopatra that her heart had given this man the first of its flowers, that love for him had been the sunshine of her life. So, with head erect, she had crossed the threshold where she was to meet the woman who had ventured to sow tares in her garden. She intended to devote only a short time to the interview, which she anticipated with the satisfaction of the strong who are confident of victory. As she approached the throne, her train left the hall. The only persons who remained were Charmian, Iras, Zeno, the keeper of the seal, and the introducer. Cleopatra cast a rapid glance at the throne, to which an obsequious gesture of the courtier's hand invited her. But she remained standing, gazing keenly at Barine. Was it the coloured rays from the ruby eyes of the dragon in the fireplace which shed the roseate glow on Cleopatra's cheeks? It certainly enhanced the beauty of a face now only too frequently pallid and colourless, when rouge did not lend its aid. But Barine understood Archibius's ardent admiration for this rare woman, when Cleopatra, with a faint smile, requested her to approach. Nothing more winning could be imagined than the frank kindness, wholly untinged by condescending pride, of this powerful sovereign. The less Barine had expected such a reception, the more deeply it moved her. Nay, her eyes grew dim with grateful emotion, which lent them so beautiful a lustre, she looked so lovely in her glad surprise, that Cleopatra thought the months which had elapsed since her first meeting with the singer had enhanced her charms. And how young she was! The Queen swiftly computed the years which Barine must have lived as the wife of Philostratus, and afterwards as the attractive mistress of a hospitable house, and found it difficult to reconcile the appearance of this blooming young creature with the result of the calculation. She was surprised, too, to note the aristocratic bearing whose possession no one could deny the artist's daughter. This was apparent even in her dress, yet Iras had roused her in the middle of the night, and certainly had given her no time for personal adornment. She had expected lack of refinement and boldness in the woman who was said to have attracted so many men, but even the most bitter prejudice could have detected no trace of it. On the contrary, the embarrassment, which she could not yet wholly subdue, lent her an air of girlish timidity. All in all, Barine was a charming creature who bewitched men by her vivacity, her grace, and her exquisite voice, not by coquetry and pertness. That she possessed unusual mental endowments, Cleopatra did not believe. Barine had only one advantage over her: youth. Time had not yet robbed the former of a single charm, while from the Queen he had wrested many. Their number was known only to herself and her confidants, but at this hour she did not miss them. Barine, with a low, modest bow, advanced towards the Queen, who commenced the conversation by graciously apologizing for the late hour at which she had summoned her. "But," she added, "you belong to the ranks of the nightingales, who during the night most readily and exquisitely reveal to us what stirs their hearts." Barine gazed silently at the floor a moment, and when she raised her eyes her voice was faint and timid. "I sing, it is true, your Majesty, but I have nothing else in common with the birds. The wings which, when a child, bore me wherever I desired, have lost their strength. They do not wholly refuse their service, but they now require favourable hours to move." "I should not have expected that in the time of your youth, your most beautiful possession," replied the Queen. "Yet it is well. I, too, how long ago it seems, was a child, and my imagination outstripped even the flight of the eagle. It could dare the risk unpunished. Now, whoever has reached mature life is wise to let these wings remain idle. The mortal who ventures to use them may easily approach too near the sun, and like Icarus, the wax will melt from his pinions. Let me tell you this: to the child the gift of imagination is nourishing bread. In later years we need it only as salt, as spice, as stimulating wine. Doubtless it points out many paths and shows us their end, but of 100 rambles to which it summons him, scarcely one pleases the mature man. No troublesome parasite is more persistently and sharply rebuffed. Who can blame the ill-treated friend if it is less ready to serve us as the years go on? The wise man will keep his ears ever open, but rarely lend it his active hand. To banish it from life is to deprive the plant of blossoms, the rose of its fragrance, the sky of its stars. I have often said the same things to myself, though in a less clear and beautiful form, when life has been darkened, replied Barine, with a faint blush, for she felt that these words were doubtless intended to warn her against cherishing too aspiring wishes. But, your Majesty, here also the gods place you, the great Queen, far above us. We should often find existence bare indeed, but for the fancy which endows us with imaginary possessions. You have the power to secure 1,000 things which to us common mortals only the gift of imagination pictures as attainable. You believe that happiness is like wealth, and that the happiest person is the one who receives the largest number of the gifts of fortune, answered the Queen. The contrary, I think, can be easily proved. The maxim that the more we have, the less we need desire is also false, though in this world there are only a certain number of desirable things. He who already possesses one of 10 solidi, which are to be divided, ought really to desire only 9, and therefore would be poorer by a wish than another who has none. True, it cannot be denied that the gods have burdened or endowed me with a greater number of perishable gifts than you and many others. You seem to set a high value upon them. Doubtless there may be one or another which you could appropriate only by the aid of the imagination. May I ask which seems to you the most desirable? Spare me the choice, I beseech you, replied Barine in an embarrassed tone. I need nothing from your treasures. And as for the other possessions, I lack many things, but it is uncertain how the noblest and highest gifts in the possession of the marvellously endowed favourite of the gods would suit the small, commonplace ones I call mine. And I know not — A sensible doubt, interrupted the Queen. The lame man who desired a horse obtained one, and on his first ride broke his neck. The only blessing, the highest of all, which surely bestows happiness, can neither be given away nor transferred from one to another. He who has gained it may be robbed of it the next moment. The last sentence had fallen from the Queen's lips slowly and thoughtfully, but Barine, remembering Archibius's tale, said modestly, You are thinking of the chief good mentioned by Epicurus, perfect peace of mind. Cleopatra's eyes sparkled with a brighter light as she asked eagerly, Do you, the granddaughter of a philosopher, know the system of the master? Very superficially, your Majesty. My intellect is far inferior to yours. It is difficult for me thoroughly to comprehend all the details of any system of philosophy. Yet you have attempted it? Others endeavored to introduce me into the doctrines of the Stoics. I have forgotten most of what I learned. Only one thing lingered in my memory, and I know why, because it pleased me. And that was the wise law of living according to the dictates of our own natures. The command to shun everything contradictory to the simple fundamental traits of our own characters pleased me, and wherever I saw affectation, artificiality, and mannerism, I was repelled, while from my grandfather's teaching I drew the principle that I could do nothing better than to remain, so far as life would permit, what I had been as a child, ere I had heard the first word of philosophy, or felt the constraint which society and its forms impose. So the system of the Stoics leads to this end also, cried the Queen gaily, and turning to the companion of her own studies, she added, Did you hear, Charmian? If we had only succeeded in perceiving the wisdom and calm, purposeful order of existence, which the Stoics, amid so much that is perverse, unhealthy, and provocative of contradiction, nevertheless set above everything else. How can I, in order to live wisely, imitate nature, when in her being and action I encounter so much that is contradictory to my human reason, which is a part of the divine? Here she hesitated, and the expression of her face suddenly changed. She had advanced close to Barine, and while standing directly in front of her, her eyes had rested on the gem which adorned her arm above the elbow. Was it this which agitated Cleopatra so violently that her voice lost its bewitching melody as she went on in a harsh, angry tone? So that is the source of all this misfortune. Even as a child, I detested that sort of arbitrary judgment which passes under the mask of stern morality. There is an example. Do you hear the howling of the storm? In human nature, as well as in the material world, there are tempests and volcanoes which bring destruction, and if the original character of any individual is full of such devastating forces, like the neighbourhood of Vesuvius or Etna, the goal to which his impulses would lead him is clearly visible. I, the Stoic, is not allowed to destroy the harmony and order of things in existence, any more than to disturb those which are established by the state. But to follow our natural impulses wherever they lead us is so perilous a venture that whoever has the power to fix a limit to it betimes is in duty bound to do so. This power is mine, and I will use it." Then, with iron severity, she asked, "As it seems to be one of the demands of your nature, woman, to allure and kindle the hearts of all who bear the name of man, even though they have not yet donned the garb of the Ephebi, so, too, you seem to appear to delight in idle ornaments. Or," and as she spoke she touched Barine's shoulder, "or why should you wear, during the hours of slumber, that circlet on your arm?" Barine had watched with increasing anxiety the marked change in the manner and language of the Queen. She now beheld a repetition of what she had experienced at the Adonis festival, but this time she knew what had roused Cleopatra's jealousy. She, Barine, wore on her arm a gift from Antony. With pallid face she strove to find a fitting answer, but ere she could do so, Iras advanced to the side of the incensed Queen, saying, "That circlet is the counterpart of the one your august husband bestowed upon you. The singer's must also be a gift from Mark Antony. Like everyone else in the world, she deems the noble Imperator the greatest man of his day. Who can blame her for prizing it so highly that she does not remove it even while she sleeps?" Again Barine felt as if a thorn had pierced her, but though the resentment which she had previously experienced once more surged hotly within her heart, she forced herself to maintain seemly external composure and struggled for some word in answer, but she found none suitable and remained silent. She had told the truth. From early youth she had followed the impulses of her own nature without heeding the opinion of mortals, as the teachings of the Stoics directed, and she had been allowed to do so because this nature was pure, truthful, alive to the beautiful, and moreover free from those unbridled volcanic impulses to which the Queen alluded. The cheerful patience of her soul had found ample satisfaction in the cultivation of her art and in social intercourse with men who permitted her to share their own intellectual life. To-day she had learned that the first great passion of her heart had met with a response. Now she was bound to her lover and knew herself to be pure and guiltless, far better entitled to demand respect from sterner judges of morality than the woman who condemned her, or the spiteful Iras who had not ceased to offer her love to Dion. The sorrowful feeling of being misunderstood and unjustly condemned, mingled with fear of the terrible fate to which she might be sentenced by the omnipotent sovereign, whose clear intellect was clouded by jealousy and the resentment of a mother's wounded heart, paralyzed her tongue. Besides, she was confused by the angry emotion which the sight of Iras awakened. Twice, thrice, she strove to utter a few words of explanation, defence, but her voice refused to obey her will. When Charmian at last approached to encourage her, it was too late. The indignant Queen had turned away, exclaiming to Iras, "Let her be taken back to Lochias. Her guilt is proved, but it does not become the injured person, the accuser, to award the punishment. This must be left to the judges before whom we will bring her." Then Barine once more recovered the power of speech. How dared Cleopatra assert that she was convicted of a crime without hearing her defence? As surely as she felt her own innocence, she must succeed in proving it, and with this consciousness she cried out to the Queen in a tone of touching entreaty, "Oh, your Majesty, do not leave me without hearing me. As truly as I believe in your justice, I can ask you to listen to me once more. Do not give me up to the woman who hates me because the man whom she—" Here Cleopatra interrupted her. Royal dignity forbade her to hear one woman's jealous accusation of another, but with the subtle discernment with which women penetrate one another's moods, she heard in Barine's piteous appeal a sincere conviction that she was too severely condemned. Doubtless she also had reason to believe in Iras's hate, and Cleopatra knew how mercilessly she pursued those who had incurred her displeasure. She had rejected and still shuddered at her advice to remove the singer from her path, for an inner voice warned her not to burden her soul now with a fresh crime, which would disturb its peace. Besides, she had at first been much attracted by this charming, winning creature, but the irritating thought that Antony had bestowed the same gift upon the sovereign and the artist's daughter still so incensed her that it taxed to the utmost her graciousness and self-control, as, without addressing any special person, she exclaimed, glancing back into the hall, "This examination will be followed by another. When the time comes, the accused must appear before the judges. Therefore she must remain at Lochias and in custody. It is my will that no harm befalls her. You are her friend, Charmian. I will place her in your charge. Only," here she raised her voice, "on pain of my anger, do not allow her by any possibility to leave the palace, even for a moment, or to hold intercourse with any person save yourself." With these words she passed out of the hall and went into her own apartments. She had turned the night into day, not only to dispatch speedily matters which seemed to her to permit of no delay, but even more because, since the battle of Actium, she dreaded the restless hours upon her lonely couch. They seemed endless, and though before she had remembered with pleasure the unprecedented display and magnificence with which she had surrounded her love life with Antony, she now, in these hours, reproached herself for having foolishly squandered the wealth of her people. The present appeared unbearable, and from the future a host of black cares pressed upon her. The following days were overcrowded with business details. Half of her nights were spent in the observatory. She had not asked again for Barine. On the fifth night she permitted Alexas to conduct her once more to the little observatory which had been erected for her father at Lochias, and Antony's favourite knew how to prove that a star which had long threatened her planet was that of the woman whom she seemed to have forgotten as completely as she had ignored his former warning against this very foe. The Queen denied this, but Alexas eagerly continued, "The night after your return home, your kindness was again displayed in its inexhaustible and, to us less noble souls, incomprehensible wealth. Deeply agitated, we watched, during the memorable examination, the touching spectacle of the greatest heart making itself the standard by which to measure what is petty and ignoble. But ere the second trial takes place, the wanderers above, who know the future, bid me warn you once more. For that woman's every look was calculated, every word had its fixed purpose, every tone of her voice was intended to produce a certain effect. Whatever she said, or may yet say, had no other design than to deceive my royal mistress. As yet there have been no definite questions and answers, but you will have her examined. And then, what may she not make of the story of Mark Antony, Barine, and the two armlets? Perhaps it will be a masterpiece." "Do you know its real history?" asked Cleopatra, clasping her fingers more closely around the pencil in her hand. "If I did," replied Alexis, smiling significantly, "the receiver of stolen goods should not betray the thief." "Not even if the person who has been robbed, the Queen, commands you to give up the dishonestly acquired possession?" "Unfortunately, even then I should be forced to withhold obedience, for consider, my royal mistress, there are but two great luminaries around which my dark life revolves. Shall I betray the moon, when I am sure of gaining nothing thereby save to dim the warm light of the sun?" "That means that your revelations would wound me, the sun?" "Unless your lofty soul is too great to be reached by shadows which surround less noble women with an atmosphere of indescribable torture." "Do you intend to render your words more attractive by the veil with which you shroud them? It is transparent and dims the vision very little. My soul, you think, should be free from jealousy and the other weaknesses of my sex. There you are mistaken. I am a woman and wish to remain one. As Terence's Chremes says he is a human being, and nothing human is unknown to him, I do not hesitate to confess all feminine frailties. Anubis told me of a queen in ancient times who would not permit the inscriptions to record she, but he came, or he, the ruler, conquered. Fool! Whatever concerns me, my womanhood is not less lofty than the crown. I was a woman ere I became queen. The people prostrate themselves before my empty litters. But when, in my youth, I wandered in disguise with Antony through the city streets and visited some scene of merrymaking, while the men gazed admiringly at me, and we heard voices behind us murmur, 'A handsome couple,' I returned home full of joy and pride. But there was something greater still for the woman to learn. When the heart in the breast of the Queen forgot throne and sceptre, and in the hours consecrated to Eros tasted joys known to womanhood alone. How can you men, who only command and desire, understand the happiness of sacrifice? I am a woman. My birth does not exalt me above any feeling of my sex, and what I now ask is not as queen, but as woman." "If that is the case," Alexis answered, with his hand upon his heart, "you impose silence upon me. For were I to confess to the woman Cleopatra what agitates my soul, I should be guilty of a double crime. I would violate a promise and betray the friend who confided his noble wife to my protection." "Now the darkness is becoming too dense for me," replied Cleopatra, raising her head with repellent pride. "Or if I choose to raise the veil, I must point out to you the barriers." "Which surround the Queen," replied the Syrian with an obsequious bow. "There you behold the fact. It is an impossibility to separate the woman from the princess. So far as I am concerned, I do not wish to anger the former against the presumptuous adorer, and I desire to yield to the latter the obedience which is her due. Therefore, I entreat you to forget the armlet and its many painful associations, and pass to the consideration of other matters. Perhaps the fair Barine will voluntarily confess everything, and even add how she managed to ensnare the amiable son of the greatest of men and the most admirable of mothers, the young King Cæsarion." Cleopatra's eyes flashed more brightly, and she angrily exclaimed, "I found the boy just now, as though he were possessed by demons. He was ready to tear the bandage from his wound if he were refused the woman whom he loved. A magic potion was the first thought, and his tutor, of course, attributes everything to magic arts. Charmian, on the contrary, declares that his visits annoyed and even alarmed Barine. Nothing except a rigid investigation can throw light upon this subject. We will await the Imperator's return. Do you think that he will again seek the singer? You are his most trusted confidant. If you desire his best good and care for my favour, drop your hesitation and answer this question." The Syrian assumed the manner of a man who had reached a decision and answered firmly, "Certainly he will, unless you prevent him. The simplest way would be well, to inform him, as soon as he lands, that she is no longer to be found. I should be especially happy to receive this commission from my royal son.
And do you think it would dim the light of your moon a little, were he to seek her here in vain? As surely as that the contrary would be the case, if he were always as gratefully aware of the peerless brilliancy of his sun as it deserves. Helios suffers no other orb to appear so long as he adorns the heavens. His lustre quenches all the rest. Let my sun so decree, and Barine's little star will vanish. Enough. I know your aim now. But a human life is no small thing, and this woman, too, is the child of a mother. We must consider, earnestly consider, whether our purpose cannot be gained without proceeding to extremes. This must be done with zeal and a kindly intention. But now when the fate of this country, my own and the children's, is hanging in the balance, when I have not 15 minutes at my command and there is no end of writing and consulting, I can waste no time on such matters. The reflective mind must be permitted to use its mighty wings unimpeded, cried the Syrian eagerly. Leave the settlement of minor matters to trustworthy friends. Here they were interrupted by the introducer, who announced the eunuch Mardion. He had come on business which, spite of the late hour, permitted no delay. Alexas accompanied the Queen to the tablinum, where they found the eunuch. A slave attended him, carrying a pouch filled with letters which had just been brought by 2 messengers from Syria. Among them were some which must be answered without delay. The keeper of the seal and the exegetus were also waiting. Their late visit was due to the necessity of holding a conference in relation to the measures to be adopted to calm the excited citizens. All the galleys which had escaped from the battle had entered the harbour the day before, wreathed with garlands as if a great victory had been won. Loud acclamations greeted them, yet tidings of the defeat at Actium spread with the swiftness of the wind. Crowds were now gathering. Threatening demonstrations had been made in front of the Sebasteum, and on the square of the Serapeum the troops had been compelled to interfere, and blood had flowed. There lay the letters. Zeno remarked that more papers conferring authority were required for the work on the canal, and the exegetus earnestly besought definite instruction. "It is much, much," murmured Cleopatra. Then, drawing herself up to her full height, she exclaimed, "Well, then, to work!" But Alexas did not permit her to do this at once. Humbly advancing as she took her seat at the large writing table, he whispered, "And with all this, must my royal mistress devote time and thought to the destroyer of her peace? To disturb your majesty with this trifle is a crime, yet it must be committed, for should the affair remain unheeded longer, the trickling rivulet may become a mountain torrent." Here Cleopatra, whose glance had just rested upon a fateful letter from King Herod, turned her face half towards her husband's favourite, exclaiming curtly, with glowing cheeks, "Presently." Then she glanced rapidly over the letter, pushed it excitedly aside, and dismissed the waiting Syrian with the impatient words, "Attend to the trial and the rest. No injustice, but no untimely mildness. I will look into this unpleasant matter myself before the Imperator returns." "And the authority?" asked the Syrian with another low bow. "You have it. If you need a written one, apply to Zeno. We will discuss the affair further at some less busy hour." The Syrian retired, but Cleopatra turned to the eunuch and, flushed with emotion, cried, pointing to the King of Judea's letter, "Did you ever witness baser ingratitude? The rats think the ship is sinking, and it is time to leave it. If we succeed in keeping above water, they will return in swarms, and this must be done for the sake of this beloved country and her independence. Then the children, all our powers must now be taxed, every expedient must be remembered and used. We will hammer each feeble hope until it becomes the strong steel of certainty. We will transform night into day. The canal will save the fleet. Mark Antony will find in Africa Pinarius Scarpus with untouched loyal legions. The gladiators are faithful to us. We can easily make them ours, and my brain is seething with other plans. But first we will attend to the Alexandrians. No violence." This exclamation was followed by order after order, and the promise that, if necessary, she would show herself to the people. The exegetus was filled with admiration as he received the clear, sagacious directions. After he had retired with his companions, the Queen again turned to the Regent, saying, "We did wisely to make the people happy at first with tidings of victory. The unexpected news of terrible disaster might have led them to some unprecedented deed of madness. Disappointment is a more common pain, for which less powerful remedies will suffice. Besides, many things could be arranged ere they knew that I was here. How much we have accomplished already! Mardian! But I have not even granted myself the joy of seeing my children. I was forced to defer the pleasure of the companionship of my oldest friends, even Archibius. When he comes again, he will be admitted. I have given the order. He knows Rome thoroughly. I must hear his opinion of pending negotiations." She shivered as she spoke, and pressing her hand upon her brow, exclaimed, "Octavianus victor, Cleopatra vanquished, I who was everything to Cæsar, beseeching mercy from his heir, I, a petitioner to Octavia's brother! Yet no, no! There are still 100 chances of avoiding the horrible doom. But whoever wishes to compel the field to bear fruits must dig sturdily, draw the buckets from the well, plough, and sow the seed. To work, then to work! When Antony returns, he must find all things ready. The first success will restore his lost energy. I glanced through yonder letter while talking with the Exegetus. Now I will dictate the answer." So she sat reading, writing, and dictating, listening, answering, and giving orders, until the east brightened with the approach of dawn, the morning star grew pale, and the Regent, utterly exhausted, entreated her to consider her own health and his years, and permit him a few hours' rest. Then she, too, allowed herself to be led into her darkened chamber, and this time a friendly, dreamless slumber closed her weary eyes and held her captive until roused by the loud shouts of the multitude who had heard of the Queen's return and flocked to Lochias. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. During these hours of rest, Iras and Charmian had watched in turn beside Cleopatra. When she rose, the younger attendant rendered her the necessary services. She was to devote herself to her mistress until the evening, for her companion, who now stood in her way, was not to return earlier. Before Charmian left, she had seen that her apartments, in which Barine, since the Queen had placed her in her charge, had been a welcome guest, were carefully watched. The commander of the Macedonian Guard, who years before had vainly sought her favour and finally had become the most loyal of her friends, had promised to keep them closely. Yet Iras knew how to profit by her mistress's sleep and the absence of her aunt. She had learned that she would be shut out of her apartments and therefore from Barine also. Ere any step could be taken against the prisoner, she must first arrange the necessary preliminaries with Alexis. The failure of her expectation of seeing her rival trampled in the dust had transformed her jealous resentment into hatred, and though she was her niece, she even transferred a portion of it to Charmian, who had placed herself between her and her victim. She had sent for the Syrian, but he too had gone to rest at a late hour and kept her waiting a long time. The reception which the impatient girl bestowed was therefore by no means cordial, but her manner soon grew more friendly. First, Alexis boasted of having induced the Queen to commit Barine's fate to him. If he should try her at noon and find her guilty, there was nothing to prevent him from compelling her to drink the poisoned cup or having her strangled before evening. But the matter would be dangerous, because the singer's friends were numerous and by no means powerless. Yet in the depths of her heart Cleopatra desired nothing more ardently than to rid herself of her dangerous rival. But he knew the great ones of the earth. If he acted energetically and brought matters to a speedy close, the Queen, to avoid evil gossip, would burden him with her own act. Antony's mood could not be predicted, and the Syrian's weal or woe depended on his favour. Besides, the execution of the singer at the last Adonis festival might have a dangerous effect upon the people of Alexandria. They were already greatly excited, and his brother, who knew them, said that some were overwhelmed with sorrow, and others ready in their fury to rise in a bloody rebellion. Everything was to be feared from this rabble, but Philostratus understood how to persuade them to many things, and Alexis had just secured his aid. Alexis had really succeeded in the work of reconciliation. During the orator's married life with Barine, she had forbidden her brother-in-law the house, and her husband had quarrelled with the brother who sought his wife. But after the latter had risen to a high place in Antony's favour and been loaded with gold by his lavish hand, Philostratus had again approached him to claim his share of the new wealth. And the source from which Alexis drew flowed so abundantly that his favourite did not find it difficult to give. Both men were as unprincipled as they were lavish, and experience taught them that base natures always have at their disposal a plank with which to bridge chasms. If it is of gold, it will be crossed the more speedily. Such was the case here, and of late it had become specially firm, for each needed the other's aid. Alexis loved Barine, while Philostratus no longer cared for her. On the other hand, he hated Dion with so ardent a thirst for revenge that to obtain it he would have resigned even the hope of fresh gains. The humiliation inflicted upon him by the arrogant Macedonian noble, and the derision which through his efforts had been heaped upon him, haunted him like importunate pursuers, and he felt that he could only rid himself of them with the source of his disgrace. Without his brother's aid, he would have been content to assail Dion with his slandering tongue. With his powerful assistance, he could inflict a heavier injury upon him, perhaps even rob him of liberty and life. They had just made an agreement by which Philostratus pledged himself to reconcile the populace to any punishment that might be inflicted upon Barine, and Alexis promised to help his brother take a bloody vengeance upon Dion the Macedonian. Barine's death could be of no service to Alexis. The sight of her beauty had fired his heart a second time, and he was resolved to make her his own. In the dungeon, perhaps by torture, she should be forced to grasp his helping hand. All this would permit no delay. Everything must be done before the return of Antony, who was daily expected. Alexis's lavish patron had made him so rich that he could bear to lose his favour for the sake of this object. Even without it, he could maintain a household with royal magnificence in some city of his Syrian home. On receiving the favourite's assurance that he would remove Barine from Charmian's protection on the morrow, Iras became more gracious. She could make no serious objection to his statement that the new trial might not, it is true, end in a sentence of death, but the verdict would probably be transportation to the mines, or something of the sort. Then Alexis cautiously tested Iras's feelings towards his brother's mortal foe. They were hostile, yet when the favourite intimated that he, too, ought to be given up to justice, she showed so much hesitation that Alexis stopped abruptly and turned the conversation upon Barine. Here she promised assistance with her former eager zeal, and it was settled that the arrest should be made the following morning during the hours of Charmian's attendance upon the Queen. Iras had valuable counsel to offer. She was familiar with one of the prisons whose doors she had opened to many a hapless mortal whose disappearance, in her opinion, might be of service to the Queen. She had deemed it a duty, aided by the Keeper of the Seal, to anticipate her mistress in cases where her kind heart would have found it difficult to pronounce a severe sentence, and Cleopatra had permitted it, though without commendation or praise. What happened within its walls, thanks to the silence of the warder, never passed beyond the portals. If Barine cursed her life there, she would still fare better than she, Iras, who during the past few nights had been on the brink of despair whenever she thought of the man who had disdained her love and abandoned her for another. As the Syrian held out his hand to take leave, she asked bluntly, "And Dion?" "He cannot be set free," was the reply, "for he loves Barine. Nay, the fool was on the eve of leading her home to his beautiful palace as its mistress." "Is that true, really true?" asked Iras, whose cheeks and lips lost every tinge of colour, though she succeeded in maintaining her composure. "He confessed it yesterday in a letter to his uncle, the Keeper of the Seal, in which he entreated him to do his utmost for his chosen bride, whom he would never resign. But Zeno has no liking for this niece. Do you wish to see the letter?" "Then, of course, he cannot be set at liberty," replied Iras, and there was additional shrillness in her voice. "He will do everything in his power for the woman he loves, and that is much, far more than you, who are half a stranger here, suspect. The Macedonian families stand by each other. He is a member of the council. The bands of the Ephebi will support him to a man. And the populace? He lately spoiled the game of your brother, who was acting for me in a way. He was finally dragged out of the basin of the fountain, dripping with water and overwhelmed with shame." For that very reason his mouth must be closed." Iras nodded assent, but after a short pause she exclaimed angrily: "I will help you to silence him, but not forever. Do you hear? Theodotus's saying about the dead dogs which do not bite brought no blessing to any one who followed it. There are other ways of getting rid of this man." "A bird sang that you were not unfriendly to him." "A bird? Then it was probably an owl, which cannot see in the daylight. His worst enemy, your brother, would probably sacrifice himself for his welfare sooner than I." "Then I shall begin to feel sympathy for this Dion. I saw recently that your compassion surpassed mine. Death is not the hardest punishment. Is that the cause of this gracious respite?" "Perhaps so, but there are other matters to be considered here. First, the condition of the times. Everything is tottering, even the royal power, which a short time ago was a wall which concealed many things and afforded shelter from every assault. Then Dion himself. I have already numbered those who will support him. Since the defeat at Actium, the Queen can no longer exclaim to that many-headed monster, the people, 'You must,' but I entreat the others. The first considerations are enough, but may I be permitted to know what my wise friend has awarded to the hapless wight from whom she withdrew her favour?" "First, imprisonment here at Lochias. He has stained his hands with the blood of Cæsarion, the King of Kings. That is high treason, even in the eyes of the people. Try to obtain the order for the arrest this very day. Whenever I can disturb the Queen with such matters. Not for my sake, but to save her from injury. Away with everything which can cloud her intellect in these decisive days. First, away with Barine, who spoiled her return home, and then let us take care of the man who would be capable, for this woman's sake, of causing an insurrection in Alexandria. The great cares associated with the state and the throne are hers. For the minor ones of the toilet and the heart I will provide." Here she was interrupted by one of Cleopatra's waiting maids. The Queen had awakened, and Iras hastened to her post. As she passed Charmian's apartments and saw two handsome soldiers belonging to the Macedonian bodyguard pacing to and fro on duty before them, her face darkened. It was against her alone that Charmian was protecting Barine. She had been harshly reproved by the older woman on account of the artist's daughter, who had been the source of so many incidents which had caused her pain, and Iras regretted that she had ever confided to her aunt her love for Dion. But no matter what might happen, the upas tree whence emanated all these tortures, anxieties, and vexations must be rooted out, stricken from the ranks of the living. Ere she entered the Queen's anteroom, she had mentally pronounced sentence of death on her enemy. Her inventive brain was now busy in devising means to induce the Syrian to undertake its execution. If this stone of offence was removed, it would again be possible to live in harmony with Charmian. Dion would be free, and then, much as he had wounded her, she would defend him from the hatred of Philostratus and his brother. She entered the Queen's presence with a lighter heart. The death of a condemned person had long since ceased to move her deeply. While rendering the first services to her mistress, who had been much refreshed by her sleep, her face grew brighter and brighter, for Cleopatra voluntarily told her that she was glad to have her attendance and not be constantly annoyed by the same disagreeable matter which must soon be settled. In fact, Charmian, conscious that no one else at court would have ventured to do so, had never grown weary, spite of many a rebuff, of pleading Barine's cause until the day before Cleopatra, in a sudden fit of anger, had commanded her not to mention the mischief maker again. When Charmian soon after requested permission to let Iras take her place the following day, the Queen already regretted the harsh reproof she had given her friend, and while cordially granting the desired leave, begged her to attribute her angry impatience to the cares which burdened her. "And when you show me your kind, faithful face again," she concluded, "you will have remembered that a true friend withholds from an unhappy woman whom she loves whatever will shadow more deeply her already clouded life. This Barine's very name sounds like a jeer at the composure I maintain with so much difficulty. I do not wish to hear it again." The words were uttered in a tone so affectionate and winning that Charmian's vexation melted like ice in the sun. Yet she left the Queen's presence anxious and troubled, for ere she quitted the room Cleopatra remarked that she had committed the singer's affairs to Alexas. She was now doubly eager to obtain a day's freedom, for she knew the unprincipled favourite's feelings towards the young beauty, and longed to discuss with Archibius the best means of guarding her from the worst perils. When, at a late hour, she went to rest, she was served by the Nubian maid who had accompanied her to the court from her parents' home. She came from the cataract, where she had been bought when the family of Alpius accompanied the child Cleopatra to the island of Philae. Anukis was given to Charmian, who at the time was just entering womanhood, as the first servant who was her sole property, and she had proved so clever, skilful, apt to learn, and faithful, that her mistress took her as her personal attendant to the palace. Charmian's warm, unselfish love for the Queen was equalled by Anukis's devotion to the mistress who had long since made her free, and had become so strongly attached to her that the Nubian's interests were little less regarded than her own. Her sound, keen judgment and natural wit had gained a certain renown in the palace, and as Cleopatra often condescended to rouse her to an apt answer, Antony had done so too, and since the slight crook in the back, which she had from childhood, had grown into a hump, he gave her the name of Aisopion, the female Aesop. All the Queen's attendants now used it, and though others of lower rank did the same, she permitted it, though her ready wit would have supplied her tongue with a retort sharp enough to respond to any word which displeased her. But she knew the life and fables of Aesop, who had also once been a slave, and deemed it an honour to be compared with him. When Charmian had left Cleopatra and sought her chamber, she found Barine sound asleep, but Anukis was awaiting her, and her mistress told her with what deep anxiety for Barine she had quitted the presence of the Queen. She knew that the Nubian was fond of the young matron, whom in her childhood she had carried in her arms, and whose father, Leonax, had often jested with her. The maid had watched her career with much interest, and while Barine had been her mistress's guest, her efforts to amuse and soothe her were unceasing. She had gone every morning to Berenike to ask tidings of Dion's health, and always brought favourable news. Anukis knew Philostratus and his brother too, and as she liked Antony, who jested with her so kindly, she grieved to see an unprincipled fellow like Alexas his chief confidant. She knew the plots with which the Syrian had persecuted Barine, and when Charmian told her that the Queen had committed the young beauty's fate to this man's keeping, her dark face grew fairly livid. But she forced herself to conceal the terror which the news inspired. Her mistress was also aware what this choice meant to Barine, but Anukis would have thought it wrong to disturb Charmian's sleep by revealing her own distress. It was fortunate that she was going early the next morning to seek the aid of Archibius, whom Anukis believed to be the wisest of men. But this by no means soothed her. She knew the fable of the lion and the mouse, which had been told in her home long before the time of the author for whom she was nicknamed, and already more than once she had been in a position to render far greater and more powerful persons an important service. To soothe Charmian to sleep and turn her thoughts in another direction, she told her about Dion, whom she had found much better that day, how tenderly he seemed to love Barine, and how touchingly patient and worthy of her father the daughter of Leonax had been. After her mistress had fallen asleep, she went to the hall, where, spite of the late hour, she expected to meet some of the servants, sure of being greeted as a welcome guest. When, a short time later, Alexas's body slave appeared, she filled his wine cup, sat down by his side, and tried with all the powers at her command to win his confidence. And so well did the elderly Nubian succeed that Marsyas, a handsome young Ligurian, after she had gone, declared that Aesopion's jokes and stories were enough to bring the dead to life, and it was as pleasant to talk seriously with the brown-skinned monster as to dally with a fair-haired sweetheart. After Charmian had left the palace the following morning, Anukis again sought Marsyas and learned from him for what purpose and at what hour Iras had summoned Alexas. His master was continually whispering with the languishing Macedonian. When Anukis returned, Barine seemed troubled because she brought no tidings from her mother and Dion. But the Nubian entreated her to have patience and gave her some books and a spindle that she might have occupation in her solitude. She, Anukis, must go to the kitchen because she had heard yesterday that the cook had bought some mushrooms which might be poisonous. She knew the fungi and wanted to see them. Then, passing into Charmian's chamber, she glided through the corridor which connected the apartments of Cleopatra's confidential attendants and slipped into Iras's room. When Alexas entered, she was concealed behind one of the hangings which covered the walls of the reception room. After the Syrian had retired and Iras had been called away, Anukis returned to Barine and said that the mushrooms had really been poisonous and of the deadliest species. They had been cooked, and she must go out to seek an antidote. Since a precious human life might be at stake, Barine would not wish to keep her. "Go," said the latter kindly, "but if you are the old obliging Aisopion, you won't object to going a little farther." "And inquiring at the house near the Paneum garden," added Anukis. "That was already settled. Longing is also a poison for a loving heart, and its antidote is good news." With these laughing words she left her favourite, but as soon as she was out of doors her black brow became lined with earnest thought, and she stood pondering a long time. At last she went to the Bruchium to hire a donkey to ride to Canopus, where she hoped to find Archibius. It was difficult to reach the nearest stand, for a great crowd had assembled on the quay between the Lochias and the Corner of the Muses, and groups of the common people, sailors and slaves, were constantly flocking hither. But she at last forced her way to the spot, and while the driver was helping her to mount the animal she had chosen, she asked what had attracted the throng, and he answered, "They are tearing down the house of the old museum fungus, Didymus." "How can that be?" cried the startled woman. "The good old man?" "Good?" repeated the driver scornfully. "He's a traitor who has caused all the trouble. Philostratus, the brother of the great Alexas, a friend of Mark Antony, told us so. He wanted to prove it, so it must be true. Hear the shouts and how the stones are flying. Yes, yes. His granddaughter and her lover set an ambush for the King Caesarion. They would have killed him, but the watch interfered, and now he lies wounded on his couch. If mighty Isis does not lend her aid, the young prince's life will soon be over." Then, turning to the donkey, he dealt him 2 severe blows on the right and left haunches, shouting, "Hi, Grey! It does one good to hear that royal backs have room for the cudgel, too." Meanwhile, the Nubian was hesitating whether she should not first turn the donkey to the right and seek Didymus, but Barine was threatened by greater peril, and her life was of more value than the welfare of the aged pair. This decided the question, and she rode forward. The donkey and his driver did their best, but they came too late, for in the little palace at Canopus, Anukis learned from the porter that Archibius had gone to the city with his old friend Timagenes, the historian who lived in Rome, and seemed to have come to Alexandria as an envoy. Charmian, too, had been here, but also failed to find the master of the house and followed him. Evil tidings, which, owing to the loss of time involved, might prove fatal. If the donkey had only been swifter. True, Archibius's stable was full of fine animals, but who was she that she should presume to use them? Yet she had gained something which rendered her the equal of many who were born free and occupied a higher station, the reputation for trustworthiness and wisdom. And relying upon this, she told the faithful old steward, as far as possible, what was at stake, and soon after he himself took her, both mounted on swift mules, to the city and the Paneum garden. He chose the nearest road thither through the Gate of the Sun and the Canopic Way. Usually at this hour it was crowded with people, but to-day few persons were astir. All the idlers had thronged to the Bruchium and the harbour to see the returning ships of the vanquished fleet, hear something new, witness the demonstrations of joy, the sacrifices and processions, and, if fortune favoured, meet the Queen and relieve their overflowing hearts by acclamations. When the carriage turned towards the left and approached the Paneum, progress for the first time became difficult. A dense crowd had gathered around the hill on whose summit the sanctuary of Pan dominated the spacious garden. Anukis's eye perceived the tall figure of Philostratus, was the mischief maker everywhere. This time he seemed to encounter opposition, for loud shouts interrupted his words. Just as the carriage passed, he pointed to the row of houses in which the widow of Leonax lived, but violent resistance followed the gesture. Anukis perceived what restrained the crowd, for as the equipage approached its destination, a body of armed youths stopped it, their finely formed limbs, steeled by the training of the palæstra, and the raven, chestnut, and golden locks floating around their well-shaped heads were indeed beautiful. They were a band of the Ephebi, formerly commanded by Archibius, and to whose leadership more recently Dion had been elected. The youths had heard what had occurred, that imprisonment, perhaps even worse disaster, threatened him. At any other time it would scarcely have been possible to oppose the decree of the government and guard their imperilled friend, but in these dark days the rulers must deal with them. Though they were loyal to the Queen and had resolved, spite of her defeat, to support her cause, as soon as she needed them, they would not suffer Dion to be punished for a crime which in their eyes was an honour. Their determination to protect him grew more eager with every vexatious delay on the part of the city council to deal with a matter which concerned one of their own body. They had not yet decided whether to demand a full pardon or only a mild sentence for the man who had wounded the King of Kings, the son of the sovereign. Moreover, the quiet Cæsarion, still subject to his tutor, had not understood how to win the favour of the Ephebi. The weakling never appeared in the palæstra, which even the great Mark Antony did not disdain to visit. The latter had more than once given the youths assembled there proofs of his giant strength, and his son Antyllus also frequently shared their exercises. Dion had merely dealt Cæsarion with his clenched fist one of the blows which every one must encounter in the arena. Philotas of Amphissa, the pupil of Didymus, had been the first to inform them of the attack, and with fiery zeal had used his utmost power to atone for the wrong done to his master's granddaughter. His appeal had roused the most eager sympathy. The Ephebi believed themselves strong enough to defend their friend against any one, and if the worst should come, they knew they would be sustained by the consul, the Exegetus, the captain of the guard, a brave Macedonian who had once been an ornament of their own band, and the numerous clients of Dion and his family. There was not a single weakling among them. They had already found an opportunity to prove this, for though they had arrived too late to protect Didymus's property from injury, they had checked the fury of the mob whose passions Philostratus had aroused, and forced back the crowd whom the Syrian led to Barine's dwelling to devote it to the same fate. Another equipage was already standing before the door of Berenike's house, one of the carriages which were always at the disposal of the Queen's officials, when Anukis left Archibius's vehicle. Had some of Alexas's myrmidons arrived, or was he himself on the way to examine Dion or even arrest him? The driver, like all the palace servants, knew Anukis, and she learned from him that he had brought Gorgias, the architect. Anukis had never met the latter, though during the rebuilding of Cæsarion's apartments she had often seen him and heard much of him. Among other things, that Dion's beautiful palace was his work. He was a friend of the wounded man, so she need not fear him. When she entered the atrium, she heard that Berenike had gone out to drive with Archibius and his Roman friend. The leech had forbidden his patient to see many visitors. No one had been admitted except Gorgias and one of Dion's freedmen. But time pressed. People of the same rank and disposition understand one another. The old porter and the Nubian were both loyal to their employers, and moreover were natives of the same country. So it required only a few words to persuade the doorkeeper to conduct her without delay to the bedside of the wounded man. The freedman, a tall, weather-beaten greybeard, simply clad, who looked like a pilot, was waiting outside the sick room. He had not yet been admitted to Dion's presence, but this did not appear to vex him, for he stood leaning quietly against the wall beside the door, gazing at the broad-brimmed sailor's hat, which he was slowly turning in his hands. Scarcely had Dion heard Anukis's name when an eager "Let her come in" reached her ears through the half-open door. The Nubian waited to be summoned, but her dark face must have showed distinctly that something important and urgent had brought her here, for the wounded man added to his first words of greeting the expression of a fear that she had no good news. Her reply was an eager nod of assent, accompanied by a doubtful glance at Gorgias, and Dion now curtly told the architect the name of the newcomer and assured her that his friend might hear everything, even the greatest secret. Anukis uttered a sigh of relief, and then, in a tone of the most earnest warning, poured forth the story of the impending danger. She would not be satisfied when he spoke of the Ephebi, who were ready to defend him, and the council, which would make the cause of one of its members its own, but entreated him to seek some safe place of refuge, no matter where, for powers against whom no resistance would avail were stretching their hands towards him. Even this statement, however, proved useless, for Dion was convinced that the influence of his uncle, the keeper of the seal, would guard him from any serious danger. Then Anukis resolved to confess what she had overheard, but she told the story without mentioning Barine and the peril threatening her also. Finally, with all the warmth of a really anxious heart, she entreated him to heed her warning. Even while she was still speaking, the friends exchanged significant glances, but scarcely had the last words fallen from her lips when the giant figure of the freedman passed through the door, which had remained open. "You here, Pyrrhus?" cried the wounded man kindly. "Yes, master, it is I," replied the stalwart fellow, twirling his sailor hat still faster. "Listening isn't exactly my trade, and I don't usually enter your presence uninvited, but I couldn't help hearing what came through the door, and the croaking of the old raven drew me in." "I wish you had heard more cheerful things," replied Dion, "but the brown-skinned bird of ill omen usually sings pleasant songs, and they all come from a faithful heart. But when my silent Pyrrhus opens his mouth so far, something important must surely follow, and you can speak freely in her presence." The sailor cleared his throat, gripped his coarse felt hat in his sinewy hands, and said, in such a tremulous, embarrassed tone that his heavy chin quivered and his voice sometimes faltered, "If the woman is to be trusted, you must leave here, master, and seek some safe hiding place. I came to offer one. On my way I heard your name. It was said that you had wounded the Queen's son, and it might cost you your life. Then I thought, no, not that, so long as Pyrrhus lives, who taught his young master, Dion, to use the oars and to set his first sail, Pyrrhus and his family. Why repeat what we both know well enough? From my first boat and the land on our island to the liberty you bestowed upon us, we owe everything to your father and to you, and a blessing has rested upon your gift and our labour, and what is mine is yours. No more words are needed. You know our cliff beyond the Alveus Steganus, north of the great harbour, the Isle of Serpents. It is quickly gained by any one who knows the course through the water, but is as inaccessible to others as the moon and stars. People are afraid of the mere name, though we rid the island of the vermin long ago. My boys, Dionysus, Dionychus, and Dionicus, they all have Dion in their name, are waiting in the fish market, and when it grows dusk—" Here the wounded man interrupted the speaker by holding out his hand and thanking him warmly for his fidelity and kindness, though he refused the well-meant invitation. He admitted that he knew no safer hiding place than the cliff surrounded by fluttering seagulls, where Pyrrhus lived with his family and earned abundant support by fishing and serving as a pilot, but anxiety concerning his future wife prevented his leaving the city. End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13, Part 2. The freedmen, however, gave him no rest. He represented how quickly the harbour could be reached from his island, that fish were brought thence from it daily, and he would therefore always have news of what was passing. His sons were like him and never used any unnecessary words. Talking did not suit them. The women of the household rarely left the island. So long as it sheltered their beloved guest, they should not set foot away from it. If occasion should require, the master could be in Alexandria again, quickly enough to put anything right. This suggestion pleased the architect, who joined in the conversation to urge the freedman's request. But Dion, for Barine's sake, obstinately refused until Anukis, who had long been anxious to go in pursuit of Archibius, thought it time to give her opinion. "Go with the man, my lord," she cried. "I know what I know. I will tell our Barine of your faithful resolution, but how can she show her gratitude for it if you are a dead man?" This question and the information which followed it turned the scale, and as soon as Dion had consented to accompany the freedmen, the Nubian prepared to continue her errands.
but the wounded man detained her to give many messages for Barine, and then she was stopped by the architect, who thought he had found in her the right assistant for numerous plans he had in his mind. He had returned early that morning from Hierapolis, where, with other members of his profession, he had inspected the newly constructed waterway. The result of the first investigation had been unfavorable to the verge of discouragement, and in behalf of the others he had gone to the Queen to persuade her to give up the enterprise which, though so full of promise, was impracticable in the short time at their disposal. He had travelled all night and was received as soon as Cleopatra rose from her couch. He had driven from the Lochias in the carriage placed at his disposal, because he had business at the arsenal and various points where building was going on, in order to inspect the wall erected for Antony on the Choma and the temple of Isis at the corner of the Muses, to which Cleopatra desired to add a new building. But scarcely had he quitted the Bruchium when he was detained by the crowd assailing the house of Didymus with beams and rams, and at the same time keeping off the Ephebi who had attacked them. He had forced his way through the raging mob to aid the old couple and their granddaughter. The slave Phryx had been busily preparing the boats which lay moored in the harbour of the sea-washed estate, but Gorgias had found it difficult to persuade the grey-haired philosopher to go with him and his family to the shore. He was ready to face the enraged rioters, and, though it should cost his life, cry out that they were shamefully deceived and were staining themselves with a disgraceful crime. Not until the architect represented that it was unworthy of a Didymus to expose to bestial violence a life on which helpless women and the whole world, to whom his writings were guide-posts to the realms of truth, possessed a claim, could he be induced to yield. Nevertheless, the sage and his relatives almost fell into the hands of the furious rabble, for Didymus would not depart until he had saved this, that, and the other precious book, till the number reached 20 or 30. Besides, his old deaf wife, who usually submitted quietly when her defective hearing prevented her comprehension of many things, insisted upon knowing what was occurring. She ordered everybody who came near her to explain what had happened, thus detaining her granddaughter Helena, who was trying to save the most valuable articles in the dwelling. So the departure was delayed, and only the brave defence of young Philotas, Didymus's assistant, and some of the Ephebi who joined him enabled them to escape unharmed. The Scythian guards, which at last put a stop to the frantic rage of the deluded populace, arrived too late to prevent the destruction of the house, but they saved Philotas and the other youths from the fists and stones of the rabble. When the boats had gone farther out into the harbour, the question of finding a home for the philosopher and his family was discussed. Berenike's house was also threatened, and the rules of the museum prevented the reception of women. 5 servants had accompanied the family, and none of Didymus's learned friends had room for so many guests. When the old man and Helena began to enumerate the lodgings of which they could think, Gorgias interposed with an entreaty that they would come to his house. He had inherited the dwelling from his father. It was very large and spacious, almost empty, and they could reach it speedily, as it stood on the seashore north of the Forum. The fugitives would be entirely at liberty there, since he had work on hand which would permit him to spend no time under his own roof except at night. He soon overcame the trivial objections made by the philosopher, and 15 minutes after they had left the corner of the Muses, he was permitted to open the door of his house to his guests, and he did so with genuine pleasure. The old housekeeper and the grey-haired steward, who had been in his father's service, looked surprised, but worked zealously after Gorgias had confided the visitors to their charge. The pressure of business forbade his fulfilling the duties of host in his own person.
Didymus and his family had reason to be grateful, and when the old sage found in the large library which the architect placed at his disposal many excellent books, and among them some of his own, he ceased his restless pacing to and fro and forced himself to settle down. Then he remembered that by the advice of a friend he had placed his property in the keeping of a reliable banker, and though life still seemed dark grey, it no longer looked as black as before. Gorgias briefly related all this to the Nubian, and Dion added that she would find Archibius with his Roman friend at the house of Berenike's brother, the philosopher Arius. Like himself, the latter was suffering from an injury inflicted by a reckless trick of Antyllus. Barine's mother was there also, so Anukis could inform them of the fate of Didymus and his brother and tell them that he, Dion, intended to leave her house and the city an hour after sunset. "But," interrupted Gorgias, "no one, not even your hostess Berenike and her brother, must know your destination. You look as if you could keep a secret, woman." "Though she owes her nickname Aisopion to her nimble tongue," replied Dion. "But this tongue is like the little silver fish with scarlet spots in the palace garden," said Anukis. "They dart to and fro nimbly enough, but as soon as danger threatens they keep as quiet in the water as though they were nailed fast. And, by mighty Isis, we have no lack of peril in these trying times. Would you like to see the Lady Berenike and the others before your departure?" "Berenike, yes, but the sons of Arius, they are fine fellows, would be wise to keep aloof from this house to day." "Yes, indeed," the architect chimed in. "It will be prudent for their father, too, to seek some hiding place. He is too closely connected with Octavianus. It may indeed happen that the Queen will desire to make use of him. In that case he may be able to aid Barine, who is his sister's child. Timagenes, too, who comes from Rome as a mediator, may have some influence." "The same thoughts entered my poor brain also," said Anukis. "I am now going to show the gentlemen the danger which threatens her, and if I succeed Yet what could a serving woman of my appearance accomplish? Still, my house is nearer to the brink of the stream than the dwelling of most others, and if I fling in a loaf, perhaps the current will bear it to the majestic sea." "Wise Aisopion!" cried Dion, but the worthy maidservant shrugged her crooked shoulders, saying, "We needn't be free-born to find pleasure in what is right, and if being wise means using one's brains to think with the intention of promoting right and justice, you can always call me so. Then you will start after sundown?" With these words she was about to leave the room, but the architect, who had watched her every movement, had formed a plan and begged her to follow him. When they reached the next room, he asked for a faithful account of Barine and the dangers threatening her. After consulting her as if she were an equal, he held out his hand in farewell, saying, "If it is possible to bring her to the temple of Isis unseen, these clouds may scatter. I shall be in the sanctuary of the goddess from the first hour after sunset. I have some measurements to take there. When you say you know that the immortals will have pity on the innocent woman whom they have led to the verge of the abyss, perhaps you may be right. It seems as if matters here were combining in a way which would be apt to rob the story-teller of his listeners' faith." After Aisopion had gone, Gorgias returned to Dion's room and asked the freedman to be ready with his boat at a place on the shore which he carefully described. The friends were again alone. Gorgias had his hands full of work, but he could not help expressing his surprise at the calm bearing which Dion maintained. "You behave as if you were going to an oyster supper at Canopus," he said, shaking his head as though perplexed by some incomprehensible problem. "What else would you have me do?" asked the Macedonian. "The vivid imagination of you artists shows you the future according to your own varying moods. If you hope,
you transform a pleasant garden into the Elysian fields. If you fear anything, you behold in a burning roof the conflagration of a world. We, from whose cradle the muse was absent, who use only sober reason to provide for the welfare of the household and the state as well as for our own, see facts as they are and treat them like figures in a sum. I know that Barine is in danger. That might drive me frantic, but beyond her I see Archibius and Charmian spreading their protecting wings over her head. I perceive the fear of my faction, including the museum, of the council of which I am a member, of my clients, and the conditions of the times, which precludes arousing the wrath of the citizens. The product which results from the correct addition of all these known quantities will be correct, interrupted his friend, so long as the most incalculable of all factors, passion, does not blend with them. The passion of a woman and the Queen belongs to the sex which is certainly more powerful in that domain. Granted, but as soon as Mark Antony returns, it will be proved that her jealousy was needless. We will hope so. It is only the misled, deceived, abused Cleopatra whom I fear, for she herself is matchless in divine goodness. The charm by which she ensnares hearts is indescribable, and the iron power of her intellect. I tell you, Dion— Friend, was the laughing interruption, how high your wishes soar! For 3 years I have kept an account of the conflagrations in your heart. I believe we had reached 17, but this last one is equal to 2. Folly, cried Gorgias in an irritated tone. May not a man admire what is magnificent, wonderful, unique? She is all these things. Just now, how long ago is it, she appeared before me in a radiance of beauty which should have made you shade both eyes. Yet you have been speaking so warmly of your young guest, her loving caution, her gentle calmness in the midst of peril. Do you suppose I wish to recall a single syllable? The architect indignantly broke in. Helena has no peer among the maidens of Alexandria, but the other, Cleopatra, is elevated in her divine majesty above all ordinary mortals. You might spare me and yourself that scornful curl of the lip. Had she gazed into your face with those tearful, sorrowful eyes, as she did into mine, and spoken of her misery, you would have gone through fire and water, hand in hand with me, for her sake. I am not a man who is easily moved, and since my father's death, the only tears I have seen have been shed by others. But when she talked of the mausoleum I was to build for her because fate, she knew not how soon, might force her to seek refuge in the arms of death, my calmness vanished. Then, when she cumbered me among the friends on whom she could rely, and held out her hand, a matchless hand, oh, laugh if you choose, I felt I know not how, and kneeling at her feet, I kissed it. It was wet with my tears. I am not ashamed of this emotion, and my lips seem consecrated since they touched the little white hand, which spoke a language of its own, and stands before my eyes wherever I gaze. Pushing back his thick locks from his brow as he spoke, he shook his head as though dissatisfied with himself, and in an altered tone hurriedly continued, "But this is a time ill-suited for such ebullitions of feeling. I mentioned the mausoleum, whose erection the Queen desires. She will see the first hasty sketch to-morrow. It is already before my mind's eye. She wished to have it adjoin the temple of Isis, her goddess. I proposed the great sanctuary in the Rhakotis quarter, but she objected. She wished to have it close to the palace at Lochias. She had thought of the temple at the corner of the Muses, but the house occupied by Didymus stood in the way of a larger structure. If this were removed, it would be possible to carry the street through the old man's garden, perhaps even to the seashore, and we should have had space for a gigantic edifice and still left room for a fine garden. But we had learned how the philosopher loved his family estate.
The Queen is unwilling to use violence towards the old man. She is just, and perhaps other reasons of which I am ignorant influenced her. So I promised to look for another site, though I saw how much she desired to have her tomb connected with the sanctuary of her favourite goddess. Then I have already told the clever brown witch. Then the immortals, divinity, fate, or whatever we call the power which guides the world and our lives according to eternal laws and its own mysterious, omnipotent will, permitted a rascally deed from which I think may come deliverance for you and a source of pleasure to the Queen in these days of trial. Man, where will this new passion lead you? The horses are stamping impatiently outside. Duty summons the most faithful of men, and he stands like a prophet, indulging in mysterious sayings, whose meaning and purport, spite of your calm calculations of existing circumstances, will soon seem no less wonderful to you than to me, whose unruly artist nature, according to your opinion, is playing me a trick, retorted the architect. Now listen to this explanation. Didymus's house will be occupied at once by my workmen, but I shall examine the lower rooms of the Temple of Isis. I have with me a document requiring obedience to my orders. Cleopatra herself laid the plans before me, even the secret portion showing the course of the subterranean chambers. It will cast some light upon my mysterious sayings if I bear you away from the enemy through one of the secret corridors. They were right in concealing from you by how slender a thread, spite of the power of your example in mathematics, the sword hangs above your head. Now that I see a possibility of removing it, I can show it to you. Tomorrow you would have fallen without hope of rescue into the hands of cruel foes and been shamefully abandoned by your own weak uncle, had not the most implacable of all your enemies permitted himself the infamous pleasure of laying hands on an old man's house, and the Queen, in consequence of an agitating message, had the idea suggested of building her own mausoleum. The corridor, here he lowered his voice, of which I spoke, leads to the sea at a spot close beside Didymus's garden, and through it I will guide you, and, if possible, Barine also to the shore. This could be accomplished in the usual way, only by the greatest risk. If we use the passage, we can reach a dark place on the strand unseen, and unless some special misfortune pursues us, our flight will be unnoticed. The litters and your tottering gait would betray everything if we were to enter the boat anywhere else in the great harbour. And we, sensible folk, refuse to believe in miracles, cried Dion, holding out his wan hand to the architect. How shall I thank you, you dear, clever, most loyal of friends, to your male friends, though your heart is so faithless to fair ones? Add that malicious speech to the former ones, for which I now crave your pardon. What you intend to accomplish for Barine and me gives you a right to do and say to me whatever ill you choose all the rest of my life. Anxiety for her would surely have bound me to this house and the city when the time came to make the escape, for without her my life would now be valueless. But when I think that she might follow me to Pyrrhus's cliff— Don't flatter yourself with this hope, pleaded Gorgias. Serious obstacles may interpose. I am to have another talk with the Nubian later. With no offence to others, I believe her advice will be the best. She knows how matters stand with the lofty, and yet herself belongs to the lowly. Besides, through Charmian the way to the Queen lies open, and nothing which happens at court escapes her notice. She showed me that we must consider Barine's delivery to Alexis a piece of good fortune. How easily jealousy might have led to a fatal crime, one whose wish promptly becomes action, unless she curbs the undue zeal of her living tools. Those on whom fate inflicts so many blows rarely are in haste to spare others. Would the anxieties which weigh upon her like mountains interpose between the Queen and the jealous rancour which is too petty for her great soul? What is great or petty to the heart of a loving woman? Asked Dion. In any case, you will do what you can to remove Barine from the power of the enraged princess, I know.
Gorgias pressed his friend's hand closely, then, yielding to a sudden impulse, kissed him on the forehead and hurried to the door. On the threshold a faint moan from the wounded man stopped him. Would he be strong enough to follow the long passage leading to the sea? Dion protested that he confidently expected to do so, but his deeply flushed face betrayed that the fever which had once been conquered had returned. Gorgias's eyes sought the floor in deep thought. Many sick persons were borne to the temple in the hope of cure, so Dion's appearance would cause no special surprise. On the other hand, to have strangers carry him through the passage seemed perilous. He himself was strong, but even the strongest person would have found it impossible to support the heavy burden of a grown man to the sea, for the gallery was low and of considerable length. Still, if necessary, he would try. With the comforting exclamation, "If your strength does not suffice, another way will be found," he took his leave, gave Barine's maid and the wounded man's body slave the necessary directions, commanded the doorkeeper to admit no one save the physician, and stepped into the open air. A little band of Ephebi were pacing to and fro before the house. Others had flung themselves down in an open space surrounded by shrubbery in the Paneum garden, and were drinking the choice wine which Dion's cellarer, by his orders, had brought and was pouring out for the crowd. It was an animated scene, for the clients of the sufferer, who, after expressing their sympathy, had been dismissed by the porter, and bedizened girls had joined the youths. There was no lack of jests and laughter, and when some pretty young mother or female slave passed by leading children, with whom the garden was a favourite playground, many a merry word was exchanged. Gorgias waved his hands gaily to the youths, pleased with the cheerfulness with which the brave fellows transformed duty into a festival, and many raised their wine cups, shouting a joyous Io and Evo to drink the health of the famous artist, who not long ago had been one of themselves. The others were led by a slender youth, the student Philotas from Amphissa, Didymus's assistant, whom the architect a few days before had helped to liberate from the demons of wine. Even while Gorgias was beckoning to him from the two-wheeled chariot, the thought entered his mind that yonder handsome youth, who had so deeply wronged Barine and Dion, would be the very person to help carry his friend through the low-roofed passage to the sea. If Philotas was the person Gorgias believed him to be, he would deem it a special favour to make amends for his crime to those whom he had injured, and he was not mistaken, for after the youth had taken a solemn oath not to betray the secret to anyone, the architect asked him to aid in Dion's rescue. Philotas, overflowing with joyful gratitude, protested his willingness to do so, and promised to wait at the appointed spot in the temple of Isis at the time mentioned. End of chapter 13, part 2. Chapter 14. While Gorgias was examining the subterranean chambers in the temple of Isis, Charmian returned to Lochias earlier than she herself had expected. She had met her brother, whom she did not find at Canopus, at Berenike's, and after greeting Dion on his couch of pain, she told Archibius of her anxiety. She confided to him alone that the Queen had committed Barine's fate to Alexis, for the news might easily have led the mother of the endangered woman to some desperate venture. But even Archibius's composure, so difficult to disturb, was not proof against it. He would have sought the Queen's presence at once, if necessary, forced his way to it. But the historian Timagenes, who had just come from Rome, was expecting him, and he had not returned to his birthplace as a private citizen, but commissioned by Octavianus to act as mediator in putting an end to the struggle which had really been decided in his favour at the battle of Actium.
The choice of this mediator was a happy one, for he had taught Cleopatra in her childhood, and was the selfsame quick-witted man who had so often roused her to argument. His share in a popular insurrection against the Roman rule had led to his being carried as a slave to the Tiber. There he soon purchased his freedom and attained such distinction that Octavianus entrusted this important mission to the man who was so well known in Alexandria. Archibius was to meet him at the house of Arius, who was still suffering from the wounds inflicted by the chariot wheels of Antyllus, and Berenike had accompanied Timagenes to her brother. Charmian did not venture to go there. A visit to Octavianus's former teacher would have been misinterpreted, and it was repugnant to her own delicacy of feeling to hold intercourse at this time with the foe and conqueror of her royal mistress. She therefore let her brother drive with Berenike to the injured man's, but before his departure Archibius had promised, if the worst came, to dare everything to open the eyes of the Queen, who had forbidden her, Charmian, to speak in behalf of Barine and thwart the plans of Alexis. From the Paneum garden she was carried to the Canopic Way and the Jewish quarter, where she had many important purchases to make for Cleopatra. It was long after noon when the litter was again borne to Lochias. On the way she had severely felt her own powerlessness. Without having accomplished anything herself, she was forced to wait for the success of others, and she had scarcely crossed the threshold of the palace ere fresh cares were added to those which already burdened her soul. She understood how to read the faces of courtiers, and the doorkeepers had taught her that since her departure something momentous had occurred. She disliked to question the slaves and lower officials, so she refrained, though the interior of the palace was crowded with guards, officials of every grade, attendants, and slaves. Many who saw her gazed at her with the timidity inspired by those over whom some disaster is impending. Others, whose relations were more intimate, pressed forward to enjoy the mournful satisfaction of being the first messengers of evil tidings. But she passed swiftly on, keeping them back with grave words and gestures, until before the door of the great anteroom thronged with Greek and Egyptian petitioners she met Zeno, the keeper of the seal. Charmian stopped him and inquired what had happened. "Since when?" asked the old courtier. "Every moment has brought some fresh tidings, and all are mournful." "What terrible times, Charmian! What disasters!" "No messenger had arrived when I left the Lochias," replied Charmian. "Now it seems as though the old monster of a palace, accustomed to so many horrors, is holding its breath in dread. Tell me the main thing, at least, before I meet the Queen." "The main thing? Pestilence or famine? Which shall we call the worse? Quick, Zeno, I am expected." "I, too, am in haste, and really there is nothing to relate over which the tongue would care to dwell. Candidus arrived first, came himself straight from Actium. The fellow is bold enough." "Is the army defeated also?" "Defeated, dispersed, deserted to the foe. King Herod with his legions in the van." Charmian covered her face with her hands and groaned aloud, but Zeno continued: "You were with her in the flight. When Mark Antony left you, he sailed with the ships which joined him for Parætonium. A large body of troops, on which the Queen and Mardion had fixed their hopes, was encamped there. Reinforcements could easily be gained, and we should once more have a fine army at our disposal. Pinarius Scarpus, a cautious soldier, was in command, and I, too, believed the more you trusted him, the greater would be your error. The shameless rascal, he owes everything to Antony, had received tidings of Actium ere the ships arrived, and had already made overtures to Octavianus when the Imperator came." The veterans who opposed the treachery were hewn down by the wretch's orders, but the brave garrison of the city could not be won over to the monstrous crime. It is due to these men that Mark Antony still lives and did not come to a miserable end at the hands of his own troops. The twice defeated general, a courier brought the news, will arrive tonight. Strangely enough, he will not come to Lochias, but to the little palace on the Choma. Poor, poor Queen! Cried Charmian. How did she bear all this? In the presence of the defeated Candidus and Antony's messenger like a heroine, but afterwards her raving did not last long, but the mute, despairing silence. Ere she had fully recovered her self-command, she sent us all away, and I have not seen her since, but all the thoughts and feelings which dwell here, he pointed to his brow and breast, have left their abode and linger with her. I totter from place to place like a soulless body. O Charmian, what has befallen us? Where are the days when care and trouble lay buried with the other dead? The days and nights when my brain united with that of the Queen to transform this desolate earth into the beautiful Elysian fields, everyday life to a festival, festivals to the very air of Olympus. What unprecedented scenes of splendour had I not devised for the celebration of the victory, the triumph, nay, even the entry into Rome! Whole chests are filled with the sketches, programmes, drawings, and verses. All who handle brush and chisel, compose and execute music would have lent their aid, and, you may believe me, the result would have been something which future generations would have discussed, lauded, and extolled in song. And now we will double our efforts to save what is yet to be rescued." "Rescued?" repeated the courtier in a hollow tone. "The Queen, too, still clings to this fine word. When I saw her at work yesterday, it seemed as if I beheld her drawing water with the bottomless vessel of the Danaïdes. True, to-day, when I left her, her arms had fallen, and in this attitude she now stands before me with her tearful eyes. And besides, I can't get my nephew Dion out of my mind. Cares, nothing but cares concerning him. And my intentions towards him were so kind. My will gives him my entire fortune, but now he actually wants to marry the singer, the daughter of the artist Leonax. You have taken her under your protection, but surely your own niece Iris is dearer to you, so you will approve of my destroying the will if Dion insists upon his own way. He shall not have a solidus of my property if he does not give up the woman who is a thorn in the Queen's flesh, and his choice does not suit our ancient race. Iris, on the contrary, was Dion's playfellow, and I have long destined her for his wife. No better match, nor one more acceptable to the Queen, could be found for him. He cared for her until the singer bewitched him. Bring them together, and they shall be like my own children. If the fool resists his uncle, whose sole desire is to benefit him, I will withdraw my aid. Whatever intrigues his foes may weave, I shall fold my arms and not interfere. I stand in the place of his father, my dead brother, and demand obedience. The Queen is my universe, and her favour is of more value than 20 refractory nephews. You will retain her Majesty's favour, even if you intercede for your brother's son. And Iris, when she finds herself deceived, and she will soon discover it, she will not rest until she has brought ruin upon him," interrupted Charmian in a tone of sorrow rather than reproach, as though she already beheld the impending disaster. "But Iris has no greater influence with the Queen than I, and if you and I unite to protect the brave young fellow who is of your own blood, then, of course, no doubt, on account of your longer period of service, you have more influence with Her Majesty than Iris. However, such matters must be considered, and I have already said my mind leaves its abode to follow the Queen like her shadow. It heeds only what concerns her. Let everything else go as it will. The fleet, the same as destroyed, Candidus defeated, Herod a deserter, treason on treason, the African legions lost. What in the name of the God who tried to roll back the wheel dashing down the mountainside? And yet let us offer sacrifices, my friend, and hope for better days." Zeno retired as he spoke, but Charmian moved forward with a drooping head to find Barine and her faithful Anukis, and weep her fill ere she went to perform the duty of consoling and sustaining her beloved mistress. Yet she herself so sorely needed comfort. Wherever she turned her eyes, she beheld disaster, peril, treachery, and base intrigues. She felt as if she had lived long enough and that her day was over. Hitherto her gentle nature, her intellect, which yearned to expand, gather new riches, and exchange what it had gained with others, had possessed much to offer to the Queen. She had not only been Cleopatra's confidante, but necessary to her to discuss questions far in advance of the demands of the times which occupied her restless mind. Now the Queen's attention was wholly absorbed by events, hard, cruel facts, which she must resist or turn to her own advantage. Her life had become a conflict, and Charmian felt that she was by no means combative. The hard, supple, keenly polished intellect of Iras now asserted its value, and the elderly woman told herself that she was in danger of being held in less regard than her younger companion. To resign her office would have given her peace of mind, but she repelled the thought, for the very reason that these days were so full of misery, and perhaps, drawing nearer to the end, she must remain first for the sake of the Queen, but also to watch over Barine. Now she longed to go to Cleopatra. Her mere presence, she knew, would do her sore heart good. The silvery laugh of a child reached her ears through the open gate of the garden which she was rapidly approaching. Little 6-year-old Alexander ran towards her with open arms, hugged her closely, pressed his curly head against her, and gazed into her face with his large, clear eyes. Charmian's heart swelled, and as she raised the child in her arms and kissed him, she thought of the sad fate impending, and the composure maintained with so much difficulty gave way. Tears streamed from her eyes, and sobbing violently, she pressed the boy closer to her breast. The prince, accustomed to bright faces and tender caresses, broke away from her in terror to run back to his brother and sisters. But he had a kind little heart, and knowing that no one weeps and sobs unless in pain, Alexander pitied Charmian, whom he loved, and hurried to her again. What he meant to show her had pleased his mother too, and dried the tears in her eyes. So he took Charmian by the hand and drew her along, saying that he wanted her to see the prettiest thing. She willingly allowed herself to be led over the path, strewn with red sand, of the little garden which Antony had laid out for his children in the magnificent style which pleased his love of splendour, and filled with rare and beautiful things. There was a pond with tiny gold and silver fish, where the rare lotus flowers with pink blossoms arose from amid their smooth green leaves, and another where dwarf ducks of every colour, which seemed as if they had been created for children, swam to and fro. A bit of the sea which washed its shore had been enclosed by a gilded lattice work, and on its surface floated a number of snow-white swans and black ones with scarlet bills. Native and Indian flowers of every hue adorned the beds, and the narrow paths were shaded by arbours made of gold wire, over which ran climbing vines filled with bright blossoms. A grotto of stalactites behind the dense foliage of an Indian tree offered a resting place, and beside it was a little house where the children could stay. The interior lacked none of the requisites of living, not even the cooking utensils in the kitchen and the family portraits in the tablinum, delicately painted by an artist on small ivory slabs. Everything was made to suit the size of children, but of the most costly material and careful workmanship. Behind the house was a little stable where 4 tiny horses with spotted skins, the rarest and prettiest creatures imaginable, a gift from the King of Media, were stamping the ground. In another place was an enclosure containing gazelles, ostriches, young giraffes, and other grass-eating animals. Bright plumaged birds and monkeys filled the tops of the trees. Gay balls rose and fell on the jets of the fountains, and child genii and images of the gods in bronze and marble peered from the foliage. This whole enchanted world was comprised within a narrow space, and with its radiance of color and wealth of form, its perfumes, songs, and warbling exerted a bewildering influence upon the excited imaginations of grown people as well as children. Little Alexander, without even casting a glance at all this, drew Charmian forward. He did not pause until he reached the shore of the lotus pond. Then, putting his fingers on his lips, he said, "There, now, I'll show you. Look here." Rising cautiously upon tiptoe as he spoke, he pointed to the hollow in the trunk of a tree. A pair of finches had built their nest in it, and 5 young ones with big yellow beaks stretched their ugly little heads hungrily upward. "That's so pretty!" cried the prince, "and you must see the old ones come to feed them." The beautiful boy's sweet face fairly beamed with delight, and Charmian kissed him tenderly. Yet even as she did so, she thought of the young swallows hacked to death in his mother's galley, and a chill ran through her veins. Just at that moment voices were heard calling Alexander from a neglected spot behind the dainty little house built for the children, and the boy exclaimed peevishly, "There now, I showed you the little nests, so I forgot. Agatha fell asleep, and Smerdis went away, so we were alone. Then they sent me to Horus, the gatekeeper, to get some of his spelt bread. He never says no to anything, and it does taste so good. We're peasants and have been using the axe and the hoe, so we want something to eat. Have you seen our house? We built it ourselves. Selene, Helios, Iotape, my future wife, and I. Yes, I. They let me help, and we finished it alone, all alone. Everything is here. We shall build the shed for the cow to-morrow. The others mustn't see it, but I may show it to you." While speaking, he drew her forward again, and Charmian obediently followed. The twins and little Iotape, who had been chosen for the future bride of the 6-year-old Prince Alexander, a pretty, delicate, fair-haired child of his own age, the daughter of the Median king, who had been betrothed to the boy after the Parthian War, and now remained as a hostage at Cleopatra's court, welcomed her with joyous shouts. With the exception of the little Median princess, Charmian had witnessed their birth, and they all loved her dearly. The little royal labourers showed their work with proud delight, and it really was well done. They had toiled at it for weeks, paying no heed to the garden and all its costly rarities. They pointed with special pride to the 2 planks which Helios, aided by Alexander, had fished out of the sea after the last storm, when they were left alone, and to the lock on the door, which they had secretly managed to wrench from an old gate. Selene herself had woven the curtain in front of the door. Now they were going to build a hearth, too. Charmian praised their skill, while they, all talking merrily together, told her how they had conquered the greatest difficulties. Their bright eyes sparkled with pleasure while describing the work of their own hands, and they were so absorbed in eager delight that they did not notice the approach of a man until startled by his words. "Enough of this idle sport now, your highnesses. Too much time has already been wasted on it." Then, turning to the Queen, who had accompanied him, he continued in a tone of apology, "This amusement might seem somewhat hazardous, yet there is much to be said in its favour. Besides, it appeared to afford the royal children so much pleasure that I permitted it for a short time. But if your Majesty commands, let them have their pleasure," the Queen interrupted kindly, and as soon as the children saw their mother, they rushed forward, crowded around her with fearless love, thanked her, and eagerly assured her that nothing in the whole garden was half so dear to them as their little house. They meant to build a stable, too. "That might be too much," said the tutor Euphronion, a grey-haired man with a shrewd, kindly face. "We must remember how many things are yet to be learned, that we may reach the goal fixed for your Majesty's birthday and pass the examination." But all the children now joined in the entreaty to be allowed to build the stable, too, and it was granted. When the tutor at last began to lead them away, the royal mother stopped them, asking, "Suppose, instead of this garden, I should give you a bit of bare land, such as the peasants till, where after your lessons you might dig and build as much as you please?" Loud shouts of joy from the children answered the question, but the little Median girl, Iotape, said hesitatingly, "Could I take my doll, too? Only the oldest, Atossa? She has lost one arm, yet I love her the best." "Deprive us of anything you choose," cried Helios, drawing a little Alexander towards him to show that they, the men, were of the same mind. "Only give us some ground and let us build." "We will consider whether it can be done," replied Cleopatra. "Perhaps, Euphronion, you would be the right person, but we will discuss the matter at a more quiet hour." The tutor withdrew, and the children, who followed, looked back, waving their hands and calling to their mother for a long time. When they had disappeared behind the shrubbery in the garden, Charmian exclaimed, "However dark the sky may be, so long as you possess these little ones, you can never lack sunshine." "If," replied Cleopatra, gazing pensively at the ground, "with a thought of them another did not blend which makes the gloom become deeper still. You know the tidings this terrible day has brought?" "All," replied Charmian, sighing heavily. "Then you know the abyss on whose verge we are walking, and to see them also dragged into the yawning gulf by their unhappy mother. Oh, Charmian, Charmian!" She sobbed aloud, threw her arms around the neck of her friend and playfellow, and laid her head upon her bosom like a child seeking consolation. Cleopatra wept for several minutes, and when she again raised her tear-stained face, she said softly, "That did me good, O Charmian! No one needs love as I do. On your warm heart my own has already grown calmer. Use it. Nestle there whenever you need it. To the end," cried Charmian, deeply moved. "To the end," repeated Cleopatra, wiping her eyes. "It began to day, I think. I have just spent an hour alone. I meant to commit a crime, and you know how impatiently passion sweeps me along. But what misfortunes have assailed me! The army destroyed, the desertion of Herod and Pinarius, Antony's generous, trusting heart torn by base treachery, his soul darkened. The reconstruction of the canal, the last hope. Gorgias brought the news, the same as destroyed. Just then little Alexander came to show me his bird's nest. Everything else in the garden seemed to him worthless by comparison. This awakened new thoughts, and now here is the little house which the children have built with their own hands. All these things force me by some mysterious power to look back along the course of my life to the distant days in your father's house. These children, upon what different foundations our lives have been built. I made them begin at the point I gained when youth lay behind me. My childhood commenced among the disorders of the government, clouded by my father's exile and my mother's death on the brink of ruin. That of the twins, they are 10 years old, will soon be over. And now, after enjoying pleasures, not one of which was bestowed on me, they must endure the same sorrow. But did not we have better ones? What they daily possessed, we only dreamed of in our simple garden. How often I let you share the radiant visions which my soul revealed to me. You willingly accompanied me into the splendid fairy world of my dreams. All that my imagination conjured up during the years of quiet and repose accompanied me into my afterlife. Again and again I have beheld them, rich and powerful, upon the throne. The means of rendering the vision a verity were at hand, and when I met the man whose own life resembled the realization of a dream, I recalled those childish fancies and made them facts. The marvels with which I adorned my lover's existence were childish dreams to which I gave tangible form. This garden is an image of the life to which I intended to rise, in reality fell. We collected within the limits of this bit of earth everything which can delight the senses. Not a single one is omitted in this narrow space, whose crowded maze of pleasures fairly impede freedom of movement. Yet in your home, and guided by your wise father, I had learned to be content with so little, and commenced the struggle to attain peace. That painless peace, our chief good, whence came it? Through me it was lost to you both. But the children, I made them begin their lives in an arena of every disturbing influence, and now I see how their own healthy natures yearn to escape from the dazzling wealth of colour, the stupefying fragrance, the bewildering songs and twittering. They long to return to the untilled earth where the life of struggling mortals began. The boy casts away the baubles to test his own creative powers. The girl follows his example and clings fast only to the doll in which she sees the living child in order to do justice to the maternal instinct, the token of her sex. But what they so eagerly desire is right and shall be granted. When I was 10 years old, like the twins, my life and efforts were already directed towards one fixed goal. They are still blindly following the objects set before them. Let them return to the place whence their mother started, where she received everything good, which is still hers. They shall go to the garden of Epicurus, no matter whether it is the old one in Canopus or elsewhere. All that their mother beheld in vivid dreams, which she often strove with wanton extravagance to realize, has surrounded them from their birth and early satiated them. When they enter life, they will scorn what merely stirs and dazzles the senses, and cling to the aspiration for painless peace of mind, if a wise guide directs them and protects them from the dangers which the teachings of Epicurus contain for youth. I have found this guide, and you, too, will trust him. I mean your brother Archibius." "Archibius?" asked Charmian in surprise. "Yes. He who grew up in the garden of Epicurus, and in life and philosophy found the support which has preserved his peace of mind during all the conflicts of existence. He who loves the mother, and to whom the children are also dear. He to whom the boys and girls cling with affectionate confidence. I wish to place the children under his protection. And if he will consent to grant this desire of the most hapless of women, I shall look forward calmly to the end. It is approaching. I know it. Gorgias is already at work upon the plan for my tomb." "Oh, my Queen!" cried Charmian sorrowfully. "Whatever may happen, your illustrious life cannot be in danger. The generous heart of Mark Antony does not throb in Octavianus's breast, but he is not cruel, and for the very reason that cool calculation curbs ambition, he will spare you. He knows that you are the idol of the city, the whole country, and if he really succeeds in adding fresh victories to this first conquest, if the immortals permit your throne, and may they avert it, your sacred person, too, to fall into his power. Then," cried Cleopatra, her clear eyes flashing, "then he shall learn which of us two is the greater. Then I shall know how to maintain the right to despise him, though blind fate should make the whole power of the world subject to him who robbed my son and Caesar's of his heritage." Her eyes had blazed with anger as she uttered the words. Then, letting her little clenched hand fall, she went on in an altered tone. "Months may pass before he is strong enough to risk the attack, and the immortals themselves approve the erection of the monument. The only obstacle in the way, the house of the old philosopher Didymus, was destroyed. A messenger from Gorgias brought the news. It is to be the second monument in Alexandria worthy of notice. The other contains the body of the great Alexander, to whom the city owes its origin and name. He who subjected half the world to his power and the genius of the Greeks was younger than I when he died. Whence do I, by whose miserable weakness the battle of Actium was lost, derive the right to walk longer beneath the sun? Perhaps Mark Antony will arrive in a few hours." "And will you meet the disheartened hero in this mood?" interrupted Charmian. "He does not wish to be received," answered Cleopatra bitterly. "He even refused to let me greet him, and I understand the denial. But what must have overwhelmed this joyous nature, so friendly to all mankind, that he longs for solitude and avoids meeting those who are nearest and dearest? Iras is now at the Coma, whither he wishes to retire to see that everything is in order. She will also provide a supply of the flowers he loves. It is hard, cruelly hard, not to welcome him as usual. O Charmian, what joy it was when, with open arms and overflowing heart, he swung his mighty figure ashore like a youth, while his handsome, heroic face beamed with ardent love for me. And then, you do not forget it either, when he raised his deep voice to shout the first greeting, why, it seemed as if the very fish in the water must join in, and the palm trees on the shore waved their feathery tops in joyous sympathy. And here the dreams of my childhood, which I made reality for him, received us, and our existence, wreathed with love and roses, became a fairy tale. Since the day he rode towards us at Canopus and offered me the first bouquet, with his sunny glance wooing my love, his image has stood before my soul as the embodiment of the virile strength which conquers everything, and the bright, undimmed joy which renders the whole world happy. And now, do you remember the dull dreamer whom we left ere he set forth for Parætonium? But no, 1,000 times no, he must not remain so, not with bowed head, but erect, as in the days of happiness, must he cross the threshold of Hades, hand in hand with her whom he loved, and he does love me still, else would he have followed me hither, though no magic goblet drew him after me. And I, the heart which in the breast of the child gave him its first young love, is still his and will be forever. Might I not go to the harbour and await him there? Look me in the face, Charmian, and answer me as fearlessly as a mirror. Did Olympus really succeed in effacing the wrinkles? They were scarcely visible before, was the reply, and even the keenest eye could no longer discover them. I have brought the pomade, too, and the prescription Olympus gave me for— Hush, hush, interrupted Cleopatra softly. There are many living creatures in this garden, and they say that even the birds are good listeners. A roguish smile deepened the dimples in her cheeks as she spoke, and delight in her bewitching grace forced from Charmian's lips the exclamation, "If Mark Antony could only see you now!" "Flatterer," replied the Queen, with a grateful smile, but Charmian felt that the time had now come to plead once more for Barine, and she began eagerly: "No, I certainly do not flatter. No one in Alexandria, no matter what name she bears, could venture to vie even remotely with your charms. So cease the persecution of the unfortunate woman whom you confided to my care. It is an insult to Cleopatra." But here an indignant "Again!" interrupted her. Cleopatra's face, which during the conversation had mirrored every emotion of a woman's soul, from the deepest sorrow to the most mischievous mirth, assumed an expression of repellent harshness, and with the curt remark, "You are forgetting what I had good reason to forbid. I must go to my work," she turned her back upon the companion of her youth. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. Charmian went towards her own apartments. How often she had had a similar experience! In the midst of the warmest admiration for this rare woman's depth of feeling, masculine strength of intellect, tireless industry, watchful care for her native land, steadfast loyalty, and maternal devotion, she had been sobered in the most pitiable way. She had been forced to see Cleopatra for the sake of realizing a childish dream and impressing her lover, squander vast sums which diminish the prosperity of her subjects, place great and important matters below the vain, punctilious care of her own person, forget in petty jealousy the justice and kindness which were marked traits in her character, and, though the most kindly and womanly of sovereigns, suffer herself to be urged by angry excitement to inflict outrage on a subject whose acts had awakened her displeasure. The lofty ambition which had inspired her noblest and most praiseworthy deeds had more than once been the source of acts which she herself regretted. When a child, she could not endure to be surpassed in difficult tasks, and still deemed it a necessity to be first and peerless. Hence the unfortunate circumstance that Antony had given Barine the counterpart of an armlet, which she herself wore as a gift from her lover, was perhaps the principal cause of her bitter resentment against the hapless woman. Charmian had seen Cleopatra forgive freely and generously many a wrong, nay, many an affront inflicted upon her, but to see herself placed by her husband on the same plane as a Barine, even in the most trivial matter, might easily seem to her an unbearable insult. And the mishap which had befallen Cæsarion in consequence of his foolish passion for the young beauty gave her a right to punish her rival. Deeply anxious concerning the fate of the woman in her care, greatly agitated, moreover, and exhausted physically and mentally, Charmian sought her own apartments. Here she hoped to find solace in Barine's cheerful and equable nature. Here the helpful hands of her dark-skinned maid and confidante awaited her. The sun was low in the western horizon when she entered the anteroom. The members of the bodyguard who were on duty told her that nothing unusual had occurred, and with a sigh of relief she passed into the sitting-room. But the Ethiopian, who usually came to meet her with words of welcome, took her veil and wraps, and removed her shoes, was absent. To-day no one greeted her. Not until she entered the second room, which she had assigned to her guest, did she find Barine, who was weeping bitterly. During Charmian's absence, the latter had received a letter from Alexas, in which he informed her that he was ordered by the Queen to subject her to an examination the next morning. Her cause looked dark, but if she did not render his duty harder by the harshness which had formerly caused him much pain, he would do his utmost to protect her from imprisonment, forced labour in the mines, or even worse misfortunes. The imprudent game which she had played with King Cæsarion had unfortunately roused the people against her. The depth of their indignation was shown by the fury with which they had assailed the house of her grandfather Didymus. Nothing could save Dion, who had audaciously attacked the illustrious son of their beloved queen, from the rage of the populace. He, Alexas, knew that in this, Dion, she would lose a friend and protector, but he would be disposed to take his place if her conduct did not render it impossible for him to unite mercy with justice. This shameful letter, which promised Barine clemency in return for her favour without unmasking him in his character of judge, explained to Charmian the agitation in which she found her friend's daughter. It was doubtless a little relief to Barine to express her loathing and abhorrence of Alexas as eagerly as her gentle nature would permit, but fear, grief, and indignation continued to struggle for the mastery in her oppressed soul. It would have been expected that the keen-witted woman would have eagerly inquired what Charmian had accomplished with the Queen and Archibius, and what new events had happened to affect Cleopatra, the state, and the city, but she questioned her with far deeper interest concerning the welfare of her lover, desiring information in regard to many things of which her friend could give no tidings. In her brief visit to Dion's couch, she had not learned how he bore his own misfortunes and Barine's, what view he took of the future, or what he expected from the woman he loved. Charmian's ignorance and silence in regard to these very matters increased the anxiety of the endangered woman, who saw not only her own life, but those dearest to her, seriously threatened. So she entreated her hostess to relieve her from the uncertainty which was harder to endure than the most terrible reality, but the latter either could not or would not give her any further details of Cleopatra's intentions, or the fate and present abode of her grandparents and Helena. This increased her anxiety, for if Alexas's information was correct, her family must be homeless. When Charmian at last admitted that she had seen Dion only a few minutes, the tortured Barine's power of quiet endurance gave way. She, whose nature was so hopeful that when the glow of the sunset faded, She already anticipated with delight the rosy dawn of the next day, now beheld in Cleopatra's hand the reed which was to sign the death sentence of Dion and herself. Her mental vision conjured up her relatives wounded by the falling house or bleeding under the stones hurled by the raging populace. She heard Alexas command the executioner to subject her to the rack, and fancied that Anukis had not returned because she had failed to find Dion. The Queen's soldiers had probably carried him to prison, loaded with chains, if Philostratus had not already instigated the mob to drag him through the streets. With feverish impetuosity, which alarmed Charmian the more because it was so unlike her old friend's daughter, Barine described all the spectres with which her imagination, agitated by terror, longing, love, and loathing, terrified her. But the former exerted all the power of eloquence she possessed, by turns reproving her and loading her with caresses in order to soothe her and rouse her from her despair. But nothing availed. At last she succeeded in persuading the unhappy woman to go with her to the window, which afforded a most beautiful view. Westward, beyond the Heptastadium, the sun was sinking below the forests of masts in the harbour of the Eunostus, and Charmian, who had learned from her intercourse with the royal children how to soothe a troubled young heart, to divert Barine's thoughts, directed her attention to the crimson glow in the western sky, and told her how her father, the artist, had showed her the superb brilliancy which colours gained at this hour of the day, even when the west was less radiant than now. But Barine, who usually could never gaze at her fill at such a spectacle, did not thank her, for this sunset reminded her of another which she had lately watched at Dion's side, and she again broke into convulsive sobs. Charmian, not knowing what to do, passed her arm around her. Just at that moment the door was hurriedly thrown open, and Anukis, the Nubian, entered. Her mistress knew that something unusual must have happened to detain her so long from her post at Barine's side, and her appearance showed that she had been attending to important matters which had severely taxed her strength. Her shining dark skin looked ashen grey. Her high forehead, surrounded by tangled woolly locks, was dripping with perspiration, and her thick lips were pale. Although she must have undergone great fatigue, she did not seem in need of rest, for after greeting the ladies, apologizing for her long absence, and telling Barine that this time Dion had seemed to her half on the way to recovery, a rapid side glance at her mistress conveyed an entreaty that she would follow her into the next room. But the language of the Nubian's eyes had not escaped the suspicious watchfulness of the anxious Barine, and, overwhelmed with fresh terror, she begged that she might hear all. Charmian ordered her maid to speak openly, but Anukis, ere she began, assured them that she had received the news she brought from a most trustworthy source, only it would make a heavy demand upon the resolution and courage of Barine, whom she had hoped to find in a very different mood. There was no time to lose. She was expected at the appointed place an hour after sunset. Here Charmian interrupted the maid with the exclamation, "Impossible!" and reminded her of the guards which Alexas, aided by Iras, who was thoroughly familiar with the palace, had stationed the day before in the anteroom, at all the doors, nay, even beneath the windows. The Nubian replied that everything had been considered, but to gain time she must beg Barine to let her colour her skin and curl her hair while she was talking. The surprise visible in the young beauty's face caused her to exclaim, "Only act with entire confidence. You shall learn everything directly. There is so much to tell. On the way here I had planned how to relate the whole story in regular order, but it can't be done now. No, no. Whoever wants to save a flock of sheep from a burning shed must lead out the bell wether first, the main thing, I mean. So I will begin with that, though it really comes last. The explanation of how all this" Here, like a cry of joy, Barine's exclamation interrupted her. "I am to fly!" And Dion knows it and will follow me. I see it in your face." In fact, every feature of the dusky maidservant's ugly face betrayed that pleasant thoughts were agitating her mind. Her black eyes flashed with fearless daring, and a smile beautified her big mouth and thick lips as she replied: "A loving heart like yours understands the art of prophecy better than the chief priest of the great Serapis. Yes, my young mistress, he of whom you speak must disappear from this wicked city where so much evil threatens you both. He will certainly escape, and if the immortals aid us and we are wise and brave, you also. Whence the help comes can be told later. Now, the first thing is to transform you don't be reluctant into the ugliest woman in the world, Black Anukis. You must escape from the palace in this disguise. Now you know the whole plan, and while I get what is necessary from my chest of clothes, I beg you, mistress, to consider how we are to obtain the black stains for that ivory skin and golden hair." With these words she left the room, but Barine flung herself into her friend's arms, exclaiming amid tears and laughter: "Though I should be forced to remain forever as black and crooked as faithful Aisopion, if he did not withdraw his love, though I were obliged to go through fire and water, I would, O Charmian, what changes so quickly as joy and sorrow! I would fain show some kindness to every one in the world, even to your Queen, who has brought all these troubles upon me." The newborn hope had transformed the despairing woman into a happy one, and Charmian perceived it with grateful joy, secretly wishing that Cleopatra had listened to her appeal. While examining the hair dyes used by the Queen, she saw, lurking in the background of what was still unexplained, and therefore confused her mind, fresh and serious perils. Barine, on the contrary, gazed across them to the anticipated meeting with her lover, and was full of the gayest expectation until the maid servant's return. The work of disfigurement began without delay. Anukis moved her lips as busily as her hands, and described in regular order all that had befallen her during the eventful day. Barine listened with rising excitement, and her joy increased as she beheld the path which had been smoothed for her by the care and wisdom of her friends. Charmian, on the contrary, became graver and more quiet, the more distinctly she perceived the danger her favourite must encounter. Yet she could not help admitting that it would be a sin against Barine's safety, perhaps her very life, to withhold her from this well-considered plan of escape. That it must be tried was certain, but as the moment which was to endanger the woman she loved drew nearer, and she could not help saying to herself that she was aiding an enterprise in opposition to the express command of the Queen, and helping to execute a plan which threatened to rouse the indignation, perhaps the fury, of Cleopatra, a feeling of sorrow overpowered her. She feared nothing for herself. Not for a single instant did she think of the unpleasant consequences which Barine's escape might draw upon her. The burden on her soul was due only to the consciousness of having, for the first time, opposed the will of the sovereign, to fulfil whose desires and to promote whose aims had been the beloved duty of her life. Doubtless the thought crossed her mind that, by aiding Barine's escape, she was guarding Cleopatra from future repentance. Probably she felt sure that it was her duty to help rescue this beautiful young life, whose bloom had been so cruelly assailed by tempest and hoarfrost, and which now had a prospect of the purest happiness. Yet, though in itself commendable, the deed brought her into sharp conflict with the loftiest aims and aspirations of her life. And how much nearer than the other was the woman she shrank from the word whom she was about to betray? How much greater was Cleopatra's claim to her love and gratitude? Could she have any other emotion than thankfulness if the plan of escape succeeded? Yet she was reluctant to perform the task of making Barine's beautiful, symmetrical figure resemble the hunchbacked Nubians, or to dip her fingers into the pomade intended for Cleopatra, and it grieved her to mar the beauty of Barine's luxuriant tresses by cutting off part of her thick, fair braids. True, these things could not be avoided if the flight was to succeed, and the further Anukis advanced in her story, the fewer became her mistress's objections to the plan. The conversation between Iras and Alexas, which had been overheard by the maid, already made it appear necessary to withdraw Barine and her lover from the power of such foes. The faithful man whom Anukis had found with Dion, whose name she did not mention, and of whose home she said only that no safer hiding place could be found, even by the mole which burrowed in the earth, really seemed to have been sent with Gorgias to Dion's couch by fate itself. The control of the subterranean chambers in the temple of Isis, which had been bestowed on the architect, also appeared like a miracle. Upon a small tablet, which the wise Aisopion had intentionally delayed handing to her mistress until now, were the lines: Archibius greets his sister Charmian. If I know your heart, it will be as hard for you as for me to share this plot. Yet it must be done for the sake of her father, to save the life and happiness of his child. So it must fall to your lot to bring Barine to the temple of Isis at the corner of the Muses. She will find her lover there, and, if possible, be wedded to him. As the sanctuary is so near, you need leave the palace only a short time. Do not tell Barine what we have planned. The disappointment would be too great if it should prove impracticable." This letter and the arrangement it proposed transformed the serious scruples which shadowed Charmian's goodwill into a joyous, nay, enthusiastic desire to render assistance. Barine's marriage to the man who possessed her heart was close at hand, and she was the daughter of Leonax, who had once been dear to her. Fear and doubt vanished as if scattered to the four winds, and when Aisopion's work of transformation was completed, and Barine stood before her as the high-shouldered, dark-visaged, wrinkled maid, she could not help admitting that it would be easy to escape from the palace in that disguise. She now told Barine that she intended to accompany her herself, and though the former's stained face forced her to refrain from kissing her friend, she plainly expressed to her and the faithful freedwoman the overflowing gratitude which filled her heart. Anukis was left alone. After carefully removing all the traces of her occupation, as habit dictated, she raised her arms in prayer, beseeching the gods of her native land to protect the beautiful woman to whom she had loaned her own misshapen form, which had now been of genuine service, and who had gone forth to meet so many dangers, but also a happiness whose very hope had been denied to her. Charmian had told her maid that if the Queen should inquire for her before Iras returned from the coma, to say that she had been obliged to leave the palace and to supply her place. During their absence, when Charmian had been attacked by sickness, Cleopatra had often entrusted the care of her toilet to Aisopion and had praised her skill. The Queen's confidential attendant was followed, as usual, when she went out, by a dark-skinned maid. Lanterns and lamps had already been lighted in the corridors of the spacious palace, and the courtyards were ablaze with torches and pitch-pans, but brilliantly as they burned in many places, and numerous as were the guards, officers, eunuchs, clerks, soldiers, cooks, attendants, slaves, doorkeepers, and messengers whom they passed, not one gave them more than a careless glance. So they reached the last courtyard, and then came a moment when the hearts of both women seemed to stop beating, for the man whom they had most cause to dread, Alexas the Syrian, approached. And he did not pass the fugitives, but stopped Charmian, and courteously, even obsequiously, informed her that he wished to get rid of the troublesome affair of her favourite, which had been assigned to him against his will, and therefore had determined to bring Barine to trial early the following morning. The Syrian's body servant attended his master, and while the former was talking with Charmian, the latter turned to the supposed Nubian, tapped her lightly on the shoulder, and whispered, "Come this evening, as you did yesterday. You haven't finished the story of Prince Setnau." The fugitive felt as if she had grown dumb and could never more regain the power of speech. Yet she managed to nod, and directly after the favourite bowed a farewell to Charmian. The Ligurian was obliged to follow his master, while Charmian and Barine passed through the gateway between the last pylons into the open air. Here the sea breeze seemed to waft her a joyous greeting from the realm of liberty and happiness, and the timid woman, amid all the perils which surrounded her, regained sufficient presence of mind to tell her friend what Alexas's slave had whispered, that Aisopion might remind him of it the same evening, and thus strengthen his belief that the Nubian had accompanied the Queen's confidant. The way to the Temple of Isis was short. The stars showed that they would reach their destination in time, but a second delay unexpectedly occurred. From the steps leading to the cella of the sanctuary, a procession, whose length seemed endless, came towards them. At the head of the train marched 8 pastophori bearing the image of Isis. Then came the basket bearers of the goddess with several other priestesses, followed by the reader with an open book roll. Behind him appeared the quaternary number of prophets, whose head, the chief priest, moved with stately dignity beneath a canopy. The rest of the priestly train bore in their hands manuscripts, sacred vessels, standards, and wreaths. The priestesses, some of whom with garlands on their flowing hair, were already shaking the sistrum of Isis, mingled with the line of priests, their high voices blending with the deep notes of the men. Neokori, or temple servants, and a large number of worshippers of Isis closed the procession, all wearing wreaths and carrying flowers. Torch and lantern bearers lighted the way, and the perfume of the incense rising from the little pan of charcoal in the hand of a bronze arm, which the pastophori waved to and fro, surrounded and floated after the procession. The two women waiting for the train to pass saw it turn towards Lochias, and the conversation of the bystanders informed them that its object was to convey to the new Isis, the Queen, the greeting of the goddess, and assure the sovereign of the divinity's remembrance of her in the hour of peril. Cleopatra could not help accepting this friendly homage, and it was incumbent upon her to receive it wearing on her head the crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, and robed in all the ecclesiastical vestments which only her two most trusted attendants knew how to put on with the attention to details that custom required. This had never been entrusted to maids of inferior position like the Nubian, so Cleopatra would miss Charmian. The thought filled her with fresh uneasiness, and when the steps were at last free, she asked herself anxiously how all this would end. It seemed as if the fugitive and her companion had exposed themselves to this great peril in vain, for some of the temple servants were forcing back those who wished to enter the sanctuary, shouting that it would be closed until the return of the procession. Barine gazed timidly into Charmian's face, but ere she could express her opinion, the tall figure of a man appeared on the temple steps. It was Archibius, who, with grave composure, bade them follow him, and silently led them around the sanctuary to a side door through which, a short time before, a litter had passed, accompanied by several attendants. Ascending a flight of steps within the long building, they reached the dimly lighted cella. As in the temple of Osiris at Abydos, 7 corridors, here 3 led to the same number of apartments, the holy place of the sanctuary. The central one was dedicated to Isis, that on the left to her husband Osiris, and that on the right to Horus, the son of the great goddess. Before it, scarcely visible in the dim light, stood the altars loaded with sacrifices by Archibius. Beside that of Horus was the litter which had been borne into the temple before the arrival of the women. From it, supported by 2 friends, descended a slender young man. A hollow sound echoed through the pillared hall. The iron door at the main entrance of the temple had been closed. The shrill rattle that followed proceeded from the metal bolts which an old servant of the sanctuary had shot into the sockets. Barine started, but neither inquired the cause of the noise, nor perceived the wealth of objects here presented to the senses, for the man who, leaning on another's arm, approached the altar, was Dion, the lover who had perilled his life for her sake. Her eyes rested intently on his figure. Her whole heart yearned towards him, and, unable to control herself, she called his name aloud. Charmian gazed anxiously around the group, but soon uttered a sigh of relief, for the tall man whose arm supported Dion was Gorgias, the worthy architect, his best friend, and the other, still taller and stronger, her own brother Archibius. Yonder figure emerging from the disguise of wraps was Berenike, Barine's mother, all trustworthy confidants. The only person whom she did not know was the handsome young man standing at her brother's side. Barine, whose arm she still held, had struggled to escape, to rush to her mother and lover, but Archibius had approached and in a whisper warned her to be patient and to refrain from any greeting or question, supposing, he added, that you are willing to be married at this altar to Dion, the son of Eumenes. Charmian felt Barine's arm tremble in hers at this suggestion, but the young beauty obeyed her friend's directions. She did not know what had befallen her, or whether, in the excess of happiness which overwhelmed her, to shout aloud in her exultant joy, or melt into silent tears of gratitude and emotion. No one spoke. Archibius took a roll of manuscript from Dion's hand, presented himself before the assembled company as the bride's Kyrios, or guardian, and asked Barine whether she so recognized him. Then he returned to Dion the marriage contract, whose contents he knew and approved, and informed those present that in the marriage about to be solemnized they must consider him the paranymphos, or best man, and Berenike as the bridesmaid, and they instantly lighted a torch at the fires burning on one of the altars. Archibius as Kyrios joined the lovers' hands in the Egyptian, Barine's mother as bridesmaid in the Greek manner, and Dion gave his bride a plain iron ring. It was the same one which his father had bestowed at his own wedding, and he whispered, "My mother valued it. Now it is your turn to honour the ancient treasure." After stating that the necessary sacrifices had been offered to Isis and Serapis, Zeus, Hera, and Artemis, and that the marriage between Dion, son of Eumenes, and Barine, daughter of Leonax, was concluded, Archibius shook hands with both. Haste seemed necessary, for he permitted Berenike and his sister only time for a brief embrace, and Gorgias to clasp her hand in Dion's. Then he beckoned, and the newly made bride's mother followed him in tears, Charmian bewildered and almost stupefied. She did not fully realize the meaning of the event she had just witnessed until an old Neokori had guided her and the others into the open air. Barine felt as if every moment might rouse her from a blissful dream, and yet she gladly told herself that she was awake, for the man walking before her, leaning on the arm of a friend, was Dion. True, she saw, even in the faint light of the dim temple corridor, that he was suffering. Walking appeared to be so difficult that she rejoiced when, yielding to Gorgias's entreaties, he entered the litter. But where were the bearers? She was soon to learn, for even while she looked for them, the architect and the youth, in whom she had long since recognized Philotas, her grandfather's assistant, seized the poles. "Follow us," said Gorgias under his breath, and she obeyed, keeping close behind the litter, which was borne first down a broad and then a narrow staircase, and finally along a passage. Here a door stopped the fugitives, but the architect opened it and helped his friend out of the litter, which, before proceeding farther, he placed in a room filled with various articles discovered during his investigation of the subterranean temple chambers. Hitherto not a word had been spoken. Now Gorgias called to Barine, "This passage is low. You must stoop, cover your head, and don't be afraid if you meet bats. They have long been undisturbed. We might have taken you from the temple to the sea and waited there, but it would probably have attracted attention and been dangerous. Courage, young wife of Dion. The corridor is long, and walking through it is difficult, but compared with the road to the mines, it is as smooth and easy as the street of the king. If you think of your destination, the bats will seem like the swallows which announce the approach of spring." Barine nodded gratefully to him, but she kissed the hand of Dion, who was moving forward painfully, leaning on the arm of his friend. The light of the torch carried by Gorgias's faithful foreman, who led the way, had fallen on her blackened arm, and when the little party advanced, she kept behind the others. She thought it might be unpleasant for her lover to see her thus disfigured, and spared him, though she would gladly have remained nearer. As soon as the passage grew lower, the wounded man's friends took him in their arms, and their task was a hard one, for they were not only obliged to move onward bending low under the heavy burden, but also to beat off the bats, which, frightened by the foreman's torch, flew up in hosts. Barine's hair was covered, it is true, but at any other time the hideous creatures which often brushed against her head and arms would have filled her with horror and loathing. Now she scarcely heeded them. Her eyes were fixed on the recumbent figure in the bearer's arms, the man to whom she belonged, body and soul, and whose patient suffering pierced her inmost heart. His head rested on the breast of Gorgias, who walked directly in front of her. The architect's stooping posture concealed his face, but his feet were visible, and whenever they twitched, she fancied he was in pain. Then she longed to press forward to his side, wipe the perspiration from his brow in the hot, low corridor, and whisper words of love and encouragement. This she was sometimes permitted to do when the friends put down their heavy burden. True, they allowed themselves only brief intervals of rest, but they were long enough to show her how the sufferer's strength was failing. When they at last reached their destination, Philotas was forced to exert all his strength to support the exhausted man, while Gorgias cautiously opened the door. It led to a flight of sea-washed steps close to the garden of Didymus, which as a child she had often used with her brother to float a little boat upon the water. The architect opened the door only a short distance. He was expected, for Barine soon heard him whisper, and suddenly the door was flung wide. A tall man raised Dion and bore him into the open air. While she was still gazing after him, a second figure of equal size approached her and, hastily begging her permission, lifted her in his arms like a child, and as she inhaled the cool night air and felt the water through which her bearer waded splash up and wet her feet, her eyes sought her new-made husband, but in vain. The night was very dark, and the lights on the shore did not reach this spot so far below the walls of the quay. Barine was frightened, but a few minutes after the outlines of a large fishing boat loomed through the darkness, dimly illumined by the harbour lights, and the next instant the giant who carried her placed her on the deck, and a deep voice whispered, "All's well. I'll bring some wine at once." Then Barine saw her husband lying motionless on a couch which had been prepared for him in the prow of the boat. Bending over him, she perceived that he had fainted, and while rubbing his forehead with the wine, raising his head on her lap, cheering him, and afterwards, by the light of a small lantern, carefully renewing the bandage on his shoulder, she did not notice that the vessel was moving through the water until the boatman set the triangular sail. She had not been told where the boat was bearing her, and she did not ask. Any spot that she could share with Dion was welcome. The more lonely the place, the more she could be to him. How her heart swelled with gratitude and love when she bent over him, kissed his forehead, and felt how feverishly it burned. She thought, "I will nurse you back to health," and raised her eyes and soul to her favourite god, to whom she owed the gift of song, and who understood everything beautiful and pure, to thank Phoebus Apollo and beseech him to pour his rays the next morning on a convalescent man. While she was still engaged in prayer, the boat touched the shore. Again strong arms bore her and Dion to the land, and when her foot touched the solid earth, her rescuer, the freedman Pyrrhus, broke the silence, saying, "Welcome, wife of Dion, to our island. True, you must be satisfied to take us as we are, but if you are as content with us as we are glad to serve you and your lord, who is ours also, the hour of leave-taking will be far distant." Then, leading the way to the house, he showed her as her future apartments 2 large whitewashed rooms whose sole ornament was their exquisite neatness. On the threshold stood Pyrrhus's grey-haired wife, a young woman, and a girl scarcely beyond childhood, but the older one modestly welcomed Barine, and also begged her to accept their hospitality. Recovery was rapid in the pure air of the Serpent Isle. She herself, and she pointed to the others, her oldest son's wife and her own daughter, Dione, would be ready to render her any service. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16. Brothers and sisters are rarely talkative when they are together. As Charmian went to Lochias with Archibius, it was difficult for her to find words. The events of the past few hours had agitated her so deeply. Archibius, too, could not succeed in turning his thoughts in any other direction, though important and far more momentous things claimed his attention. They walked on silently, side by side,
In reply to his sister's inquiry where the newly wedded pair were to be concealed, he had answered that, spite of her trustworthiness, this must remain a secret. To her second query, how had it been possible to use the interior of the Temple of Isis without interruption, he also made a guarded reply. In fact, it was the control of the subterranean corridors of the sanctuary which had suggested to Gorgias the idea of carrying Dion through them to Pyrrhus's fishing boat. To accomplish this, it was only necessary to have the Temple of Isis, which usually remained open day and night, left to the fugitives' friends for a short time, and this was successfully managed. The historian Timagenes, who had come from Rome as ambassador and claimed the hospitality of his former pupil Archibius, had been empowered to offer Cleopatra recognition of her own and her children's right to the throne, and a full pardon if she would deliver Mark Antony into the hands of Octavianus, or have him put to death. The Alexandrian Timagenes considered this demand both just and desirable because it promised to deliver his native city from the man whose despotic arrogance menaced its freedom, and whose lavish generosity and boundless love of splendor diminished its wealth. To Rome, as whose representative the historian appeared, this man's mere existence meant constant turmoil and civil war. At the restoration of the flute player by Gabinius and Mark Antony, Timagenes had been carried into slavery. Later, when after his freedom had been purchased by the son of Sulla, he succeeded in attaining great influence in Rome, he still remained hostile to Mark Antony, and it had been a welcome charge to work against him in Alexandria. He hoped to find an ally in Archibius, whose loyal devotion to the Queen he knew. Arius, Barine's uncle and Octavianus's former tutor, would also aid him. The most powerful support of his mission, however, could be rendered by the venerable chief priest, the head of the whole Egyptian hierarchy. He had shown the latter that Antony, in any case, was a lost man, and Egypt was in the act of dropping like a ripe fruit into the lap of Octavianus. It would soon be in his power to give the country whatever degree of liberty and independence he might choose. The Caesar had the sole disposal of the Queen's fate also, and whoever desired to see her remain on the throne must strive to gain the goodwill of Octavianus. The wise Anubis had considered all these things, but he owed to Timagenes the hint that Arius was the man whom Octavianus most trusted. So the august prelate secretly entered into communication with Barine's uncle, but the dignity of his high office and the feebleness of extreme age forbade Anubis to seek the man who was suspected of friendship for the Romans. He had therefore sent his trusted secretary, the young Serapion, to make a compact as his representative with the friend of Octavianus, whose severe injuries prevented his leaving the house to go to the chief priest. During Timagenes's negotiations with the secretary and Arius, Archibius came to entreat Barine's uncle to do everything in his power to save his niece, and, as all the Queen's friends were anxious to prevent an act which in these times of excitement could not fail, on account of its connection with Dion, a member of the council, to rouse a large number of the citizens against her, Serapion, as soon as he was made aware of the matter, eagerly protested his readiness to do his best to save the imperilled lovers. He cared nothing for Barine or Dion as individuals, but he doubtless would have been ready to make a still greater sacrifice to win the influential Archibius, and especially Arius, who would have great power through Octavianus, the rising sun. The men had just begun to discuss plans for saving Barine when the Nubian appeared and told Archibius what had been arranged beside Dion's sick bed. by the freedman and Gorgias. The escape of the fugitives depended solely upon their reaching the boat unseen, and the surest way to accomplish this was to use the subterranean passage which the architect had again opened. Archibius, to whom the representative of the chief priest had offered his aid, now took the others into his confidence, and Arius proposed that Barine should marry Dion in the temple of Isis, and the couple should afterwards be guided through the secret passage to the boat. This proposal was approved, and Serapion promised to reserve the sanctuary for the wedding of the fugitives for a short time after the departure of the procession, which was to take place at sunset. In return for this service, another might perhaps soon be requested from the friend of Octavianus, who greeted his promise with grateful warmth. The priesthood, said Serapion, takes sides with all who are unjustly persecuted, and in this case bestows aid the more willingly on account of its great anxiety to guard the Queen from an act which would be difficult to approve. As for the fugitives, so far as he could see, only two possibilities were open to them. Cleopatra would cleave to Mark Antony and go, would that the immortals might avert it, to ruin, or she would sacrifice him and save her throne and life. In both cases the endangered lovers could soon return uninjured. The Queen had a merciful heart, and never retained anger long if no guilt existed. The details of the plan were then settled by Archibius, Anukis, and Berenike, who was with the family of Arius, and the decision was communicated to the architect. Archibius had maintained the same silence concerning the destination of the fugitives towards the men composing the council, and Barine's mother as to his sister. With regard to the mission of Timagenes and the political questions which occupied his mind, he gave Charmian only the degree of information necessary to explain the plan she so lovingly promoted, but she had no desire to know more. On the way home her mind was wholly absorbed by the fear that Cleopatra had missed her services and discovered Barine's flight. True, she mentioned the Queen's desire to place her children in Archibius's charge, but she could not give him full particulars until she reached her own apartments. Her absence had not been noticed. The Regent Mardion had received the procession in the Queen's name, for Cleopatra had driven into the city no one knew where. Charmian entered her apartments with a lighter heart. Anukis opened the door to them. She had remained undisturbed, and it was a pleasure to Archibius to give the faithful, clever freedwoman an account of the matter with his own lips. He could have bestowed no richer reward upon the modest servant, who listened to his words as if they were a revelation. When she disclaimed the thanks with which he concluded, protesting that she was the person under obligation, the expression was sincere. Her keen intellect instantly recognized the aristocrat's manner of addressing an equal or an inferior, and he who in her eyes was the first of men had described the course of events as though she had stood on the same level. The Queen herself might have been satisfied with the report. When she left Charmian's rooms to join the other servants, she told herself that she was an especially favoured mortal, and when a young cook teased her about her head being sunk between her shoulders, she answered, laughing, "My shoulders have grown so high because I shrug them so often at the fools who jeer at me and yet are not half so happy and grateful." Charmian, sorely wearied, had flung herself into an armchair, and Archibius took his place opposite to her. They were happy in each other's society, even when silent, but to day the hearts of both were so full that they fared like those who are so worn out by fatigue that they cannot sleep. How much they had to tell each other! Yet it was long ere Charmian broke the silence and returned to the subject of the Queen's wish, describing to her brother Cleopatra's visit to the house which the children had built, how kind and cordial she had been. Yet a few minutes later, incensed By the mere mention of Barine's name she had dismissed her so ungraciously. "I do not know what you intend," she said in conclusion, "but notwithstanding my love for her, I must perhaps decide in favour of what is most difficult, for when she learns that it was I who withdrew the daughter of Leonax from her and the base Alexas, what treatment can I expect, especially as Iras no longer gives me the same affection and shows that she has forgotten my love and care? This will increase, and the worst of the matter is that if the Queen begins to favour her, I cannot justly reproach her, for Iras is keener witted and has a more active brain. Statecraft was always odious to me. Iras, on the contrary, is delighted with the opportunity to speak on subjects connected with the government of the country, and especially the ceaseless, momentous game with Rome and the men who guide her destiny." "That game is lost," Archibius broke in with so much earnestness that Charmian started, repeating in a low, timid tone, "Lost?" "Forever," said Archibius, "unless the Olympians be praised, that there is still a doubt. Unless Cleopatra can decide to commit an act which will force her to be faithless to herself and destroy her noble image through all future generations." "How?" "Whenever you learn it will be too soon." "And suppose she should do it, Archibius? You are her most trusted confidant. She will place in your charge what she loves more than she does herself." "More? You mean, I suppose, the children." "The children! Yes, 100 times yes. She loves them better than aught else on earth. For them, believe me, she would be ready to go to her death." "Let us hope so." "And you, were she to commit the horrible deed, I can only suspect what it is, but should she descend from the height which she has hitherto occupied, would you still be ready " "With me," he interrupted quietly, "what she does or does not do matters nothing. She is unhappy and will be plunged deeper and deeper into misery. I know this, and it constrains me to exert my utmost powers in her service. I am hers, as the hermit consecrated to Serapis belongs to the god. His every thought must be devoted to him. To the deity who created him he dedicates body and soul until the death to which he dooms him. The bonds which unite me to this woman, you know their origin, are not less indestructible. Whatever she desires, whose fulfilment will not force me to despise myself, is granted in advance." "She will never require such things from the friend of her childhood," cried Charmian. Then, approaching him with both arms extended joyfully, she exclaimed: "Thus you ought to speak and feel. And therein is the answer to the question which has agitated my soul since yesterday. Barine's flight, the favour and disfavour of Cleopatra, Iras, my poor head which abhors politics, while at this time the Queen needs keen-sighted confidants." "By no means," her brother interrupted. "It is for men alone to give counsel in these matters. Accursed be women's gossip over their toilet tables. It has already scattered to the four winds many a well-considered plan of the wisest heads, and an Iras could never be more fatal to statecraft than just at the present moment, had not fate already uttered the final verdict." "Then hence with these scruples!" cried Charmian eagerly. "My doubts are at an end. As usual, you point out the right path. I had thought of returning to the country estate we call Irenia, the abode of peace, or to our beloved little palace at Canopus, to spend the years which may still be allotted to me, and return to everything that made my childhood beautiful. The philosophers, the flowers in the garden, the poets, even the new Roman ones of whose works Timagenes sent us such charming specimens, would enliven the solitude. The child, the daughter of the man whose love I renounced, and afterwards perhaps her sons and daughters, would fill the place of my own. As they would have been dear to Leonax, I too would have loved them. This is the guise in which the future has appeared to me in many a quiet hour. But shall Charmian, who, when her heart throbbed still more warmly and life lay fair before her, laid her first love upon the altar of sacrifice for her royal playfellow, abandon Cleopatra in misfortune from mere selfish scruples? No, no! Like you, I too belong, come what may, to the Queen." She gazed into her brother's face, sure of his approval, but waving his uplifted hand, he answered gravely: "No, Charmian. What I, a man, can assume might be fatal to you, a woman. The present is not sweet enough for me to embitter it with wormwood from the future, and yet you must cast one glance into its gloomy domain in order to understand me. You can be silent, and what you now learn will be a secret between us. Only one thing," here he lowered the loud tones of his deep voice, "only one thing can save her, the murder of Antony, or an act of shameless treachery which would deliver him into Octavianus's power. This is the proposal Timagenes brought." "This?" she asked in a hollow tone, her grey head drooping. "This," he repeated firmly, "and if she succumbs to the temptation, she will be faithless to the love which has coursed through her whole life as the Nile flows through the land of her ancestors." "Then, Charmian, stay under any circumstances. Cling to her more firmly than ever, for then, my sister, she will be more wretched, 100-fold more wretched than if Octavianus deprives her of everything, perhaps even life itself." "Nor will I leave her, come what may. I will remain at her side until the end," cried Charmian eagerly. But Archibius, without noticing the enthusiastic ardor so unusual to his sister's quiet nature, calmly continued: "She won your heart also, and it seems impossible for you to desert her. Many have shared our feelings, and it is no disgrace to any one. Misfortune is a weapon which cleaves base natures like a sword, yet like a hammer welds noble ones more closely. To you, therefore, it now seems doubly difficult to leave her, but you need love. The right to live and guard yourself from the most pitiable retrogression is your due as much as that of the rare woman on the throne. So long as you are sure of her love, remain with her and show your devotion in every situation until the end. But the motives which were drawing you away to books, flowers, and children weigh heavily in the balance, and if you lack the anchor of her favour and love, I shall see you perish miserably. The frost emanating from Cleopatra, if her heart grew cold to you, the pin pricks with which Iras would assail you, were you defenceless, would kill you. This must not be, sister. We will guard against it. Do not interrupt me. The counsel I advise you to follow has been duly weighed. If you see that the Queen still loves you as in former days, cling to her. But should you learn the contrary, bid her farewell to-morrow. My Irenia is yours." "But she does love me, and even should she no longer " "The test is at hand. We will leave the decision to her. You shall confess that you were the culprit who aided Barine to escape her power to punish." "Archibius!" "If you did not, a series of falsehoods must ensue. Try whether the petty qualities in her nature which urged her to commit the fate of Leonax's daughter to unworthy hands are more powerful than the nobler ones. Try whether she is worthy of the self-sacrificing fidelity which you have given her all your life. If she remains the same as before, spite of this admission " Here he was interrupted by Anukis, who asked if her mistress would see Iras at this late hour. "Admit her," replied Archibius, after hastily exchanging glances with his sister, whose face had paled at his demand. He perceived it, and, as the servant withdrew, he clasped her hand, saying with earnest affection: "I gave you my opinion, but at our age we must take counsel with ourselves, and you will find the right path." "I have already found it," she answered softly, with downcast eyes. This visitor brought a speedy decision. I must not feel ashamed in Iras's presence. She had scarcely finished speaking when the Queen's younger confidant entered. She was excited, and after casting a searching glance around the familiar room, she asked, after a curt greeting: "No one knows where the Queen is gone. Mardion received the procession in her place. Did she take you into her confidence?" Charmian answered in the negative, and inquired whether Antony had arrived and how she had found him. "In a pitiable state," was the reply. "I hastened hither to prevent the Queen from visiting him. If possible, she would have received a rebuff. It is horrible." The disappointment of Parætonium is added to the other burdens, observed Archibius. A feather compared with the rest, cried Iras indignantly. What a spectacle! A shrivelled soul, never too large, in the body of a powerful giant. Disaster crushes the courage of the descendant of Heracles. The weakling will drag the Queen's splendid courage with him into the dust. "We will do our best to prevent it," replied Archibius firmly. "The immortals have placed you and Charmian at her side to sustain her if her own strength fails. The time to test your powers has arrived." "I know my duty," replied Iras austerely. "Prove it," said Archibius earnestly. "You think you have cause for anger against Charmian? Whoever treats my foes so tenderly can doubtless dispense with my affection. Where is your ward?" "That you shall learn later," replied Charmian, advancing. "But when you do know, you will have still better reason to doubt my love. Yet it was only to save one dear to me from misery, certainly not to grieve you, that I stepped between you and Barine. And now let me say, had you wounded me to the quick, and everything dear to the Greek heart called to me for vengeance, I should impose upon myself whatever constraint might be necessary to deny the impulse, because this breast contains a love stronger, more powerful than the fiercest hate. And this love we both share. Hate me, strive to wound and injure one at whose side you have hitherto stood like a daughter, but beware of robbing me of the strength and freedom which I need to be and to offer to my royal mistress all the assistance in my power. I have just been consulting my brother about leaving Cleopatra's service." "Now?" Iras broke in vehemently. "No, no, not that. It must not be. She cannot spare you now." "More easily, perhaps, than you," replied Charmian. "Yet in many things my services might be hard to replace." "Nothing under the sun could do it," cried Iras eagerly. "If, in these days of trouble, she should lose you too." "Still darker ones are approaching," interrupted Archibius positively. "Perhaps you will learn all to morrow. Whether Charmian yields to her desire for rest or continues in the service of the Queen depends on you. If you wish her to remain, you must not render it too hard for her to do so. We three, my child, are perhaps the only persons at this court to whom the Queen's happiness is more than their own, and therefore we should permit no incident, whatever name it may bear, to cloud our harmony." Iras threw back her head with angry pride, exclaiming passionately: "Was it I who injured you? I do not know in what respect, but you and Charmian, though you have so long been aware that this heart was closed against every love save one, stepped between me and the man for whom I have yearned since childhood, and built the bridge which united Dion and Barine. I held the woman I hated in my grasp, and thanked the immortals for the boon. But you two it is not difficult to guess the secret you are still trying to keep from me you aided her to escape. You have robbed me of my revenge. You have again placed the singer in the path where she must find the man to whom I have a better and older claim, and who perhaps may still be considering which of us two will be the better mistress of his house, if Alexas and his worthy brother do not arrange matters so that we must both content ourselves with thinking tenderly of a dead man. That is why I believe that I am no longer indebted to you, that Charmian has more than repaid herself for all the kindness she has ever showed me." With these words she hurried to the door, but paused on the threshold, exclaiming: "This is the state of affairs. Yet I am ready to serve the Queen hand in hand with you as before, for you two, as I have said, are necessary to her. In other respects I shall follow my own path." Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Cleopatra had sought the venerable Anubis, who now, as the priest of Alexander, at the age of 80, ruled the whole hierarchy of the country. It was difficult for him to leave his armchair, but he had been carried to the observatory to examine the adverse result of the observation made by the Queen herself. The position of the stars, however, had been so unfavourable that the more deeply Cleopatra entered into these matters, the less easy he found it to urge the mitigating influences of distant planets which he had at first pointed out. In his reception hall, however, the chief priest had assured her that the independence of Egypt and the safety of her own person lay in her hands. Only the planet showed this. A terrible sacrifice was required, a sacrifice of which his dignity, his 80 years, and his love for her alike forbade him to speak. Cleopatra was accustomed to hear these mysterious sayings from his lips, and interpreted them in her own way. Many motives had induced her to seek the venerable prelate at this late hour. In difficult situations he had often aided her with good counsel, but this time she was not led to him by the magic cup of Nectanebus, which the 8 pastophori who accompanied it had that day restored to the temple, for since the battle of Actium the superb vessel had been a source of constant anxiety to her. Cleopatra had now asked the teacher of her childhood the direct question whether the cup, a wide, shallow vessel with a flat, polished bottom, could really have induced Antony to leave the battle and follow her ere the victory was decided. She had used it just before the conflict between the galleys, and this circumstance led Anubis to answer positively in the affirmative. Long ago the marvellous chalice had been exhibited to her among the temple treasures, and she was told that every one who induced another person to be reflected from its shining surface obtained the mastery over his will. Her wish to possess it, however, was not gratified, and she did not ask for it again until the limitless devotion and ardent love of Antony had seemed less fervent than of yore. From that time she had never ceased to urge her aged friend to place the wondrous cup in her keeping. At first he had absolutely refused, predicting that its use would bring misfortune upon her, but when her request was followed by an imperative command and the goblet was entrusted to her, Anubis himself believed that this one vessel did possess the magic power attributed to it. He deemed that the drinking cup afforded the strongest proof of the magic art, far transcending human ability, of the great goddess by whose aid King Nectanebus, who according to tradition was the father of Alexander the Great, was said to have made the vessel in the Isis island of Philae. Anubis had intended to remind Cleopatra of his refusal and show her the great danger incurred by mortals who strove to use powers beyond their sphere. It had been his purpose to bid her remember Phaeton, who had almost kindled a conflagration in the world when he attempted in the chariot of his father Phoebus Apollo to guide the horses of the sun. But this was unnecessary, for he had scarcely assented to the question ere, with passionate vehemence, she ordered him to destroy before her eyes the cup which had brought so much misfortune. The priest feigned that her desire harmonized with a resolution which he had himself formed. In fact, before her arrival he had feared that the goblet might be used in some fatal manner if Octavianus should take possession of the city and country, and the wonder-working vessel should fall into his hands. Nectanebus had made the cup for Egypt. To wrest it from the foreign ruler was acting in the spirit of the last king in whose veins had flowed the blood of the Pharaohs, and who had toiled with enthusiastic devotion for the independence and liberty of his people. To destroy this man's marvellous work, rather than deliver it to the Roman conqueror, seemed to the chief priest, after the Queen's command, a sacred duty, and as such he represented it to be when he commanded the smelting furnace to be fired and the cup transformed into a shapeless mass before the eyes of Cleopatra. While the metal was melting, he eagerly told the Queen how easily she could dispense with the vessel which owed its magic power to the mighty Isis. The spell of woman's charms was also a gift of the goddess. It would suffice to render Antony's heart soft and yielding as the fire melted the gold. Perhaps the Imperator had forfeited, with the Queen's respect, her love, the most priceless of blessings. He, Anubis, would regard this as a great boon of the deity, for, he concluded, Mark Antony is the cliff which will shatter every effort to secure to my royal mistress undiminished the heritage which has come to her and her children from their ancestors, and preserve the independence and prosperity of this beloved land. This cup was a costly treasure. The throne and prosperity of Egypt are worthy of greater sacrifices, but I know that there is none harder for a woman to make than her love." The meaning of the old man's words Cleopatra learned the following morning, when she granted the first interview to Timagenes, Octavianus's envoy. The keen-witted, brilliant man, who had been one of her best teachers and with whom, when a pupil, she had had many an argument, was kindly received and fulfilled his commission with consummate skill. The Queen listened attentively to his representations, showed him that her own intellect had not lost in flexibility, though it had gained power, and when she dismissed him with rich gifts and gracious words, she knew that she could preserve the independence of her beloved native land and retain the throne for herself and her children if she would surrender Antony to the conqueror, or to him as the person acting, or, these were Timagenes's own words, remove him forever from the play, whose end she had the power to render either brilliant or fateful. When she was again alone, her heart throbbed so passionately and her soul was in such a tumult of agitation that she felt unable to attend the appointed meeting of the Council of the Crown. She deferred the session until the following day, and resolved to go out upon the sea to endeavour to regain her composure. Antony had refused to see her. This wounded her. The thought of the goblet and its evil influences had by no means passed from her memory with the destruction of the vessel caused by one of those outbursts of passion to which, in these days of disaster, she yielded more frequently than usual. On the contrary, she felt the necessity of being alone to collect her thoughts and strive to dispel the clouds from her troubled soul. The beaker had been one of the treasures of Isis, and the memory of it recalled hours during which, in former days, she had often found composure in the temple of the goddess. She wished to seek the sanctuary unnoticed, and, accompanied only by Iras and the chief introducer, went, closely veiled, to the neighbouring temple at the corner of the Muses. But she failed to find the object of her pilgrimage. The throng which filled it to pray and offer sacrifices, and the fear of being recognized, destroyed her calmness. She was in the act of retiring when Gorgias, the architect, followed by an assistant carrying surveying instruments, advanced towards her. She instantly called him to her side, and he informed her how wonderfully fate itself seemed to favour her plan of building. The mob had destroyed the house of the old philosopher Didymus, and the grey-haired sage, to whom he had offered the shelter of his home, was now ready to transfer the property inherited from his ancestors, if Her Majesty would assure him and his family of her protection. Then she asked to see the architect's plan for joining the museum to the sanctuary, and became absorbed in the first sketch to which he had devoted part of the night and morning. He showed it, and with eager urgency Cleopatra commanded him to begin the building as soon as possible and pursue the work night and day. What usually required months must be completed in weeks. Iras and the introducer, clad in plain garments, had waited for her in the temple court, and, joined by the architect, accompanied her to the unpretending litter, standing at one of the side gates. But instead of entering it, she ordered Gorgias to attend her to the garden. The inspection proved that the architect was right, and even if the mausoleum occupied a portion of it, and the street which separated it from the temple of Isis were continued along the shore of the sea, the remainder would still be twice as large as the one belonging to the palace at Lochias. Cleopatra's thorough examination showed Gorgias that she had some definite purpose in view. Her inquiry whether it would be possible to connect it with the promontory of Lochias indicated what she had in mind, and the architect answered in the affirmative. It was only necessary to tear down some small buildings belonging to the crown and a little temple of Berenike at the southern part of the royal harbour. The arm of the Agathodæmon canal, which entered here, had been bridged long ago. The new scene which would result from this change had been conjured before the Queen's mental vision with marvellous celerity, and she described it in brief, vivid language to the architect. The garden should remain, but must be enlarged from the Lochias to the bridge. Thence a covered colonnade would lead to the palace. After Gorgias had assured her that all this could easily be arranged, she gazed thoughtfully at the ground for a time, and then gave orders that the work should be commenced at once, and requested him to spare neither means nor men. Gorgias foresaw a period of feverish toil, but it did not daunt him. With such a master builder he was ready to roof the whole city. Besides, the commission delighted him because it proved that the woman whose mausoleum was to rise from the earth so swiftly still thought of enhancing the pleasures of existence. For though she wished the garden to remain unchanged, she desired to see the colonnade and the remainder of the work constructed of costly materials and in beautiful forms. When she bade him farewell, Gorgias kissed her robe with ardent enthusiasm. What a woman! True, she had not even raised her veil, and was attired in plain dark clothing, but every gesture revealed the most perfect grace. The arm and hand with which she pointed now here, now there, again seemed to him fairly instinct with life, and he, who deemed perfection a form of so much value, found it difficult to avert his eyes from her marvellous symmetry. And her whole figure, what lines, what genuine aristocratic elegance and warm, throbbing life! That morning when Helena, now an inmate of his own home, greeted him, he had essayed to compare her mentally with Cleopatra, but speedily desisted. The man to whom Hebe proffers nectar does not ask for even the best wine of Byblus. A feeling of grateful, cheerful satisfaction, difficult to describe, stole over him when the reserved, quiet Helena addressed him so warmly and cordially. But the image of Cleopatra constantly thrust itself between them, and it was difficult for him to understand himself. He had loved many women in succession, and now his heart throbbed for two at once, and the Queen was the brighter of the two stars whose light entranced him. Therefore his honest soul would have considered it a crime to woo Helena now. Cleopatra knew what an ardent admirer she had won in the able architect, and the knowledge pleased her. She had used no goblet to gain him. Doubtless he would begin to build the mausoleum the next morning. The vault must have space for several coffins. Antony had more than once expressed the desire to be buried beside her wherever he might die, and this had occurred ere she possessed the beaker. She must, in any case, grant him the same favour, no matter in what place or by whose hand he met death, and the bedimmed light of his existence was but too evidently nearing extinction. If she spared him, Octavianus would strike him from the ranks of the living. Again she was overpowered by the terrible feverish restlessness which had induced her to command the destruction of the goblet and had brought her to the temple. She could not return in this mood to meet her counsellors, receive visitors, greet her children. This was the birthday of the twins. Charmian had reminded her of it and undertaken to provide the gifts. How could she have found time and thought for such affairs? She had returned from the chief priests late in the evening, yet had asked for a minute description of the condition in which they found Mark Antony. The report made by Iras harmonized with the state in which she had herself seen him during and after the battle. Ay, his brooding gloom seemed to have deepened. Charmian had helped her dress in the morning, and had been on the point of making her difficult confession and owning that she had aided Barine to escape the punishment of her royal mistress. But ere she could begin, Timagenes was announced, for Cleopatra had not risen from her couch until a late hour. The object for which the Queen had sought the temple had not been gained, but the consultation with Gorgias had diverted her mind, and the emotions which the thought of her last resting place had evoked now drowned everything else, as the roar of the surf dominates the twittering of the swallows on the rocky shore. Ay, she needed calmness. She must weigh and ponder over many things in absolute quietude, and this she could not obtain at Lochias. Then her glance rested upon the little sanctuary of Berenike, which she had ordered removed to make room for a garden near at hand, where the children could indulge their love of creative work. It was empty. She need fear no interruption there. The interior contained only a single, quiet, pleasant chamber, with the image of Berenike. The introducer commanded the guard to admit no other visitors, and soon the little white marble circular room, with its vaulted roof, received the Queen. She sank down on one of the bronze benches opposite to the statue. All was still. In this cool silence her mind, trained to thought, could find that for which it longed: clearness of vision, a plain understanding of her own feelings, and position in the presence of the impending decision. At first her thoughts wandered to and fro like a dove ere it chooses the direction of its flight, but after the question why she was having a tomb built so hurriedly when she would be permitted to live, her mind found the right track. Among the Scythian guards, the Mauritanians, and Blemmyes in the army, there were plenty of savage fellows whom a word from her lips and a handful of gold would have set upon the vanquished Antony, as the huntsman seize him urges the hounds. A hint, and among the wretched magicians and Magians in the Rhakotis, the Egyptian quarter of the city, 20 men would have assassinated him by poison or wily snares. One command to the Macedonians in the guard of the Melakes or youths, and he would be a captive that very day, and to-morrow, if she so ordered, on the way to Asia, whither Octavianus, as Timagenes told her, had gone. What prevented her from grasping the gold, giving the hint, issuing the command? Doubtless she thought of the magic goblet, now melted, which had constrained him to cast aside honour, fame, and power as worthless rubbish, in order to obey her behest not to leave her. But though this remembrance burdened her soul, it had no decisive influence. It was no one thing which prisoned her hand and lips, but every fibre of her being, every pulsation of her heart, every glance back into the past, to the confines of childhood. Yet she listened to other thoughts also. They reminded her of her children, the elation of power, love for the land of her ancestors, and the peril which menaced it without her, the bliss of seeing the light and the darkness, the silence, the dull rigidity of death, the destruction of the body and the mind cherished and developed with so much care and toil, the horrible torture which might be associated with the transition from life to death, the act of dying. And what lay before her in the existence which lasted an eternity, when she no longer breathed beneath the sun, even if the death hour was deferred, and she found that not Epicurus, who believed that with death all things ended, had been right, but the ancient teachings of the Egyptians? What would await her in that world beyond the grave if she purchased a few more years of life by the murder or betrayal of her lover, her husband? Yet perhaps the punishments inflicted upon the condemned were but bugbears invented by the priesthood, which guarded the regulation of the state in order to curb the unruly conduct of the populace and terrify the turbulent transgressors of the law. And whispered the daring Greek spirit in the abode of the condemned, not in the garden of Alu, the Elysian fields of the Egyptians. She would meet her father and mother and all her wicked ancestors down to Euergetes I, who was succeeded by the infamous Philopater. Thus the thought of the other world became an antecedent so uncertain as to permit no definite inference, and might therefore be left out of the account. How would, this must be the form of the question, the years purchased by the murder or betrayal of one whom she loved shape themselves for her? During the night the image of the murdered man would drive sleep from her couch, and the Furies, the Dirii, and the Roman Antony called them, who pursued murderers with the serpent scourge, were no idle creations of poetic fancy, but fully symbolized the restlessness of the criminal, driven to and fro by the pangs of conscience. The chief good, the painless happiness of the Epicureans, was forever lost to those burdened by such guilt. And during the hours of the day and evening? Ay, then she would be free to heap pleasure on pleasure. But for whom were the festivals to be celebrated? With whom could she share them? For many a long year no banquet, no entertainment had given her enjoyment without Mark Antony. For whom did she adorn herself or strive to stay the vanishing charm? And how soon would anguish of soul utterly destroy the spell, which was slowly, yet steadily diminishing, and when the mirror revealed wrinkles which the skill of no Olympus could efface, when she was not created to grow old. Did the few years of life which must contain so much misery really possess a value great enough to surrender the right of being called by present and future generations the bewitching Cleopatra, the most irresistible of women? And the children? Yes, it would have been delightful to see them grow up and occupy the throne, but serious, decisive doubts soon blended even with an idea so rich in joy. How glorious to greet Cæsarion as sovereign of the world in Octavianus's place! But how could the dreamer, whose first love affair had caused a total sacrifice of dignity and violation of the law, and who now seemed to have once more relapsed into the old state of torpor, attain the position? The other children inspired fair hopes, and how beautiful it appeared to the mother's heart to see Antonius Helios as king of Egypt, Cleopatra Selene with her first child in her arms, and little Alexander, a noble statesman and hero, rich in virtue and talents. Yet what would they, Antony's children, whose education she hoped Archibius would direct, feel for the mother who had been their father's murderess? She shuddered at the thought, remembering the hours when her childish heart had shed tears of blood over the infamous mother whom her father had execrated, and Queen Tryphena, whom history recorded as a monster, had not killed her husband, but merely thrust him from the throne. Arsinoe's execrations of her mother and sister came back to her memory, and the thought that the rosy lips of the twins and her darling Alexander could ever open to curse her, the idea that the children would ever raise their beloved hands to point at her, the wicked murderess of their father, with horror and scorn. No, and again no. She would not purchase a few more years of valueless life at the cost of this humiliation and shame. Purchase of whom? Of that Octavianus who had robbed her son of the heritage of his father Cæsar, and whose mention in the will was like an imputation on her fidelity, the cold-hearted, calculating upstart, whose nature from their first meeting in Rome had repelled her, had repelled, rebuffed, chilled her. Of the man by whose cajolery and power her husband, for in her own eyes and those of the Egyptians Antony held this position, had been induced to wed his sister Octavia and thereby stamp her, Cleopatra, as merely his love, cast a doubt upon the legitimate birth of her children. Of the false friend of the trusting Antony who before the battle of Actium had most deeply humiliated and insulted both. On the contrary, her royal pride rebelled against obeying the command of such a man to commit the most atrocious deed, and from childhood this pride had been as much a part of her nature as her breath and the pulsation of her heart. And yet, for her children's sake, she might perhaps have incurred this disgrace, had it not been at the same time the grave of the best and noblest things which she desired to implant in the young souls of the twins and Alexander. While thinking of the children's curses, she had risen from her seat. Why should she reflect and consider longer? She had found the clear perception she sought. Let Gorgias hasten the building of the tomb. Should fate demand her life, she would not resist if she were permitted to preserve it only at the cost of murder or base treachery. Her lover's was already forfeited. At his side she had enjoyed a radiant, glowing, peerless bliss of which the world still talked with envious amazement. At his side, when all was over, she would rest in the grave and compel the world to remember with respectful sympathy the royal lovers, Antony and Cleopatra. Her children should be able to think of her with untroubled hearts, and not even the shadow of a bitter feeling, a warning thought, should deter them from adorning their parents' graves with flowers, weeping at its foot, invoking and offering sacrifices to their spirits. Then she glanced at the statue of Berenike, who had also once worn on her brow the double crown of Egypt. She, too, had early died a violent death. She too had known how to love. The vow to sacrifice her beautiful hair to Aphrodite, if her husband returned uninjured from the Syrian war, had rendered her name illustrious. Berenike's hair was still to be seen as a constellation in the night heavens. Though this woman had sinned often and heavily, one act of loyal love had made her an honoured, worshipped princess. She, Cleopatra, would do something still greater. The sacrifice which she intended to impose upon herself would weigh far more heavily in the balance than a handful of beautiful tresses, and would comprise sovereignty and life. With head erect and a sense of proud self-reliance, she gazed at the noble marble countenance of the Cyrenian queen. Ere entering the sanctuary, she had imagined that she knew how the criminals whom she had sentenced to death must feel. Now that she herself had done with life, she felt as if she were relieved from a heavy burden, and yet her heart ached, and especially when she thought of her children, she was overwhelmed with the emotion which is the most painful of all forms of compassion, pity for herself. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18. When Cleopatra left the temple, Iras marveled at the change in her appearance. The severe tension which had given her beautiful face a shade of harshness had yielded to an expression of gentle sadness that enhanced its charm, yet her features quickly brightened as her attendant pointed to the procession which was just entering the forecourt of the palace. In Alexandria and throughout Egypt, birthdays were celebrated as far as possible. Therefore, to do honor to the twins, the children of the city had been sent to offer their congratulations, and at the same time to assure their royal mother of the love and devotion of the citizens. The return to the palace occupied only a few minutes, and as Cleopatra, hastily donning festal garments, gazed down at the bands of children, it seemed as if fate by this fair spectacle had given her a sign of approval of her design. She was soon standing hand in hand with the twins upon the balcony before which the procession had halted. Hundreds of boys and girls of the same age as the prince and princess had flocked thither, the former bearing bouquets, the latter small baskets filled with lilies and roses. Every head was crowned with a wreath, and many of the girls wore garlands of flowers. A chorus of youths and maidens sang a festal hymn, beseeching the gods to grant the royal mother and children every happiness. The leader of the chorus of girls made a short address in the name of the city, and during this speech the children formed in ranks, the tallest in the rear, the smallest in the front, and the others between according to their height. The scene resembled a living garden in which rosy faces were the beautiful flowers. Cleopatra thanked the citizens for the charming greetings sent to her by those whom they held dearest, and assured them that she returned their love. Her eyes grew dim with tears as she went with her 3 children to the throng, who offered their congratulations, and an unusually pretty little girl whom she kissed threw her arms around her as tenderly as if she were her own mother. And how beautiful was the scene when the girls strewed the contents of their little baskets on the ground before her, and the boys, with many a ringing shout and loving wish, offered the bouquets to her and the twins. Charmian had not forgotten to provide the gifts, and when the chamberlains and waiting women led the children into a large hall to offer them refreshments, the Queen's eyes sparkled so brightly that the companion of her childhood ventured to make her difficult confession. And as so often happens, the event we most dread shows, when it actually occurs, a friendly or indifferent aspect. This was the case now. Nothing in life is either great or small. The one may be transformed to the other according to the things with which it is compared. The tallest man becomes a dwarf beside a rocky giant of the mountain chain. The smallest is a Titan to the swarming ants in the forest. The beggar seizes as a treasure what the rich man scornfully casts aside. That which the day before yesterday seemed to Cleopatra unendurable roused her keenest anxiety, robbed her of part of her night's repose, and induced her to adopt strenuous measures, now appeared trivial and scarcely worthy of consideration. Yesterday and today had brought events and called up questions which forced Barine's disappearance into the realm of unimportant matters. Charmian's confession was preceded by the statement that she longed for rest, yet, nevertheless, was ready to remain with her royal friend in every situation until she no longer desired her services and sent her away. But she feared that this moment had come. Cleopatra interrupted her with the assurance that she was speaking of something utterly impossible, and when Charmian disclosed Barine's escape and admitted that it was she who had aided the flight of the innocent and sorely threatened granddaughter of Didymus, the Queen started up angrily and frowned, but it was only for a moment. Then, with a smile, she shook her finger at her friend, embraced her, and gravely but kindly assured her that, of all vices, ingratitude was most alien to her nature. The companion of her childhood had bestowed so many proofs of faithfulness, love, self-sacrifice, and laborious service in her behalf that they could not be long outweighed by a single act of wilful disobedience. An abundant supply would still remain, by virtue of which she might continue to sin without fearing that Cleopatra would ever part from her Charmian. The latter again perceived that nothing on earth could be hostile or sharp enough to sever the bond which united her to this woman. When her lips overflowed with the gratitude which filled her heart, Cleopatra admitted that it seemed as if, in aiding Barine's escape, she had rendered her a service. The caution with which Charmian had concealed Barine's refuge had not escaped her notice, and she did not ask to learn it. It was enough for her that the dangerous beauty was out of Cæsarion's reach. As for Antony, a wall now separated him from the world, and consequently from the woman who, spite of Alexas's accusations, had probably never stood closer to his heart. Charmian now eagerly strove to show the Queen what had induced the Syrian to pursue Barine so vindictively. It was evident, and scarcely needed proof, that Mark Antony's whole acquaintanceship with the old scholar's granddaughter had been far from leading to any tender relation. But Cleopatra gave only partial attention. The man whom she had loved with every pulsation of her heart already seemed to her only a dear memory. She did not forget the happiness enjoyed with and through him, or the wrong she had done by the use of the magic goblet. Yet, with the wall on the Choma, which divided him from her and the rest of the world, and her command to have the mausoleum built, she imagined that the season of love was over. Any new additions to this chapter of the life of her heart were but the close. Even the jealousy which had clouded the happiness of her love like a fleeting, rapidly changing shadow, she believed she had now renounced forever. While Charmian protested that no one save Dion had ever been heard with favour by Barine, and related many incidents of her former life, Cleopatra's thoughts were with Antony. Like the image of the beloved dead, the towering figure of the Roman hero rose before her mind, but she recalled him only as he was prior to the battle of Actium. She desired and expected nothing more from the broken-spirited man, whose condition was perhaps her own fault. But she had resolved to atone for her guilt, and would do so at the cost of throne and life. This settled the account. whatever her remaining span of existence might add or subtract was part of the bargain. The entrance of Alexis interrupted her. With fiery passion he expressed his regret that he had been defrauded by base intrigues of the right bestowed upon him to pass sentence upon a guilty woman. This was the more difficult to bear because he was deprived of the possibility of providing for the pursuit of the fugitive. Antony had honored him with the commission to win Herod back to his cause. He was to leave Alexandria that very night. As nothing could be expected in this matter from the misanthropic Imperator, he hoped that the Queen would avenge such an offence to her dignity and adopt severe measures towards the singer and her last lover, Dion, who, with sacrilegious hands, had wounded the son of Caesar. But Cleopatra, with royal dignity, kept him within the limits of his position, commanded him not to mention the affair to her again, and then, with a sorrowful smile, wished him success with Herod, in whose return to the lost cause of Antony, however much as she prized the skill of the mediator, she did not believe. When he had retired, she exclaimed to Charmian, "Was I blind? This man is a traitor. We shall discover it. Wherever Dion has taken his young wife, let her be carefully concealed, not from me, but from this Syrian. It is easier to defend one's self against the lion than the scorpion. You, my friend, will see that Archibius seeks me this very day. I must talk with him, and you no longer have any thought of a parting? Another will come soon enough, which will forever forbid these lips from kissing your dear face." As she spoke, she again clasped the companion of her childhood in her arms, and when Iras entered to request an audience for Lucilius, Antony's most faithful friend, Cleopatra, who had noticed the younger woman's envious glance at the embrace, said, "Was I mistaken in fancying that you imagined yourself slighted for Charmian, who is an older friend? That would be wrong, for I love and need you both. You are her niece, and indebted to her for much kindness from your earliest childhood. So, even though you will lose the joy of revenge upon a hated enemy, forget what has happened as I did, and maintain your former affectionate companionship. I will reward you for it with the only thing that the daughter of the wealthy Krates cannot purchase, yet which she probably rates at no low value, the love of her royal friend." With these words she clasped Iras also in a close embrace, and when the latter left the room to summon Lucilius, she thought, "No woman has ever won so much love. Perhaps that is why she possesses so great a treasure of it, and can afford such unspeakable happiness by its bestowal. Or is she so much beloved because she entered the world full of its wealth, and dispenses it as the sun diffuses light? Surely that must be the case. I have reason to believe it. For whom did I ever love save the Queen? No one, not even myself, and I know no one in whose love for me I can believe. But why did Dion, whom I loved so fervently, disdain me? Fool! Why did Mark Antony prefer Cleopatra to Octavia, who was not less fair, whose heart was his, and whose hand held the sovereignty of half the world?" Passing on as she spoke, she soon returned, ushering the Roman Lucilius into the presence of the Queen. A gallant deed had bound this man to Antony. After the battle of Philippi, when the army of the Republicans fled, Brutus had been on the point of being seized by the enemy's horsemen, but Lucilius, at the risk of being cut down, had personated him, and thereby, though but for a short time, rescued him.
This had seemed to Antony unusual and noble, and in his generous manner he had not only forgiven him, but bestowed his favour upon him. Lucilius was grateful and gave him the same fidelity he had showed to Brutus. At Actium he had risked Antony's favour to prevent his deserting Cleopatra after the battle, and then accompanied him in his flight. Now he was bearing him company in his seclusion on the Choma. The grey-haired man, who but a short time before had retained all the vigour of youth, approached the Queen with bowed head and saddened heart. His face, so regular in its contours, had undergone a marked change within the past few weeks. The cheeks were sunken, the features had grown sharper, and there was a sorrowful expression in the eyes which, when informing Cleopatra of his friend's condition, glittered with tears. Before the hapless battle he was one of Cleopatra's most enthusiastic admirers, but since he had been forced to see his friend and benefactor risk fame, happiness, and honour to follow the Queen, he had cherished a feeling of bitter resentment towards her. He would certainly have spared himself this mission had he not been sure that she who had brought her lover to ruin was the only person who could rouse him from spiritless languor to fresh energy and interest in life. From motives of friendship, urged by no one, he came unbidden to the woman whom he had formerly so sincerely admired, to entreat her to cheer the unfortunate man, rouse him, and remind him of his duty. He had little news to impart, for on the voyage she had herself witnessed long enough the pitiable condition of her husband. Now Antony was beginning to be content in it, and this was what most sorely troubled the faithful friend. The Imperator had called the little palace which he occupied on the Choma his Timonium, because he compared himself with the famous Athenian misanthrope, who, after fortune abandoned him, had also been betrayed by many of his former friends. Even at Tænarum he had thought of returning to the Choma, and by means of a wall which would separate it from the mainland, rendering it as inaccessible as, according to rumour, the grave of Timon at Halae near Athens. Gorgias had erected it, and whoever wished to visit the hermit was forced to go by sea and request admittance, which was granted to few. Cleopatra listened to Lucilius with sympathy, and then asked whether there was no way of cheering or comforting the wretched man. "No, your Majesty," he replied. "His favourite occupation is to recall what he once possessed, but only to show the uselessness of these memories. 'What joys has life not offered me?' he asks, and then adds, 'But they were repeated again and again, and after being enjoyed for the 10th time they became monotonous and lost their charm. Then they caused satiety to the verge of loathing. Only necessary things, such as bread and water, he says, possess real value, but he desires neither, because he has even less taste for them than for the dainties which spoil a man's morrow. Yesterday, in a specially gloomy hour, he spoke of gold. This was perhaps most worthy of desire. The mere sight of it wakened pleasant hopes, because it might afford so many gratifications. Then he laughed bitterly, exclaiming that those joys were the very ones which produced the most disagreeable satiety. Even gold was not worth the trouble of stretching out one's hand. He is fond of enlarging upon such fancies, and finds images to make his meaning clear. 'In the snow upon the highest mountain peak the feet grow cold,' he said. 'In the mire they are warm, but the dark mud is ugly and clings to them.' Then I remarked that between the morass and the mountain snows lie sunny valleys where life would be pleasant, but he flew into a rage, vehemently protesting that he would never be content with the pitiable middle course of Horace.
Then he exclaimed, I am vanquished. Octavianus and his Agrippa are the conquerors, but if a rock mutilates or an elephant's clumsy foot crushes me, I am nevertheless of a higher quality than either." "There spoke the old Mark Antony," cried Cleopatra, but again Lucilius's loyal heart throbbed with resentment against the woman who had fostered the recklessness which had brought his powerful friend to ruin, and he continued, "But he often sees himself in a different light. No writer could invent a more unworthy life than mine," he exclaimed recently. "A farce ending in a tragedy." Lucilius might have added still harsher sayings, but the sorrowful expression in the tearful eyes of the afflicted Queen silenced them upon his lips. Yet Cleopatra's name blended with most of the words uttered by the broken-spirited man. Sometimes it was associated with the most furious reproaches, but more frequently with expressions of boundless delight and wild outbursts of fervent longing, and this was what inspired Lucilius with the hope that the Queen's influence would be effectual with his friend. Therefore he repeated some especially ardent words to which Cleopatra listened with grateful joy. Yet when Lucilius paused, she remarked that doubtless the misanthropist had spoken of her, and probably of Octavia also, in quite a different way. She was prepared for the worst, for she was one of the rocks against which his greatness had been shattered. This reminded Lucilius of the comment Antony had made upon the three women whom he had wedded, and he answered reluctantly, "Fulvia, the wife of his youth. I knew the bold, hot-blooded woman, the former wife of Clodius. He called the tempests which swelled his sails." "Yes, yes," cried Cleopatra, "so she did. He owes her much. But I, too, am indebted to the dead Fulvia. She taught him to recognize and yield to woman's power." "Not always to his advantage," retorted Lucilius, whose resentment was revived by the last sentence, and without heeding the faint flush on the Queen's cheek, he added, "Of Octavia he said that she was the straight path which leads to happiness, and those who are content to walk in it are acceptable to gods and men." "Then why did he not suffer it to content him?" cried Cleopatra wrathfully. "Fulvia's school," replied the Roman, "was probably the last where he would learn the moderation which, as you know, is so alien to his nature. His opinion of the quiet valleys and middle course you have just heard." "But I, what have I been to him?" urged the Queen. Lucilius bent his gaze for a short time on the floor, then answered hesitatingly, "You ask to hear, and the Queen's command must be obeyed. He compared your Majesty to a delicious banquet given to celebrate a victory at which the guests, crowned with garlands, revel before the battle." "Which is lost?" said the Queen hurriedly in a muffled voice. "The comparison is apt. Now, after the defeat, it would be absurd to prepare another feast. The tragedy is closing. So the play. Doubtless he said so, which preceded it would be but a wearisome repetition if performed a second time. One thing, it is true, seems desirable, a closing act of reconciliation. If you think it is in my power to recall my husband to active life, rely upon me. The banquet of which he spoke occupied long years. The dessert will consume little time, but I am ready to serve it. When I asked permission to visit him, he refused. What plan of meeting have you arranged?" "That I will leave to your feminine delicacy of feeling," replied Lucilius. "Yet I have come with a request whose fulfilment will perhaps contain the answer. Eros, Mark Antony's faithful body slave,
humbly petitions your Majesty to grant him a few minutes' audience. You know the worthy fellow. He would die for you and his master, and I once heard from your lips the remark of King Antiochus that no man was great to his body slave. Thus Eros sees his master's weaknesses and lofty qualities from a nearer point of view than we, and he is shrewd. Antony gave him his freedom long ago, and if your Majesty does not object to receiving a man so low in station—" "Let him come," replied Cleopatra. "Your demand upon me is just. Unhappily, I am but too well aware of the atonement due your friend. Before you came, I was engaged in making preparations for the fulfilment of one of his warmest wishes." With these words she dismissed the Roman. Her feelings, as she watched his departure, were of very mingled character. The yearning for the happiness of which she had been so long deprived had again awaked, while the unkind words which he had applied to her still rankled in her heart. But the door had scarcely closed behind Lucilius when the usher announced a deputation of the members of the museum. The learned gentlemen came to complain of the wrong which had been done to their colleague Didymus, and also to express their loyalty during these trying times. Cleopatra assured them of her favour, and said that she had already offered ample compensation to the old philosopher. In a certain sense she was one of themselves. They all knew that, from early youth, she had honoured and shared their labours. In proof of this, she would present to the library of the museum the 200,000 volumes from Pergamus, one of the most valuable gifts Mark Antony had ever bestowed upon her, and which he had hitherto regarded merely as a loan. This, she hoped, would repay Didymus for the injury which, to her deep regret, had been inflicted upon him, and at least partially repair the loss sustained by the former library of the museum during the conflagration in the Bruchium. The sages, eagerly assuring her of their gratitude and devotion, retired. Most of them were personally known to Cleopatra, who, to their mutual pleasure and advantage, had measured her intellectual powers with the most brilliant minds of their body. The sun had already set when a procession of the priests of Serapis, the chief god of the city, whose coming had been announced the day before, appeared at Lochias. Accompanied by torch and lantern bearers, it moved forward with slow and solemn majesty. In harmony with the nature of Serapis, there were many reminders of death. The meaning of every image, every standard, every shrine, every peculiarity of the music and singing was familiar to the Queen. Even the changing colours of the lights referred to the course of growth and decay in the universe and in human life, and the magnificent close of the chant of homage, which represented the reception of the royal soul into the essence of the deity, the apotheosis of the sovereign, was well suited to stir the heart, for a sea of light unexpectedly flooded the whole procession. And while its glow irradiated the huge pile of the palace, the sea with its forest of ships and masts, and the shore with its temples, pylons, obelisks, and superb buildings, all the choruses, accompanied by the music of sackbuts, cymbals, and lutes, blended in a mighty hymn, whose waves of sound rose to the star-strewn sky and reached the open sea beyond the Pharos. Many a symbolical image suggested death and the resurrection, defeat and a victory following it by the aid of great Serapis. And when the torches retired, vanishing in the darkness, with the last notes of the chanting of the priests, Cleopatra raised her head, feeling as if the vow she had made during the gloomy singing of the aged men and the extinguishing of the torches had received the approval of the deity brought by her
forefathers to Alexandria, and enthroned there to unite in his own person the nature of the Greek and the Egyptian gods. Her tomb was to be built, and, if destiny was fulfilled, to receive her lover and herself. She had perceived from Antony's bitter words, as well as the looks and tones of Lucilius, that he, as well as the man to whom her heart still clung with indissoluble bonds, held her responsible for Actium and the fall of his greatness. The world, she knew, would imitate them, but it should learn that if love had robbed the greatest man of his day of fame and sovereignty, that love had been worthy of the highest price. The belief which had just been symbolically represented to her, that it was allotted to the vanishing light to rise again in new and radiant splendour, she would maintain for the present, though the best success could scarcely lead to anything more than merely fanning the glimmering spark and deferring its extinction. For herself, there was no longer any great victory to win which would be worth the conflict. Yet the weapons must not rest until the end. Antony must not perish growling like a second Timon or a wild beast caught in a snare. She would rekindle, though but for the last blaze, the fire of his hero nature, which blind love for her and the magic spell that had enabled her to bind his will had covered for a time with ashes. While listening to the resurrection hymn of the priests of Serapis, she had asked herself if it might not be possible to give Antony, when he had been roused to fresh energy, the son of Cæsar, as a companion in arms. True, she had found the boy in a mood far different from the one for which she had hoped. If he had once been carried on to a bold deed, it seemed to have exhausted his energy, for he remained absorbed in the most pitiable love sickness. Yet he had not recovered from his illness. When he was better, he would surely wake to active interest in the events which threatened to exert so great an influence on his own existence, and, like the humblest slave, lament the defeat of Actium. Hitherto he had listened to the tidings of battle which had reached his ears with an indifference that seemed intelligible and pardonable only when attributed to his wound. His tutor, Rhodan, had just requested a leave of absence, remarking that Cæsarion would not lack companions, since he was expecting Antyllus and other youths of his own age. A flood of light streamed from the windows of the reception hall of the King of Kings. There was still time to seek him and make him understand what was at stake. Ah, if she could but succeed in awaking his father's spirit! If that culpable attack should prove the harbinger of future deeds of manly daring! No interview with him as yet had encouraged this expectation, but a mother's heart easily sees, even in disappointment, a step which leads to a new hope. When Charmian entered to announce Antony's body slave, she sent word to him to wait, and requested her friend to accompany her to her son. As they approached the apartments occupied by Cæsarion, Antyllus's loud voice reached them through the open door, whose curtain was only half drawn. The first word which the Queen distinguished was her own name. So, motioning to her companion, she stood still. Barine was again the subject of conversation. Antony's son was relating what Alexas had told him. Cleopatra, the Syrian had asserted, intended to send the young beauty to the mines or into exile and severely punish Dion, but both had made their escape. The Ephebi had behaved treacherously by taking sides with their foe, but this was because they were not yet invested with their robes. He hoped to induce his father to do this as soon as he shook off his pitiable misanthropy. And he must also be persuaded to direct the pursuit of the fugitives. "This will not be difficult," he cried insolently, for the old man appreciates beauty and has himself cast an eye on the singer. "If they capture her, I'll guarantee nothing, you King of Kings, for, spite of his grey beard, he can cut us all out with the women, and Barine, as we have heard, doesn't think a man of much importance until his locks begin to grow thin. I gave Derketaeus orders to send all his men in pursuit. He's as cunning as a fox, and the police are compelled to obey him." "If I were not forced to lie here like a dead donkey, I would soon find her," sighed Cæsarion. "Night or day, she is never out of my mind. I have already spent everything I possessed in the search. Yesterday I sent for the steward Seleukus. What is the use of being my mother's son? And the fat little fellow isn't specially scrupulous. He will do nothing, yet there must be gold enough. The Queen has sunk millions in the sand on the Syrian frontier of the Delta. There is to be a square hole or something of the sort dug there to hide the fleet. I only half understand the absurd plan. The money might have paid hundreds of spies. So talents are thrown away, and the strong box is locked against the sun. But I'll find one that will open to me. I must have her, though I risk the crown. It always sounds like a jeer when they call me the King of Kings. I am not fit for sovereignty. Besides, the throne will be seized ere I really ascend it. We are conquered, and if we succeed in concluding a peace, which will secure us life and a little more, we must be content. For my part, I shall be satisfied with a country estate on the water, a sufficient supply of money, and, above all, Barine. What do I care for Egypt? As Caesar's son, I ought to have ruled Rome, but the immortals knew what they were doing when they prompted my father to disinherit me. To govern the world one must have less need of sleep. Really, you know it, I always feel tired even when I am well. People must let me alone. Your father, too, Antyllus, is laying down his arms and letting things go as they will." "Ah, so he is!" cried Antony's son indignantly. "But just wait. The sleeping lion will wake again, and when he uses his teeth and paws my mother will run away, and your father will follow her," replied Cæsarion with a melancholy smile, wholly untinged by scorn. "All is lost. But conquered kings and queens are permitted to live. Cæsar's son will not be exhibited to the Quirites in the triumphal procession. Rhodon says that there would be an insurrection if I appeared in the Forum. If I go there again, it certainly will not be in Octavianus's train. I am not suited for that kind of ignominy. It would stifle me, and ere I would grant any man the pleasure of dragging the son of Caesar behind him to increase his own renown, I would put an end, 10, nay, 100 times over, in the good old Roman fashion, to my life, which is by no means especially attractive. What is sweeter than sound sleep? And who will disturb and rouse me when death has lowered his torch before me? But now I think I shall be spared this extreme. Whatever else they may inflict upon me will scarcely exceed my powers of endurance. If any one has learned contentment, it is I. The King of Kings and co-regent of the great Queen has been trained persistently, and with excellent success, to be content. What should I be, and what am I? Yet I do not complain, and wish to accuse no one. We need not summon Octavianus, and when he is here, let him take what he will if he only spares the lives of my mother, the twins, and little Alexander, whom I love, and bestows on me the estate. The main thing is that it must be full of fish ponds, of which I spoke. The private citizen Cæsarion, who devotes his time to fishing and the books he likes to read, will gladly be allowed to choose a wife to suit his own taste. The more humble her origin, the more easily I shall win the consent of the Roman guardian." "Do you know, Cæsarion," interrupted Antony's unruly son, leaning back on the cushions and stretching his feet farther in front of him, "if you were not the King of Kings, I should be inclined to call you a base, mean-natured fellow. One who has the good fortune to be the son of Julius Caesar ought not to forget it so disgracefully."
My gall overflows at your whimpering. By the dog! It was one of my most senseless pranks to take you to the singer. I should think there would be other things to occupy the mind of the King of Kings. Besides, Barine cares no more for you than the last fish you caught. She showed that plainly enough. I say once more, if Dirk Tius's men succeed in capturing the beauty who has robbed you of your senses, she won't go with you to your miserable estate to cook the fish you catch, for if we have her again, and my father holds out his hand to her, all your labour will be in vain. He saw the fair enchantress only twice, and had no time to become better acquainted, but she captured his fancy, and if I remind him of her, who knows what will happen?" Here Cleopatra beckoned to her companion and returned to her apartments with drooping head. On reaching them she broke the silence, saying, "Listening, Charmian is unworthy of a queen. But if all listeners heard things so painful, one need no longer guard keyholes and chinks of doors. I must recover my calmness ere I receive Eros. One thing more. Is Barine's hiding place secure?" "I don't know. Archibius says so." "Very well. They are searching for her zealously enough, as you heard, and she must not be found. I am glad that she did not set a snare for the boy. How a jealous heart leads us astray! Were she here, I would grant her anything to make amends for my unjust suspicion of her and Antony. And to think that Alexas, but for your interposition, he would have succeeded, meant to send her to the mines! It is a terrible warning to be on my guard. Against whom? First of all, my own weakness. This is a day of recognition. A noble aim, but on the way the feet bleed and the heart, ah, Charmian, the poor, weak, disappointed heart!" She sighed heavily and supported her head on the arm resting upon the table at her side. The polished, exquisitely grained surface of thia wood was worth a large estate. The gems in the rings and bracelets which glittered on her hand and arm would have purchased a principality. This thought entered her mind, and, overpowered by a feeling of angry disgust, she would fain have cast all the costly rubbish into the sea or the destroying flames. She would gladly have been a beggar, content with the barley bread of Epicurus, she said to herself, if in return she could but have inspired her son even with the views of the reckless blusterer Antyllus. Her worst fears had not pictured Cæsarion so weak, so insignificant. She could no longer rest upon her cushions, and while with drooping head she gazed backward over the past, the accusing voice in her own breast cried out that she was reaping what she had sowed. She had repressed, curbed the boy's awakening will to secure his obedience, understood how to prevent any exercise of his ability or her efforts in wider circles. True, it had been done on many a pretext. Why should not her son taste the quiet happiness which she had enjoyed in the garden of Epicurus? And was not the requirement that whoever is to command must first learn to obey, based upon old experiences? But this was a day of reckoning and insight, and for the first time she found courage to confess that her own burning ambition had marked out the course of Cæsarion's education. She had not repressed his talents from cool calculation, but it had been pleasant to her to see him grow up free from aspirations. She had granted the dreamer repose without arousing him. How often she had rejoiced over the certainty that this son, on whom Antony, after his victory over the Parthians, had bestowed the title of co-regent, would never rebel against his mother's guardianship. The welfare of the state had doubtless been better secured in her trained hands than in those of an inexperienced boy. And the proud consciousness of power! Her heart swelled. So long as she lived, she would remain queen. To transfer the sovereignty to another, whatever name he might bear, had seemed to her impossible. Now she knew how little her son yearned for lofty things. Her heart contracted. The saying, "You reap what you sowed," gave her no peace, and wherever she turned in her past life she perceived the fruit of the seeds which she had buried in the ground. The field was sinking under the burden of the ears of misfortune. The harvest was ripe for the reaper, but ere he raised the sickle, the owner's claim must be preserved. Gorgias must hasten the building of the tomb. The end could not be long deferred. How to shape this worthily, if the victor left her no other choice, had just been pointed out by the son of whom she was ashamed. His father's noble blood forbade him to bear the deepest ignominy with the patience his mother had inculcated. It had grown late ere she admitted Antony's body slave, but for her the business of the night was just commencing. After he had gone, she would be engaged for hours with the commanders of the army, the fleet, the fortifications. The soliciting of allies, too, must be carried on by means of letters containing the most stirring appeals to the heart. Eros, Antony's body slave, appeared, his kind eyes filled with tears at the sight of the Queen. Grief had not lessened the roundness of his handsome face, but the expression of mischievous, often insolent gaiety had given place to a sorrowful droop of the lips, and his fair hair had begun to turn grey. Lucilius's information that Cleopatra had consented to make advances to Antony had seemed like the rising of the sun after a long period of darkness. In his eyes, not only his master, but everything else must yield to the power of the Queen. He had heard Antony at Tarsus inveigh against the Egyptian serpent, protesting that he would make her pay so dearly for her questionable conduct towards himself, and the cause of Caesar that the treasure houses on the Nile should be like an empty wine-skin. Yet a few hours after, body and soul had been in her toils. So it had continued till the battle of Actium. Now there was nothing more to lose. But what might not Cleopatra bestow upon his master? He thought of the delightful years during which his face had grown so round, and every day fresh pleasures and spectacles, such as the world would never again witness, had satiated eye and ear, palate and nostril, nay, even curiosity. If they could be repeated, even in a simpler form, so much the better. His main, nay, almost his sole desire was to release his lord from this wretched solitude, this horrible misanthropy, so ill suited to his nature. Cleopatra had kept him waiting 2 hours, but he would willingly have loitered in the anteroom thrice as long if she only determined to follow his counsel. It was worth considering, and Eros did not hesitate to give it. No one could foresee how Antony would greet Cleopatra herself, so he proposed that she should send Charmian, not alone, but with her clever hunchbacked maid, to whom the Imperator himself had given the name Aisopion. He liked Charmian, and could never see the dusky maid without jesting with her. If his master could once be induced to show a cheerful face to others beside himself, Eros, and perceived how much better it was to laugh than to lapse into sullen reverie and anger, much would be gained, and Charmian would do the rest, if she brought a loving message from her royal mistress. Hitherto Cleopatra had not interrupted him, but when she expressed the opinion that a slave's nimble tongue would have little power to change the deep despondency of a man overpowered by the most terrible disaster, Eros waved his short, broad hand, saying, "I trust your Majesty will pardon the frankness of a man so humble in degree, but those in high station often permit us to see what they hide from one another. Only the loftiest and the lowliest, the gods and the slaves, behold the great without disguise. May my ears be cropped if the Imperator's melancholy and misanthropy are so intense. All this is a disguise which pleases him. You know how in better days he enjoyed appearing as Dionysus, and with what wanton gaiety he played the part of the god. Now he is hiding his real, cheerful face behind the mask of unsocial melancholy, because he thinks the former does not suit this time of misfortune. True, he often says things which make your skin creep, and frequently broods mournfully over his own thoughts. But this never lasts long when we are alone.
If I come in with a very funny story, and he doesn't silence me at once, you can rely on his surpassing it with a still more comical one. A short time ago I reminded him of the fishing party when your Majesty had a diver fasten a salted herring on his hook. You ought to have heard him laugh, and exclaim what happy days those were. The Lady Charmian need only remind him of them, and Aisopion spiced the illusion with a jest. I'll give my nose. True, it is only a small one, but everybody values that feature most, if they don't persuade him to leave that horrible crow's nest in the middle of the sea. They must remind him of the twins and little Alexander, for when he permits me to talk about them, his brow smooths most speedily. He still speaks very often to Lucilius and his other friends of his great plans of forming a powerful empire in the East, with Alexandria as its principal city. His warrior blood is not yet calm. A short time ago I was even ordered to sharpen the curved Persian scimitar he likes to wield. One could not know what service it might be, he said. Then he swung his mighty arm. By the dog, the grey-haired giant still has the strength of 3 youths. When he is once more with you among warriors and battle-chargers, all will be well. Let us hope so, replied Cleopatra kindly, and promised to follow his advice. When Iras, who had taken Charmian's place, accompanied the Queen to her chamber, after several hours of toil, she found her silent and sad, lost in thought. She accepted her attendant's aid, breaking her silence only after she had gone to her couch. "This has been a hard day, Iras," she said. "It brought nothing save the confirmation of an old saying, perhaps the most ancient in the world. Every one wilt reap only what he sows. The plant which grows from the seed you place in the earth may be crushed, but no power in the world will compel the seed to develop differently or produce fruit unlike what nature has assigned to it. My seed was evil. This now appears in the time of harvest. But we will yet bring a handful of good wheat to the storehouses. We will provide for that while there is time. I will talk with Gorgias early to-morrow morning. While we were building, you showed good taste and often suggested new ideas. When Gorgias brings the plans for the mausoleum, you shall examine them with me. You have a right to do so, for if I am not mistaken, few will visit the finished structure more frequently than my Iras." The girl started up, and raising her hand as if taking a vow, exclaimed, "Your tomb will vainly wait my visit. Your end will be mine also." "May the gods preserve your youth from it," replied the Queen in a tone of grave remonstrance. "We still live, and will do battle." CHAPter 19.